Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Board of Trustees meeting for the City of Gainesville General Government Employees Pension Plan, or General Employees Pension Plan, I should say, General Government. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda.
I move adoption of the agenda as printed.
Second.
We have motion second to adopt the agenda as printed and distributed. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we have a unanimous agenda.
All right, we have business discussion item 2023-1103, application for disability retirement for Michelle Foster. With the recommendation, the Board of Trustees for the General Employees Pension Plan approve the application for disability retirement for Michelle Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Barbell.
Thank you, trustees. I am going to quickly go through the process, just as I'm not sure how familiar any member of the board is process. The city employees, general employees pension plan, as well as its public safety plans, provides for a disability benefit should a vested member be unable to perform the essential functions of their job. In the general pension plan, it is a wholly and completely unable to perform the essential function of the job, essentially doing work on uninterrupted on a sedentary basis. We have a process that includes a application that provides medical information, an outside medical review officer who looks at that and verifies the permanent, whether they're physical or cognitive restrictions, because we get both. And then it goes to a disability review committee. They take in all that information. They render a recommendation. But I do want you to know it's a two-step process. We identify the restrictions. We take a look at open positions within the city that in first off physical or cognitive that we could place and offer to an employee. If one exists, then we look at transferable skills, because it's not the purpose of this committee to set somebody up to fail, okay? In both of the ones today, we went through that process. There was not an available position based on their physical limitations. So we bring it forward to the Board of Trustees, who ultimately have to approve each disability individually. That process applies to both Ms. Foster and Mr. McNally. So the recommendation on both are to approve the out-of-line disability for Mr. McNally and in-line for Ms. Foster. All right.
Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
You want to take comment? I don't know if we take public comment now.
Do you have any public comment on these two items?
I do not have anyone signed up.
Okay,
In
great.
that case, do you want them together? No, we
No, you gotta do
individually?
them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Steve said both, so. Okay, then I move approval of the application for disability retirement for Ms. Michelle Foster.
We have a motion and second for the first item, staff recommendation for the first item, and no public comment on that. All in favor, say, Commissioner Book?
I just had a brief question, Mr. Mayor. How long you can tell us both, do we know how long they served in their respective positions?
Mr. McNally was, I'm going to say 14 or 15 years. I'm doing it off memory because we didn't put it in there. And Ms. Foster was less, it was just over 5. So, and Ms. Foster's is an inline. It doesn't require vesting in the plan if you are injured in the course and scope of employment and it results in a disability, okay? That's first day coverage.
Thank you.
All right.
I just appreciate their service. Thank you, Mr.
Very
Mayor.
good, thank you. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have the second discussion item, 2023-1104, application for disability retirement for John McNally. With the
Okay.
recommendation, the Board of Trustees for the General Employees Pension Plan approve the application for disability retirement for John McNally.
Mr. Barbell, did you have?
No, I
Just in
forgot
case.
that you were doing, I'm aged,
Understood.
sorry.
Is
So
there
I'm
any
here in
public-
case there's another question.
Okay, is
That's
there
all.
any public comment on this one?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move approval of the application for disability retirement for Mr. John McNally.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation on this item. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously as well.
And that concludes the agenda.
Okay, thank you all. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Here in the city of Gainesville. And so I suggest, well, not me, but it would be great for them to get their funding, especially, as much as you can give. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan.
So I have a comment card from Tana Silva, who wanted to speak to the Lot 10 item. So it depends, I guess, on whether the modification passes.
Why don't you go ahead and speak to it, Ms. Silva?
Yeah, so you would be able
Okay.
to speak at early public comment for your second item. So it's if you, just in case that you.
It's up to you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, well, then we'll wait until early public comment. Okay. All right.
All right, that concludes the public comment.
Okay, any other comments from the commission? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So that passes 4-1 with Sacco and dissent. We have an agenda. We usually don't do that, but that's okay.
All right, so we, moving on to early public comment, Tana Silva.
Welcome, Ms. Silva.
You all inherited a mess when you took office, and a kind of an attitude toward the public that is kind of not helping. I hope that this will be the commission that turns around a kind of a creeping privatization of public resources and take a stronger stance towards stewardship of public assets and properties and resources. There have been some poor precedents set in the past 7 years in particular, and increasingly it's a pattern of privatizing public assets at often great expense of staff time for what ends up being nothing in return to the city and the taxpayers who paid for the assets, and no serious questions asked, all to benefit the recipient. Most recently, in September, with James Coates walking away with $3 million, and the public getting nothing out of it. So that puts taxpayers in the city in a position of subsidizing private profit. So in regard to Lot 10, there's background that this commission wasn't part of. Not the whole commission wasn't part of. And AMJ in 2021 was one of 3 bidders, although $1 million less than the other 2. And the city manager at the time said that the city would net at best $500,000 for the property, and with contingencies. And that's not counting the considerable staff time that's already been put into it. So I appreciate Commissioner Book taking it off the consent agenda. It's too big an item to just pass on consent and just say, okay, you can have another year without any question. And I realize that, there are friendships involved here and so forth and all of that, but it's unclear what the first 3 amendments are. I don't remember seeing what the first 3 amendments to the contract and sale of 2021 were. I remember the 4th one, which came up, I think, earlier this year, and that was to not have for sale properties, and rather to make them rentals, and I don't know what else was involved in that. But the original contract was for condos. I think it might have been 72 condos for sale, and the city was going to give, they were going to be for 140% area median income, which is 40% higher than half of the households in Gainesville make. So to begin with, it was already not really what you call, it was basically market rate condos. And the city was going to kick in $1 million in subsidies for people making 20% above the AMI to be able to have down payment assistance or whatever. Four floors of office space. I don't know that there's a big market for office space downtown right now, and the idea of a grocery store at that location when there are 2 Publixes and a Winn-Dixie within like a 3-minute drive of that location. So I don't know how realistic all of that is. All this to say that I'm worried that this will just turn into another phalanx, frankly, of just the city commission saying, okay, okay, okay. And that's been done also with, the no bid contract for sale contracts. So I would ask you to ask some hard questions about this, put this on the back burner, let the public get more involved with these deals, and not just keep saying okay, just because, they've put so much time into it by this time. It will be that what they're asking, I think, is basically 5 years from the time they sign the contract to the completion of the project now. And there's also a possibility that they could just sell it, like Bellings did. Okay, so my second point was about the sustainability. I would again ask you for huge public involvement in this. It's not just about electric cars and decarbonization, all of that. This is, it's about deforestation, if I could get the overhead. Deforestation. This was 35 years ago in the Amazon when I was doing some reporting for Christian Science Monitor there. And these are children who didn't even know their age. And there was a lot of greed going on from the big landholders and burning the forest just to claim it as productive property. And now, at this point, Amazon has just been found to be past the point of no return, to become a savanna, huge swaths of it. And I don't
to wrap
see-
up, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Good morning. My early comment is about your appointments to Plan Board later on in the day, probably after lunch. I have a lot of work to do at home, so I want to comment now. I believe my name is in that pool if I got it in time. And so I just want to reiterate my intentions for that. I have a master's in urban and regional planning. I have a long list of experiences in this community with local government and the general community. But I also understand what citizen advisory boards are for. I understand that they're in the position to take the heat for what may not be popular for people who want to get votes. So I have my heat shield on, and I'm ready to pursue the things we need to transform this community's economically segregated housing pattern and move forward. Thank you. And I hardly agree with what she said about your inclusionary zoning things, that needs to be 50% AMI and a 20% set aside and add in an ownership component. The proposal you have is superfluous and inconsequential.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
William Rohan.
Welcome back, Ms. Rohan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Commissioners. About that, we have our former disgraced city manager in here, and he's confused enough to come back
So,
to the
Mr.
city
Rohan,
and
if I
ask.
could interrupt you.
Oh, sorry, that's the
We're
wrong-
not going to
sorry, that was the
denigrate
wrong
other
thing.
people.
Sorry about
We're just
that.
not going to do that.
Okay, wrong agenda item. I had it on the wrong page.
Well, we're also not going to
I
say
apologize.
ugly things about
I
folks.
apologize.
That's not okay. Thank you, Mr. Rohan.
That was our last speaker.
All right. Madam Clerk?
All right, we have our first business discussion item, 2023-1080, Navigating Climate Challenges, reflecting on Gainesville's past, present, and future, with the recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation and provide direction as necessary.
All right, thank you. And before we get started, welcome, Dr. Zhu. Hold on just a second. I don't want to ask the city manager and the city attorney. To your knowledge, is the city of Gainesville involved in deforesting the Amazon?
No, sir.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just wanted to make that clear before we move forward. I'm sorry.
No, that's wrong. That's just wrong that you did that. And you do this a lot after people have spoken. I wasn't talking about deforesting the Amazon. I was talking about deforesting Gainesville, Florida. And my time ran out. I didn't adequately allocate the time. I'm talking about deforestation, temperate forests being part of a feedback loop of climate that Gainesville needs to pay more attention to, stop burning trees, habitat destruction, and so forth. And I really wish, as mayor, you would show a little more respect for people. Several people talk to me about you disputing what they say, when they're at the dais, after they do, so forth.
Ms. Silva, if I might be clear, we have gotten into a habit over the years of people saying whatever they want, which is their right. But when things are incorrect, ma'am, please, you are out of order, Ms. Silva. Ms. Silva, please. Ms. Silva, when someone makes an incorrect statement, it is my job to let folks know that it's incorrect. And I'm sorry that I misunderstood you. I also gave you extra time to do that, and giving you lots of extra time here. So thank you for your appreciation of what we try to do here. I appreciate that you care a lot and that you are here. If you want to make more public comment later, there are other opportunities. Ms. Silva, thank you. Dr. Zhu.
Good morning, Mayor Ward and Commissioners. My name is Dan Zhu, Chief Climate Officer. I'm delighted to share with you the actions we have taken towards Gainesville's commitment to net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2045. So we'll start with the definition of net zero and the timeline. And after that, we'll spend some time on the recent efforts, followed by the challenges. Then we'll wrap up by the next steps. Net zero. What does net zero mean? It means the total greenhouse gas emission should be less to or equal to zero, which can be calculated by the total greenhouse gas emissions produced minus the total emissions removed. Now let's take a look at the timeline. In 2018, City Commission committed to net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2045. A year later, City adopted the Zero Waste Ordinance and committed to zero waste by 2040. On the same year, City declares state of emergency with climate proclamation. In 2020, City and County established the Joint Water and Climate Policy Board. In 2021, City pledged Race to Zero under the United Nations. On the same year, ICLEI, a consultant company, helped County and City completed our first comprehensive greenhouse gas emission inventory. This year, a county-wide vulnerability assessment was presented at the Climate Fair. Now let's move on to the recent efforts. This is our framework. The first step is to understand where are we going, meaning that which area has the biggest contribution to carbon emission. The second step is to understand where are we going, meaning that which area has the biggest potential of carbon reduction. The third step is the strategic planning, and then is to create the climate action plan. The fifth step is to evaluate and implementation and improvement. There are two major components for the climate action plan. greenhouse gas emission inventory, and vulnerability assessment, which will impact the mitigation and adaptation of the climate action plan. So based on those frameworks, we have developed 10 working groups focusing on mitigation and adaptation. This is the 5 groups for the mitigation, which will be focusing on the carbon reduction in terms of transportation, energy use, solid waste, water and wastewater, and local government operations. On the adaptation side, we'll be focusing on the extreme heat, food system, community engagement, climate modeling, and funding and resources allocation. So where we fit in the system, the climate action plan will impact the county and city in terms of our capital improvement project, administrative code, and land development code. So now let's take a look at the recent highlights. In the past 8 months, we have drafted 2 plans, Citywide Transportation Low Emission Plan and Sustainable Procurement Plan. Right now, Public Works volunteered to be the pilot department to test the Sustainable Procurement Plan for a 1-year period of time. We have reported to the United Nations Race to Zero for the first time. We have registered 5 community gardens under the USDA People's Garden Living Initiative to address the food desert concern from our community. We are involved in 10 grant applications and implementation. We have established 10 groups focusing on the mitigation and adaptation. We are engaged in 68 one-on-one community neighbor meetings and interviewed 36 community leaders, received 146 survey responses. We have also conducted 7 sustainability tours. Next, let's take a look at the photos from our outreach and community engagement. This is the lunch meetup at the library. Sunday church seminar. Climate fair. Bread Almighty Food Bank. United Church of Gainesville. Day Spring Baptist Church. Tree planting event. We have developed 12 different activities for community engagement. Tree planting is the most popular one. It's a joint effort between city, county, UF, and Santa Fe College. UF Sustainability Tour. County Waste Facility. Grow Hub Composting Site Visit. Santa Fe Campus Sustainability Tabling Event. RTS Electric Bus Demonstration at the Climate Fair. GRU Cali Plant. During this process, we have established partnership with people from NAACP Washington, D.C., the EPA, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Chamber of Commerce, UF Health, and GRU, Alachua County NAACP, an international award-winning journalist, and zero waste experts. We are very fortunate to have the support from various organizations, community groups, and neighbors. Understanding the needs from our community is crucial for building the support for climate action and also develop the plan that truly addresses those needs. Next, let's talk about the challenges. We are currently facing 3 major challenges. First and foremost is the stakeholder collaboration, simply because different stakeholders have different priorities. The second challenge is the awareness and engagement. Last but not least is the data and information gaps. Accurate and up-to-date information is really important to create an effective climate action plan. However, our most recent greenhouse gas emission inventory, the data was collected in 2019. Finally, the next step. We will persist in our effort with the 10 teams, continue engaging public, and secure funding to support our activities. So all of the above are the initial steps for our city's climate action plan. As the saying goes, coming together is a start. Keeping together is a progress. Working together is a success. I'm confident that as a united team, our communities, city, county, UF, and Santa Fe College, together we will be able to achieve even more significant milestones towards the journey of Gainesville's net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2045. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and this QR code provides access to the survey if you would like to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Zhu. And thank you for a lot of the work. I know we kind of gave you a very big nebulous fix-it of sustainability and environmental issues. So thank you for wrangling in all of the factors, all of the players, and trying to do some work on it. Maybe I missed it, but I think we had talked the other day that we are trying to do a slow implementation in one of our departments to see, how we can make some changes internally, and we are trying to do kind of a soft tryout. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes, so are you referring to the sustainable procurement or the composting?
Both. I think just to give some examples of how the actions themselves are being taken at the city, I think will give a good example of deliverable items that we can present.
So in terms of the zero waste, we are in the implementation phase. So right now we have over 400 families in our composting program, and next year we are expected to have 600 families. So far in our city, we have sustainable development and clerk's office as a pilot departments for the composting effort. And in terms of the sustainable procurement, we have drafted the plan, but there are a lot of challenges like data collection, comparison in terms of pre and after the policy. So Public Works volunteered to be the pilot department to have a further conversation in terms of the improvement and implementation of the policy for a 1-year period of time to test it out.
Thank you. I wanted to kind of bring those out as some examples because I know that the plan development teams, there's a lot of items, there are a lot of even just inside the city. So I wanted to give some clear examples of how that is looking on the ground. So I thank you for that, and I thank Solid Waste for stepping up. They are my favorite trash people, and they know I mean that with a lot of love. I spent a year in the basement with them. They know they're my favorite trash people. No, I'm really excited about the work. When do you foresee coming back to us with the survey or other results? I guess another update.
So for the survey right now, we have received 146 responses in both English and Spanish version. And the top 3 concerns right now, the first one is food desert, and then the second one is transportation safety. The third major concern that we receive is the job security. So in order to address that, we have collaborating with USDA in terms of the community garden to address that. And then in terms of the transportation and safety, we are collaborating with Transportation Department and RTS in developing our plan. And in terms of the job security, in our grant application, we have included a component about green job creation and paid intern opportunities in a way to address that concern. So those 3 are ongoing efforts because that's the voice we heard from the community. And the survey is still open.
So as you receive some of the data, that if you see something that is continuous or really just keeps getting hit again and again, like the gardens, you act on it. You're not waiting for the survey to close to take action. You
Correct.
are moving as you see it.
Correct.
Thank you. I love that. That's what makes our staff so great. Thank you, Dr. Zook. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Willetts.
Dr. Zhu, the climate action development, the plan development teams, did you say that those are particularly on, I guess, the, not the mitigation side, but the other side? Are those in order of kind of the magnitude of potential greenhouse gas emissions, prevention? Was that kind of right? Is that what I heard?
Yes, so there are two aspects, like two tracks for the climate action plan. One track is the mitigation, which will have 5 teams, and the other track is adaptation.
Okay,
So,
I mixed those up, sorry.
yeah, so total we have 10 teams.
Okay, and so yes, on the mitigation side, were those kind of like the biggest challenges to the least, or are they equal? I couldn't remember, because it started off with transportation sources, and then it went down. Or are those kind of all equal, or is it that number one is where the biggest focus is or ought to be?
So for the number one is transportation, the number 2 is energy use, and the third one is solid waste. So those top 3 are from our greenhouse gas emission inventory. So that's from that. Then we can't say which one is more important or more challenging. So each of the 10 teams have different challenges that we're currently facing.
Okay, but it comes from the inventory.
Yes.
And it's guided by that knowledge of
Correct.
where we should be putting effort into. So thank you for that, because I think sometimes that inventory has to be balanced with what we hear kind of on the ground more anecdotally in those, because the inventory says transportation is the biggest chunk, but people want to talk about, unfortunately, plastic straws. There's a mismatch between what people may say the most, but what we know in the data is the biggest, gnarliest challenge. So I really appreciate this slide, because it gives us some sense of distilling the inventory to, this is probably where we need to do our work, and we need to have but we need all 10 of those items. We need people helping, neighbors, citizens, staff, leaders working on all of those. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate having the extreme heat response team up there, because I think that's into the future. That's an adaptation that we're going to have to consider and think about, and we're going to be honest and admit that we're going to have to do some adaptation to that. So I really like that. Have you given any thought to, the commission recently gave staff direction to come back with a sustainability advisory board? Have you given some thought about how that fits into climate action plan development, or how you would like to interact with, or do you think it needs to be 15 people, 21 people? Do you have any kind of recommendations that we could hear?
So for the people in those groups, we already had a conversation. There will be a great fit in group number 1 and number 2. So that is an ongoing effort, collaboration with GRU. Currently, I'm serving at the GRU's EV steering committee. We have put together a draft plan moving forward. And then for the second group, which is the energy use, which also we have collaboration with GRU Integrated Resource Plan. We are expected to have a report in the spring next year. So that will be a great fit there. The previous utility board chair and 2 other members, we already had a conversation. They have expressed their interest to be participated into these 10 groups.
Great, okay. And the last thing I just have, if folks haven't been noticing, in Los Angeles, they had an interstate, an accident, collapse something. They were able to shift so many people to public transit out of necessity, but the commuter express bus, up 19%. Their rail is up. They have suddenly decided to give in-street signal priority to some of their light rail that travels in the streets. Some of these actions they make under what would probably be number 1 here. Some of it's out of necessity, but when push comes to shove, in the end, this disaster of transportation has provided a lot more people the opportunity to reduce how much carbon they use by getting on public transportation. So I just think it's interesting, and I wanted to mention that. Obviously, we don't want an interstate disaster to befall us, but it's just interesting. So I just wanted to provide that. Thank you, Dr. Ju. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments? Do we have anyone from the public?
We don't have anyone signed up for public comment.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for this, and thank you for the enormous amount of work that I know you're putting into all this, and for very graciously accepting all the other things that we put on your plate from this dais. It does not go unnoticed, and we appreciate it. The community cares a lot about the work that you're doing. This is a community that has, for decades, wanted government to take a lead on climate action. And I'm pleased that we are in a position to be able to do that. And I thank you for the work that you're doing. So,
Thank you for all your support.
yes, thank you. And I see no further light, so we'll move on to the next item. Thank you.
All right, we have business discussion item 2023-523 American Rescue Plan Act quarterly update with the recommendation the City Commission hear an update from staff on project progress.
Welcome, Ms. Ramos.
Good morning, Cynthia Ramos, Executive Chief of Staff to the City Manager. And this is a quarterly update for the American Rescue Plan program. We received a $32.4 million grant from the federal government. The projects are managed by internal and external stakeholders, and this presentation will provide an update on where we are today through the end of September. This slide gives you an overview of the last project allocations that the City Commission approved. We haven't had any formal changes to these yet, but we will talk about these projects in more detail as we go through the presentation. This next slide gives you an idea of what the ARPA project allocations are by major bucket categories. So we have public safety, which is 9% of the ARPA allocation. We have affordable housing, which is 34.9% of the ARPA allocation, and we have 8.1 million set aside for nonprofit support. We do manage the ARPA program through an ARPA Action Committee, which is comprised of about 10 members, and they are listed on this slide. And the ARPA Action Committee monitors the ARPA project progress. It ensures reporting compliance and that the requirements are met. They meet monthly. The last meeting was October 31st, and the next meeting will be on November 29th. And they also evaluate project funding changes as they meet, and then bring those recommendations back to the City Commission for approval. With regards to reporting and compliance, we have completed the 4 U.S. Treasury reporting deadlines for this year. The next one is in January 2024, and that will cover activity through December 31st, 2023. The City Commission updates are quarterly, and we are underway with our last quarterly update for fiscal year 2023, and we plan to come back before the Commission in January of 2024. Oh, here we go. Our city auditor did a phase 1 audit of the ARPA program. This is just a summary of where we are with that program today. It was deemed low risk. We have implemented many of the recommendations that they have made, and our ARPA program manual is attached to the agenda item for reference, and it was last updated April 18th, 2023. Next, we're going to get into an overview of the financial activity of all the projects through September 30th, 2023. The first slide will review the projects that are funded through revenue replacement ARPA funds. You can see that we have spent 46.3% of the total $10 million allocated. Our government services set aside for FY23 was fully completed, and we paid for the Combined Communications Center expenses with those funds. The Vision Zero program is 13.2% expended, and those projects are moving along, and they require conferences with FDOT and other external stakeholders. The Language Access Program is also moving along. We have the Affordable Housing Program, which we'll talk about under Core ARPA on the next slide. Gainesville for All has also opened their Empowerment Zone Center, and they're 27% expended. We have some pending invoices for them also under review right now. The Culture Arts Center feasibility study is 36.8% expended, but we do plan to come back to the City Commission with recommendations from the external consultant by February of 2024. The Human Rights Coalition Community ID program is closed, so there's funding there left over for the Commission to look at and reallocate at a future meeting. And the capacity building nonprofit agreement is also fully expended. They just submitted their last invoice. Our next set of ARPA expenditures are what we call the core ARPA projects. We have affordable housing here. We are moving forward with the developers and those subrecipient agreements to get these funds flowing. The aid to nonprofit organizations program is 43.6% expended. The nonprofits are spending their money and asking for reimbursement. The energy rehabilitation program is 62.3% expended. Most of the funds have been obligated, so at the next meeting that we have, you'll likely see that this project will be fully completed. The administrative costs for the general consultant are 27.7% expended. Our community resource paramedicine program is 33.5% expended. They are waiting for 2 ambulances to be delivered, which is the bulk of those funds. And I skipped right over the Community Land Trust, but they are presenting later on today, so I won't steal their thunder. The National League of Cities project is also moving along. We're starting our second phase through spring of 2024. The Violence Intervention Program is also moving along. We are 57.4% expended there, and this is where we funded the Gun Violence Summit from that we held. Grace Marketplace homeless outreach and security improvements are also being spent down. The personal protective equipment program is now completed at 74.4% of the budget, and so we will have some funds left over there for reconsideration. And the utility debt forgiveness program has also been fully expended. So these are just graphs that show you where those projects that are active right now are falling along. As you can see, we've made significant progress in some, and we're just getting others up and running, but we do expect that these funds will be spent before the deadline. This slide is for projects under 1 million, sorry, over 1 million, and this next slide is for projects over 1 million. The completed projects are the utility debt forgiveness program, where 534 customers were assisted. And at our last meeting, the commission requested to see where those customers that were assisted are falling, and this gives you an overview of where they are landing. For the government services set aside, that those funds have been fully expended. The personal protective equipment as well has been completed, and we purchased COVID test kits, face shields, hand sanitizer, are replenishing our stock. And for next steps, our next update will be in January 2024. Just some rules that we have to follow as we implement the rest of the program, that funds have to be fully obligated by December 31st, 2024. We won't be able to make changes to project allocations after that date, and that the funds must be fully expended, meaning cash out the door, by December 31st, 2026. What we will be doing over the next 3 months is reviewing each project for feasibility and to see where they are on the spend down of those funds, and come back to the commission with a recommendation if we feel some of those are not going to meet either of those 2 deadlines. We do have some revenue replacement unallocated funds totaling $31,931. We do have core ARPA unallocated funds of $20,000, and then any other projects that we identify to bring back to the City Commission for you all to look at back in January. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of the report. We have a couple of lights, but that I would encourage everyone, certainly we can talk about whatever we want, but I would encourage everyone to not start spending that $50,000 in your head. Let's wait till we have a full report back in January before we find ways to spend this, because we're not prepared to do that today. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just to clarify, the core unallocated, the 20,000, what is that again?
That is for the NAMI grant,
yes, because they did
nonprofit
not-
organizations
yeah.
that they were not funded,
Yeah.
that we decided to pull back the
Yes,
grant.
now I remember. Okay, and the 32-ish, the 31 is the ID program.
Correct.
And I'll agree to not throw ideas out. I will just echo my previous request that we try to keep it in the same spirit and vein of what the original funds were set aside for before Tallahassee did their thing. I did have a question. You said for the PPE, the funds have not been fully expended, and you said reconsider some of those?
Yes, so we have about $34,000 remaining in this project. So this will increase the remaining core ARPA by about $34,000 on this slide.
Is there a reason, like, do we feel?
Prices came in lower once we finally ordered the
And we feel
items.
comfortable in
Yes.
what we have? Okay. I mean, that works. That's not usually what happens.
Yeah.
But okay. And I think as far as the projects that have been funded, and I want to speak to one that I know intimately, the one about language access, it says that we only spent 4, but I think your asterisk is important as of September 30th, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't include the past month where I think Mr. Folston was around, he literally, really?
No, it does not include expenditures. This slide does not include expenditures through the last month.
Yeah, well, I wanted to point out that we have put folks in and have rolled out, so it's why I hope Mr. Folston could speak more to it, but there are, just even in the last month, serious changes that have come through as we move into a new fiscal year. So some of those projects are moving much faster than whatever it says here, because we haven't really caught up to those yet, or those expenses.
In
So
the
this-
January 2024 report, you'll see a bigger
Okay.
activity on those, financial activity.
And, sorry, we keep moving.
I'm gonna put it back to the slide. I think this is the one you were trying to refer to.
Yeah, so that shows only 4%, but I know we are spending more than that because there's a salary in there and we are paying our employees. As far as the housing one, I know it says, I think it says we spent like 0.2.
Yes. So we just.
And I know AHAC was slow on that, the commission was slower, like, I get it, we were slow on awarding that money. As far as its actual use, when do we foresee that kind of showing up?
So we are currently actively trying to get the subrecipient agreements in place so that we can get started as quickly as possible with those organizations. I'm hoping that when we come back in January, you'll start to see that those agreements are executed and maybe some funds flowing out at that point.
And I can't recall, it was 4 or 5 subrecipients out of the affordable housing one?
We'll have a total of 5. There were 3 developers for rental housing and 2 developers for homeownership, so there'll be 5 subrecipient agreements that we have to execute.
That should be easier to wrangle than the nonprofits, right?
We would hope so.
Yeah. And if you don't mind, if I could ask Mr. Folston, thank you for coming back. I was trying to get some clarity on the language access and Ginny that we haven't, up to September 30th, yeah, we had spent 4%, but we've actually
Right.
spent a lot more than that.
Yes, and more is going to be spent. For those that do not know, we've hired our first immigrant affairs manager, so he's already on staff. He's working on a plan and proposal that we're going to bring back to you guys in the first quarter, work plan, so you know exactly what he's working on and what he's been working on. I will steal a little bit of his thunder today. He's been meeting with a lot of our stakeholders internally and externally within the community that impact our immigrant populations. I am excited about those conversations and the work plan that he's already drafted and is going to be bringing back to you in the first quarter. So you're going to start to see more of that money go out the door much, 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 much faster. Not even just from his side, but some of the initiatives that we want to partner with some of the individuals in our community to bring more accessibility to immigrant causes around the city, and not just those that impact the city staff itself.
Thank you, Mr. Folston. And to clarify, we were waiting to have this position filled so that the outreach could be done.
Yes.
And it would be suggestions from the community and not from up here on how to actually help.
Absolutely. That has been the plan the whole while. So I wanted to make sure we just wasn't, not that we would, but I wanted to make sure that we was very frugal with what we spent on the front end so that we would have the monies that we need once we hire somebody in to let us know what the community desires for us to do.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Folston. Do we know when we're getting the ambulances? Or does Chief Dixon know when we're getting the
So,
ambulances?
yes, at the last update, we were given March of 2024, and now it's June of 2024.
For both of them?
For both of them.
Okay, all right. Well, we had good and bad. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Ms. Ramos, the affordable housing money, does that go out in big chunks once it gets started, or is that kind of at the beginning of their project, or is it once they deliver?
It's milestone based, so I'm anticipating that there will be large expenditures that we will reimburse frequently as they go.
Okay. That helps me kind of understand when we might see some of that. And the Gainesville for All, you said they have receipts that are since September 30th? Because like they've opened, and in my brain I thought that was more of a, by now we would have pushed all that money out the door.
So most of their expenditures are payroll related, so they have to request reimbursement as the payroll expense is incurred. So they do have one pending invoice for about $6,000, but they are submitting monthly, if not quarterly.
Okay,
for
so our support
reimbursements.
was more along the lines of personnel.
Yes.
Okay, not the building. That
There was some playground equipment expenditures that they have gotten. I think that's the big chunk there. But most of the remaining funds are payroll related.
Got it. Okay, that was, I forgot that at some point. Thank you so much. And then just a question about things that are in the, previously that were allocated in revenue replacement versus core ARPA. Do we have to spend this in what we consider to be revenue replacement, anything that's unallocated?
Yes, the core ARPA category has to very directly align with the final rule requirements. And so the revenue replacement is for general government services. So it's a more loose category that allows us to pay for expenditures that are just for regular expenses that we pay as a city, whereas the other bucket has to be pretty much related back to COVID.
Right.
In order for it to be eligible under that category.
So core ARPA related
Core.
to COVID
Correct.
more so, and then revenue replacement.
Just
kind of
general government
everything else.
services.
Okay. And as I understand, the federal government expected perhaps lots of revenue decline. Arguably, a lot of governments did not see the volume of decline that was feared perhaps. But this year we do have, because of our situation, we have revenue decline. So I'm interested in how we line up previous goals that were set for revenue replacement versus our new reality, because we know what we cut this year. Those cuts weren't last year or 2021, but we know what we cut this year. So I'm interested in that. Though, to Commissioner Sacco's point, keeping it in the same vein, but we also do need to get it allocated this year. So, sorry, that was just a bit of a thought.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just respond just briefly to Commissioner Willetts. The reality of the 10 million may actually be increased now that we have just a little bit more history, but we're tied to that $10 million cap that has been set. We can't change that. But we can do, at this point in time, we can still do some flip-flopping, and I'll use that's probably not the right word, but we can still evaluate what's in core that we may be able to put in the non-replacement area and have some flexibility for some general government-related expenses. And when we come back in January, we're hoping to be able to present that to the commission, giving us a little bit more flexibility for spending on the general government side.
Okay, thank you. And this is probably perhaps, I don't know who questioned, the 150,000 we have for gun violence in 2024, is that from the same?
That's general fund.
That is general, that is not from this violence intervention.
Correct. And what Ms. Curry's alluding to is that the final rule has been updated since we made these initial allocations. So there could be areas now where maybe the East Side Urgent Care Center or the Central Receiving Facility could now fit under core ARPA. And so we will find a way, if that is the case, we will find a way to fund that under the core ARPA so we could open up flexibility in the revenue replacement for other projects, if
Okay.
possible.
And then I think my last is really an observation, the utility debt forgiveness. Thank you for pulling that data on where those recipients are now. And unfortunately, it looks like a large portion of them fall right back to where they were. Though most of this forgiveness was, what was the time period that most of this was paid out?
The most recent one was paid out about maybe 6 weeks ago, the
Okay.
last remaining funds.
So a lot of people lost job, 2-3 years ago. I think the situation now is perhaps inflation has just made their budgets very tight and they get back into not being able to pay their bills. But this is a little disappointing because it looks like we less solved a temporary problem as opposed to put a Band-Aid on a long-term problem of some of those customers. But that's not for us to, well, I guess we could theoretically pay more GRU bills from our budget to GRU, but anyways, that was just an observation. Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really no questions, Ms. Chief of Staff, more just a couple of comments. I think the way that we're managing this is good fiscal stewardship, especially since it's a large pot of money that's going out to many different areas. And I think the fact that we have an oversight committee that we're auditing, the way it's set up federally is for reimbursable, helps us track in a better way. And these reports show that I think we're really in good fiscal and financial standing, and yet we're doing a lot of good things with that money. So I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the depth in your understanding of the different funds and where they're going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. All right, seeing no further lights, do we have public comment?
We do not.
Okay, all right. Ms. Ramos, thank you, and thank you, Madam Manager, for the thoroughness of this. I appreciate the work that goes into this. I know it is an arduous process, and I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to do and the reporting that we're able to return back. So, thank you all. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the item 2023-1105, Lot 10, Fifth Purchase and Sale Agreement Amendment with the recommendation the City Commission approve the extension request for Lot 10 and authorize the city manager to execute the Fifth Amendment to contract for sale and purchase for Lot 10, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. That was pulled from consent.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Person.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Chief Operating Officer. I'm happy to answer any questions about either this amendment or the previous amendments. Just real quickly, I think for the comment about the other amendments. So at a high level, the first amendment was made to the agreement to correct a Scrivener's error in the legal description. So that was amendment number 1. Amendment number 2 was to revise some environmental indemnification language that's standard in these types of agreements. So that was amendment number 2. Amendment number 3 was extending the closing date by approximately 1 month. Amendment number 4 was a change to the residential units from for sale condo units to allow for apartments or senior housing. And then Amendment 5, which is before you now, is an extension of the time by which groundbreaking has to occur, construction commencement has to occur, as well as an additional time limit that we put in to finalize the developer's agreement by June 30th of next year.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Buck.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that sometimes when we occasionally pull an item from consent that makes people nervous or think, and that was not my intent. My intent here was simply to get the context that Mr. Person just provided, so I know. So I have the historical background for what's occurring, pre-us, and several of us are obviously new this particular year. So that was the most important thing that you just provided, was what did we do? Why do we have these amendments? I know that some of them are typically normal processes, especially in big projects, and some may not be. I know that there's some previous projects, at least one which was mentioned in the citizen comment, which there may have been some missteps. I don't see that here. I just wanted to know what's led us up to this point on the project. For what it's worth, that City Lot 10 at 100 Southwest First Ave has been sitting there for years. And it's right in the core of downtown, so the fact that we can do something that's probably very major helps economically in that regard, provides financial incentive in the way of jobs and taxes and people and activity into that, I think are all positives. And it is right there at the center. So I support the project. I do want us, obviously, to see us move forward, and hopefully we see something here in mid-2024, which is a little more concrete. I do want to mention that that particular City Lot 10 is going to be our ground zero for simply our Gainesville refresh on December 16th. So the applicant, AMJ, has donated that space and is one of our core partners to help us do some meaningful cleanup in the downtown. So that's where we're going to check out. That's where we're going to get our materials. That's where Keep Alachua County Beautiful is going to be. And we'll go from there and hopefully do some things that do make a little bit of difference in the downtown and make people want to come there, which is, I think, some of the things we're working towards. So it was not intent to have necessarily conflict, but I did want to know. I want to hold our applicants, obviously, for any big project, always accountable to those things. And, you know, when there's extensions, just want to understand that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
That was the key aspect was what happened before that's led us to this point. So just some comments and thank you. I would have had that question, but you've answered it.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can add, the AMJ has been working in good faith over this past year with staff from different areas of the city, included in the agenda item write-up. Obviously, as you all know, greenfield development is generally pretty easy. Infill development, especially when you're dealing with an entire block, is another animal. So there's stormwater, utilities, design, parking. All of these things are factored in through the process, and they've been good partners to work with over this past year. And certainly we feel comfortable with this extension.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Buck. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, speaking of the things you just mentioned, I recall that there was some issues with stormwater before because it's between two stormwater basins, if I recall. How were we able to resolve that? I see in the letter that was that it's now to their staff satisfaction that they'll be able to resolve the stormwater issues.
Yes, I mean it'll be resolved in the design of the structure. I think there was some question of stormwater credit basins within the split watershed, and but I think that's been resolved now. They are at about 50%, I think, design plans now, and are ready to move forward with to complete the site and architectural design, which would be the precursor for submission to the city for the normal development review process. So I feel like, and based on the discussions and ongoing meetings that the companies had with various staff at the city, that all of those sort of pre-construction sort of design elements, stormwater, parking, those things have largely been resolved now, and they're ready to move forward, but we're just bumped up against the commencement timeline in the original PSA.
All right, great. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor. So let me see if I can get the dates right. The Fourth Amendment was this spring, this commission, or this winter, and it was about the from sale to rental.
That's correct.
Okay. And just as a note, interest rates were like 6.5% there.
Yes.
Home ownership even a year ago or 11 months ago was starting to get out of reach for a whole lot of people, and there's a lot of push towards that it's truly more affordable to rent, at least temporarily, in people's lives. So I appreciate that some things change. But this Fifth Amendment it's just the commencement of construction date, basically.
Yes, and there was a existing stipulation by which the development agreement needed to be finalized, which was prior to submission of building permits, and so we actually put an additional time limit, more restrictive time limit in that at 6 months, so that we would bring back the developers agreement to the city commission by June of next year.
So development agreement by June 30th, 2024.
Correct.
Because that has to happen. That has to happen before commencement of construction.
It does, yes.
All right. So then construction some point after that, but before January 2025. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right. So it's basically a year. Is there anything else we should be expecting as change? Because if it's just a year and they want other amendments, is there anything else that's coming up that we think that we still have more work to do besides? It sounds like there's some work on right of way. Sounds like the stormwater has been dealt with. Are there anything else coming up on this?
I mean, I think what we would expect is we're going to bring the developers agreement forward to the commission for approval prior to that date of June 30th. Any other remaining issues we would bring to you at that same time.
Okay.
But we don't at this point we don't really anticipate there being any other major design challenges.
Okay. And just because we're talking about this now versus in 6 months when other things come forward, and I don't know if this is a question that I can ask of the owners or the applicants. Is office space something that is still in need? I know that compared to two years ago, I know nationally office space in most downtowns is vacant, and they're trying to figure out how to turn that into housing. In much larger cities, I don't know where it fits into our local downtown.
So I will let the applicants answer that question.
Is that all right?
Sure, that's fine.
While we're here, we've got a little time to talk.
If they choose to respond, Mr. Lyons, come on.
Anthony Lyons representing AMJ, and thank you. And thank you for pulling it. It gives us a chance to talk about the project. Something we are proud of, have moved, I think, quite efficiently. So the office space, people are renting office spaces. It's not in probably the volume it was, a few years, especially before COVID. We still plan on having office space in the building, and have had some interest, candidly, in people thus far. So it's something we'll still incorporate into some part of the project. Probably on the first floor on the southwest second side, which is less of a retail side, and keep the traditional retail on First Avenue. So,
okay. Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm going to remind folks in the auditorium that we don't allow signs in the auditorium, and that means even digital signs. So, and there's a reason for that. We're going to try to maintain decency in the room. I'm going to go on and read our civility statement before we move. Did you conclude? I'm sorry, Commissioner Willetts. I'm going to read our civility statement before we go to public comment, should there be any. The City of Gainesville encourages civil public speech. The Gainesville City Commission expects each person entering this chamber to treat others with respect and courtesy. Speakers are expected to focus on agenda items under discussion and avoid personal attacks or offensive comments. I'll read that again. Speakers are expected to focus on agenda items under discussion and avoid personal attacks or offensive comments. Threatening language is not allowed. Anyone who repeatedly disrupts the proceedings will be asked to leave. Make your mama proud when you walk in here, that's all. I mean, there's simple rules.
We do not have any public comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's no comment, I'd like to move staff's recommendation to approve the amendment.
Second.
All right, any other questions?
I just want to make a statement because we had Ms. Silva, who was here earlier, referring to public-private partnerships, and just I just kind of wanted to make a point about this one, that the feeling that they had increased, that there have been issues with them in recent years, and I've just been trying to figure out where we go with our downtown. I've been trying to really dive deep into where we came from, the decisions we made, what worked, what didn't work, and I'd say everyone sort of points to the 80s and the 90s as a time when the downtown started to really shift and turn, and looking at it, what we're doing here is right in line with all those. If not, I mean, those were significantly messier, significantly more on the ground, significantly more where you were working with these commercial entities. Land was given to the McGurns, there was TIF funds, there were all sorts of different things that for the first time we decided as a city that we weren't just going to spend infrastructure dollars to tear down portions of our downtown to make surface level parking lots. We were going to work with local merchants and people that had ideas and try to figure out how we're going to actually have restaurants and retail and places in there. And that just gets messier than building a road, widening a road, tearing things, using eminent domain to tear things down and put in parking lots. But the proof is in the pudding for what it did for downtown. I mean, Arlington Square Apartments, I believe, was public land before that was given, and now it's market rate housing. Downtown really rejuvenated itself on us reversing the mistakes from the 60s and 70s where we just decided downtown needed to be a parking lot and turned it into a place that people actually wanted to go. We have to hold folks accountable because this is public dollars, this is taxpayer dollars, as you mentioned, Commissioner Book. But Lot 10 was part of that plan. It was from the mid-60s. I think it's been a parking lot. There's no reason to have surface level parking lots in our main downtown area. And we just got to make sure that we as a commission are holding folks accountable, making sure they're doing what's for the benefit of the full community. But also, I mean, this is downtown. You need to work with the merchants. You need to work with the folks that are actually selling the things and are working down there. And so I think I'm excited about the project, and I'm happy to do an extension. I'd like to see it move more quickly forward. But just I wanted to kind of hit that on the head because I know people have unease about it, as do I. But I just think that means we got to hold ourselves to a higher standard as we're moving through these public-private partnerships. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thanks to everyone involved in the process thus far. I'm looking forward to seeing something coming out of the ground over there. Been looking forward to that since I've been a part of the commission, and I know a long time before that, folks were trying to get something done there. So I remain hopeful and look forward to this. All right, I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
That concludes our morning agenda.
Very good. I will see you all here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. The afternoon session, we are back in session. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Gainesville History Moment with Miss Donna Waller.
And while Ms. Waller's coming up, I will tell those of you who are new to city commission meetings, if you want to speak and do public comment on general public comment or on any specific item, please do fill out a form, and I know most of you all have done so. That helps us keep things keep a list of who's next so that we can move through it a little with a little less effort and more efficiency. And you'll all have 3 minutes to talk about whatever you'd like. Welcome, Ms. Waller. Good to see you.
Hi, everybody. Before I start, I'd like to make a request of all of you, which is that my partner in this enterprise, Ms. Vivian Filer, is currently in the hospital, and please send her some good thoughts. And if anyone watching is a senior citizen, get your RSV shot, please.
Yes.
That's all I have to say. So, today I want to talk about something as usual that's linked to something you folks have done, but you have to wait till the end for that. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, Gainesville had become Florida's center for countercultural lifestyles and social movement politics. And that's a topic that I'll have to revisit at some point later. But for those of you who don't know and don't delve into history, there were protests and demonstrations and love-ins, and people got arrested. And there was actually an anthropology case study written about, quote, Gainesville's hippie ghetto and the lifestyles there. And everyone knows about the music, but what I want to talk about today has an emphasis on the social movement politics part of it. By the time I moved to Gainesville in 1980, the town had a very full, progressive life, but it lacked coherence. And by 1980, if you moved here and you were an activist, the question wasn't whether you were going to get active, it was how you're going to get active. And there were 1 million organizations, 1 million events, just like today, but no computers and cell phones to track them on. And then in 1986, a group of activists realized what it would take to take that progressive life of the community and turn it into a real community. In 1986, and you know I like to name names, Joe Corder and Jenny Brown and a bunch of the town's activists founded the Gainesville Iguana. And that actually provided the centralization that the progressive community needed. Just like it does today, the first thing it did was to list all the organizations and to put a calendar in so everyone knew what was going on all the time. And the Iguana remains the voice in many ways of Gainesville's progressive politics. It did articles on local politics and national politics and state politics, as well as providing an anchor for Gainesville's progressive life. By 1993, these same people had decided that the progressive community not only needed a voice, but it needed a place. And in 1993, the Civic Media Center was founded. This year is its 30th anniversary. It started out at 1021 West University Avenue, and if you ever went through the old tapes, you would hear me discussing why you don't want to do third-party voting with groups at the CMC. The CMC started doing music and events as well as providing a huge alternative library, which still exists. And when I taught at Santa Fe, I would direct my students to the library facilities at the CMC. They started a project called Radical Rush, where they went on the university campus along with the sororities and fraternities and recruited people into various organizations and let people know about the progressive life of the community. And in 2010, they moved into their current location on South Main Street. The CMC has given such an outlet to progressive politics in Gainesville. The library still exists, and so do the meetings, and so do the poetry jams, and so does the music, and so does the free grocery day on Tuesday, where CMC volunteers simply give out food. It has brought incredible scholars here, Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky, for two, to celebrate its various anniversaries. And you may know that when you folks gave the key to the city to Laura Jane Grace, one of the things she said was that the CMC had given her a home when she was in Gainesville and an outlet for her volunteer activities. So the CMC is having a party. It's December 3rd at the Cotton Club Museum. Dr. Paul Ortiz, who's been the head of the Samuel Proctor Oral History Project at UF, will be the speaker. It's from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. And if you have some time, come out and celebrate the heart of Gainesville's progressive community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Always enjoy the history moment. Now, before we go into public comment, a lot of y'all are new here. We don't clap, we don't cheer, we don't jeer, because unfortunately, one of those things inevitably flows into the other thing. So please don't. We also don't allow signs, and I don't think there's any issue with that today, but go ahead and go, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we first have early public comment, but we do not have anyone signed up.
Okay. Because I have you all here, I'll tell you what early public comment is, just in case at some point in the future you might want to engage in that. If you can't stay with us to speak on an item that is on the agenda, but you have something you'd like to speak to that is on the agenda, we offer this thing called early public comment, where you can speak, you can register to speak and speak to an item that is on the agenda for later, but you don't get to speak to it twice. You get to speak to it either early or when it comes up. But that's a thing we offer to try to make it more convenient for people to be on the record for something that is part of the agenda. I think most of you are not here for something that is on the agenda, but just for a future record, that's something to be aware of.
All right, we have general public comment. We have 16 speakers currently signed up.
Okay.
First,
So, but before you go into that, I want to lay a few ground rules. We are very intentionally respectful of each other in this room. And so when you come to the mic, you will have 3 minutes. And because there are many people who do want to speak, I'll get to you in just a second. Hold on. Because there are a lot of people who want to speak, we're going to hold fast to the 3 minutes. There's a lighting system up here. If there's a green light, it means you got plenty of time to talk. If the yellow light comes on, it means you have 1 minute or less. If it turns red, I'm going to ask you to stop, please, so that everybody has a reasonable amount of time to speak their mind. I will urge you that if you are going to say essentially the same thing as a number of other people, it is always okay for a speaker to say, here's what I believe, and these other 10 people, who can then stand up and wave their hands, believe the same thing. Or you're more than welcome to use your 3 minutes however you would like. But just because you have 3 minutes doesn't mean you have to use 3 minutes, I will say. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Do I have to sign up, or
We'll get you a form here, and we do ask that folks sign up so that we have a list of who to call next, and try to maintain a little order by doing it that way. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have David Jones, followed by Chris Arias, and then Nicholas Lloyd.
Okay.
Mr. Jones?
And by the way, if you are requesting that we take action on something, or you have want us to answer questions, please don't be disappointed if we don't speak to you then, because again, that's not our practice. Everybody gets to talk, and then we'll address things after public comment is finished. So,
thank you.
Welcome.
I'm here today to urge for the introduction of a ceasefire resolution to bring an end to the horrible bloodshed amounting to genocide we've seen for the last month and a half in the Gaza Strip. Israel, since 1967, has occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Both are occupations of a single nation, Palestine, and the occupation is brutal. The occupation involves the dispossession, murder, incarceration, and disruption of daily life, with a single goal: to annex all of the land and expel the indigenous people, the Palestinians. The latest and most brutal exhibition of this brutal occupation and ethnic cleansing is taking place in the last month and a half. It amounts to a genocide. To call it something else would be inaccurate. The United States is the biggest supporter, and therefore the biggest perpetrator of this genocide that Israel and the United States are committing together. We have blood on our hands, and the only way that we can begin to mend the wounds that we have caused in Palestine is by calling for an immediate ceasefire. We have an opportunity today to make a difference for a group of people that we may have never interacted with, but a group of people that deserves life, freedom, in the same way as anybody else. That goes without saying. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the group.
Thank you.
All right, Chris Arias, followed by Nicholas Lloyd, and then Abigail Fletcher.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name is Chris Arias. Where to begin? The last 41 days, this has mostly been what I've preoccupied myself with. I think it's one of the things that separates this conflict from others is the way that we're watching it unfold. We are watching Israel slaughter innocent people, half of them children, around the clock, and have every day for the last 41 days. I'm 36. I haven't had cable news for about 10 years, so I get my content online, from the ground, from cell phone cameras, from the people that are experiencing this. And so are many other people, and so are many other people around the world. The other day I woke up to, excuse the graphics of this, a Palestinian child's severed head wrapped in a scarf. I know what babies look like with nothing but intestines from the waist down. I know what they look like with nothing but intestines from the waist up. I saw a father bring his child's remains in little garbage bags to an overwhelmed hospital that was running out of fuel because, as we know, Israel has cut off fuel, electricity, food, and water from Palestine, or from the Gaza Strip, and are currently raiding the West Bank. So when I see these things, when everyone in the world, when many people in the world are seeing these things, including your constituents, it is imperative that we make it very clear that Gainesville condemns this and that we want a ceasefire. Increasingly, every day, more countries and more people are coming out and realizing the truth. It's exponential, it's unstoppable, but time is critical. And that's why we need to we need to act now. We need to make it clear to the White House and Congress that Gainesville needs a ceasefire, that America needs a ceasefire. Because history will judge this harshly. This is the genocide that we will talk about for the rest of our lives. The world is judging us harshly right now as we continue to send $3.8 billion in support for Israel's crimes with our tax dollars every day. I know we're just a city, but every entity counts. Every entity can help get the message across and put the pressure on, and it's working. It's working. I'm seeing it today. The language is changing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So we have Nicholas Lloyd, followed by Abigail Fletcher and Carly Schuster.
Welcome.
Thank you. Let me tell you a story. A story about an American woman who traveled to Palestine. Now, the story is before October 7th, and not in Gaza, but in the West Bank. As the woman walked through the halls of a school, a little girl walked up to her. She asked the American that when she comes back to America, she asks us to stop. Now that hurts, that the country we all love can cause such pain to another. I can only imagine what that girl thinks now, and I can only imagine what the children of Gaza think now. That girl did not know that the odds were quite certain her words would never leave that hallway, but she dared to hope they would, and now here they are, nearly 7,000 miles away. I know that my words here today may never leave this room, but I dare to hope they do. And I ask you to have the same hope, because just as I can speak louder than the children of Gaza, you can speak louder than I can, and so forth. Let this not be the room where her words die. I urge this council to adopt a resolution calling for a ceasefire. We must speak up. Lastly, I ask of you that if you do not hear my words today, do not hear the words of anybody else speaking on this matter today, that you hear the words of that girl, that you hear the cries of the children in Gaza. And if still you hear nothing, then at least recognize the silence of the 4,000 children who are no longer with us. I speak for them, and I hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abigail Fletcher, followed by Carly Schuster and Maya Valesco.
Hello, Mayor Ward and all of the city commissioners. My name is Abigail Fletcher, and I was born and raised in Gainesville, and I live here now with my 2 young children. I'm one of the community members who came together to propose to the city of Gainesville to pass a ceasefire resolution that was emailed to you earlier this week, along with a request for this proposal to make it on the agenda of a city commission meeting as soon as possible. I am here to ask the City Commission to pass a ceasefire resolution in Gaza because, first of all, I'm a parent of 2 precious children, and I'm grief-stricken to see the number of precious children who have been taken by violence in Palestine and Israel since October 7th. From the research I've been able to do, I understand that at least 35 Israeli children have been killed, and over 4,500 Palestinian children in Gaza have been killed. How would we want the world to react if 4,500 of our children here in Gainesville were slaughtered? I am here, secondly, as a midwife who believes in birth justice, which includes the human right for all pregnant people to give birth with safety and dignity. I'm here in solidarity with the midwives, doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers in Gaza who are in unthinkable, horrendous position of not having clean water, electricity, medicine, medical supplies to treat the injured and save lives. Preterm babies who need incubators and oxygen to survive are struggling to breathe. 50,000 pregnant people in Gaza are without sufficient medical care. Those who need cesareans are having to undergo urgent cesareans without anesthesia. Hospitals overflowing with injured, terrified, traumatized patients are being bombed. How can we stand by while these war crimes are being committed with our government support and our tax dollars supporting it? Cities all over the country are signing ceasefire resolutions, and Gainesville can also take a stand to do what we can to stop this genocide. And at last of all, I'm here as a member of Jewish Voice for Peace and a grandchild of a Jewish Holocaust survivor. For those who may be concerned with the accusation that support for ceasefire is anti-Semitic, I turn to guidance from my 96-year-old grandfather, whose childhood was immersed in anti-Semitism, who experienced his adolescent years in concentration camps, and who lost 14 members of his extended family, my ancestors, who were murdered by the Nazis during this time. So I'd like to end my comment with my grandfather's words, who wrote me an email recently expressing his support for my advocacy for ceasefire. He says that he's been deeply impacted by the October 7th attack and concerned for our Israeli family who lives there, and also watching the genocide in Gaza unfold has been deeply troubling to him. He says the merciless bombardment of Gaza that has resulted at this point of time in 11,000 Gazans being killed and their non-functioning hospitals being turned into morgues, an expression of unbridled fury qualifying as crimes against humanity. Now we know from experience, in my grandfather's words, he says, now we know from experience that vengeance does not work to promote peace. It does not, he wanted to end with a quote that says, it does not require moral courage to seek vengeance. It requires moral courage to exercise self-restraint, even when every fiber of one's being cries out for vengeance. Thank you for this opportunity to have public comment, and I wanted to encourage everyone in the room who hasn't signed up yet, who would like to sign up, they can still sign up here, filling out a card over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carly Schuster, followed by Maya Valesco and Mary Barr.
And I will once again remind folks, I don't want to cut anybody off, but please cut yourself off at 3 minutes.
I'll be really short.
Thank you.
I quote Lana Busta, how many more poems, novels, paintings, photographs, diary excerpts, family photos, and other human artifacts do we need to share in order to say, look, these are human beings, and we should treat them as such. We should amplify Palestinian voices, but not from a place of defensiveness. None of this has to be done with white victims. Nobody needs to share a photo of their pet to prove they have the right to live. I'm Jewish, and I believe Israel does not make Jews safer. In fact, it endangers our lives. I call for the City Commission and urge the City Commission to call for immediate ceasefire and end the Israeli occupation, urging the federal government to do so as well. Not in my name.
Thank you.
Maya Valesco, Mary Barr, followed by Margaret, and I cannot read the last name, but it's the only Margaret on the list.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having us and for allowing us to speak. I've been really upset, so apologies in advance if I'm not able to maintain my composure. My father was Ukrainian, and my mother's a Tunisian. I am the daughter of a Muslim Arab who had the good fortune to be raised among the beautiful, generous, joyful Palestinians of diaspora. Throughout my life, I've met and known people who are Palestinian, but from Lebanon, Palestinian, but from Egypt, Palestinian, but from Syria. And as a child, I did not comprehend the magnitude of what this signified, but I learned and have known for a long time, and now it seems that the world is waking up to what this means. And waking up to the plight and struggle of the Palestinian people that goes way beyond October 7th. I'm here to urge the Commission to stand for the values that you purport to uphold, centering citizens and empowering people by adopting a ceasefire resolution to alleviate the pain, suffering, and indignities brought on to the people of Gaza and elsewhere, and sanctioned, if not endorsed, by our US government. In closing, I just wanted to read a poem that I came across that's titled Because of Us. This morning I learned that the English word gauze, finely woven medical cloth, comes from the Arabic word ghaza, because Gazans have been skilled weavers for centuries. I wondered then how many of our wounds have been dressed because of them, and how many of theirs have been left open because of us.
Mary Barr, followed by Margaret, and then Jem Lorenzana.
I'm Mary Barr. I'm here to speak for a resolution for the ceasefire in Palestine. Greetings to the commission and Mayor Ward. As I'm coming as a member of Vets for Peace and a veteran of Vietnam, and as a mother and a teacher for 30 years. And so I'm going to speak to what's happening to the children. And so imagine, I want you to use your imagination, that I'm holding two babies here. And they're about 3-4 months old, the cute stage. So they're really adorable, aren't they? And I'm hoping I get through my speech before I need to change a diaper. So one of these babies is Palestinian and one is Israeli. And if I really was holding them, you couldn't tell the difference. They would look the same. Now, as I'm standing here, the Palestinian baby's parents may be hearing a whistling noise or jets coming overhead, and perhaps air raid sirens, so those may not be working in Gaza right now. In Vietnam, we called that incoming. And of course, the Palestinian baby certainly seems to be much more at risk than the Israeli baby. But the truth is, in war, you don't, if you are in the opposing country, you still have what we call blowback. And so imagine then that Hamas, or there are many allies who, by the way, the bombs and missiles and bullets that are incoming to Gaza, they all have the names of American taxpayers engraved on them. Imaginary, but they're definitely there, because we are paying for those weapons. Now, if Hamas lobs a rocket or a mortar into Israel, our names may also be on those, because we have so many weapons that have been sent to the Middle East. Many of them have ended up in the wrong hands. And so we have a stand here in this battle that's very important as American citizens for you to think about. So now, the Israeli baby may seem fairly safe, but as I said, there will be retaliation. And beyond that, if these babies survive this war, what kind of life are they going to have? What we need is a ceasefire. Now, I wasn't a nurse in Vietnam, I was an intelligence officer. And I can tell you, behind the scenes, people are frantically working for peace if they are diplomats, if they are intelligence officers.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you. So there's a better chance if we have a ceasefire, and that's why I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, followed by Jem Lorenzana, and then Venom Spade.
Hello, I'm Margaret Rose Delisle, and I have lived in Gainesville for 2.5 years. I take pictures of the buildings to make sure that I can keep record of this place. I learned photography skills from my friend Hanny, who is Palestinian, and he told me that if you wanted to take a good picture, you had to show everybody what you wanted to see. As I've walked along the streets these past 40 days, I've thought about what it would be like if these buildings that I love so much and these people who I have met were bombed. I think about what would happen if they were bombed, and how untouched we as Americans have been through countless wars over the past decades, putting our money and our souls towards the wars of others so that they can benefit for false capital such as money that doesn't do anything to benefit the lives of us as individuals walking around our cities looking at these buildings that aren't being bombed, and what that means. Every day I wake up in anxiety and sweat and tears, knowing that it is my country, the one that I have given my life to, that allows this to happen over and over again as it sits in its wealth and its privilege, its beauty, its trees, and it's not being bombed. I think that when we consider going forward, our words do matter, and the actions we take do matter. And if I'm to pay taxes, then I do not want to be represented by people who would rather bomb those they don't even know, don't know anything about, take the humanity away from. Not in my name do I want our money to be spent when we could be feeding and sheltering the people who are walking the streets to this day. There's communities of people at Bo Diddley Plaza, and that's where they sleep. Why are we spending money on bombs to murder children, the future, when we could be making sure that every single human being in this world is properly fed and taken care of? There is absolutely no need for the violence. It is completely and utterly ridiculous that we are even having to have this conversation, but we do have to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jem Lorenzana, followed by Venom Spade and William Rohan.
Welcome.
I'm very nervous, and I have a stutter, so I apologize.
So hang on just a second. Let me say that this is hard for you. I understand that it's difficult to stand on the other side of that lectern. It's perfectly okay to be nervous, but keep in mind that we're just folks that you're going to see in Publix and elsewhere. We're just folks sitting up here listening, okay?
Thank you.
I'll give you time to go through. Yeah.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Jem Lorenzana, and I'm a resident of Gainesville. I'm here today in part with the Gainesville pod of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm also here as a concerned global citizen doing my global civic duty. I'm here in support of a proposal for a resolution urging the president to support an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. It is my hope that this proposal will be fiercely supported by the elected city commission officials. There have been conflations between the call for a ceasefire and anti-Semitism, and my friends from Jewish Voice for Peace are here as proof that this is not the case. They're here as proof that standing on the side of humanity, on the side of protecting the innocent civilian lives in Palestine, does in fact not conflate with anti-Semitism. Demanding the end to the wanton murders of women and children, the end to the genocide of the people of Palestine, the end to the countless war crimes that are being perpetrated by the Zionists in Israel, does in fact not conflate with anti-Semitism. These sentiments can only be conflated with the idea of peace, with the idea of outrage for the lost lives, with the idea of sadness, with the idea of exhaustion from watching American officials at the top supporting and funding these war crimes. These sentiments can be conflated with the renewed fervor of the public to do whatever they can to accomplish, at bare minimum, a ceasefire in Palestine. I would like to read some recent figures that were last updated on November 14th that are relative to the genocide in Palestine. In Gaza, there have been 11,240 people killed since October 7th, and in the occupied West Bank, that number is 183. This includes 4,673 children and 3,131 women. These numbers translate to 285 people killed in Palestine each day since October 7th. People that are supposed to be protected by international humanitarian law. There have also been 29,890 injured, including at least 8,663 children. To put that into perspective, that's 69% of the total deaths being women and children. And do not dare to forget that this does not include the people, men, women, and children, still under rubble, still uncounted, still unfound. Again, we demand a proposal for a resolution urging the president to support an immediate ceasefire in Palestine that is supported by Gainesville, Florida, and I hope by all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Venom Spade, followed by William Rohan, and then Jim Conish.
Welcome.
Hello and thank you. My name is Venom Avery Spade, and I am here to express support for the City of Gainesville to pass a resolution advocating for a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. I hope that my voice as a Jewish member of our community can lend legitimacy to the movement for a ceasefire. I am aware of the criticisms abound that it is anti-Semitic to oppose Israel's military strategies. But I must push back against the invocation of Jewish trauma to defend an unjust war. Over the course of Israel's attacks on Gaza since October 7th, more than 11,000 Palestinians have been killed. Because the population of Gaza is 50% children, a tragic 4,000 children have died, and more innocent lives are at risk if we do not have a ceasefire now. Israel completely controls supplies and people entering or exiting Gaza, and they have used this power to stifle access to electricity, food, clean water, and medical supplies. In a matter of weeks, on a piece of land 25 miles long, Israel has dropped thousands of bombs on the Palestinian people, and entire family lines have been destroyed. We need a ceasefire and the provision of humanitarian aid before a genocide of the Palestinian people takes place. Israel's stated mission is to flatten Gaza. They will continue this violence if the U.S. does not intervene. The U.S. has diplomatic power, and we are also sending $14.3 billion to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Federation. I'm not sure what the F stands for. Our tax dollars are funding their military, so it is our responsibility to ensure that our resources aren't being put towards killing even more children and families. I am troubled by the accusations of anti-Semitism towards people who find fault with Israel's military strategies. As a Jewish person witnessing this violence and apartheid, I must say, not in my name. As U.S. citizens of this powerful country, Gainesville can stand together and declare that we need a ceasefire now. We must use our voice to intervene in this ongoing violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Rohan, followed by Jim Conish, and then Isabella de la Huerta.
Welcome, Mr. Rohan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and good afternoon, Mayor Harvey Ward. Thank you for giving me some time to be up here. So I noticed that everybody's talking about Palestine and the conflict over there, and just something to remember is a call to the Christians that Jesus was born in Palestine, and it's something that we don't really point out very often, that the person that they worship was a Palestinian man. His birth, life, death, resurrection, and ascension was essential to this belief system. And to see a place like Kensington, Brooklyn, where Muslims live in harmony with Jewish people, you have Hindus living in harmony with Indian, Pakistani Muslims, and I have to ask the question, why does this work so well in America and it can't work in the Middle East? I mean, we don't have borders between them, but everybody lives together in harmony up there, and it has to do something with the freedom of speech and the economic opportunities. And if it can be done in Brooklyn, it can be done anywhere, just as an example. But what I'm actually here to talk about is our homeless problem here in Gainesville, and that most people don't have access to cash, which is what the homeless like for their food, their shelter, their clothing. So these little papers that we still give out, most people don't use them. And a pilot program that they had in London, England, if you can see this, it's like a show and tell. They were able to get astonishingly brilliant results just with something so simple. Since most homeless are disabled and have Social Security disability benefits, they have a bank account and a phone, and this would be a way for them to be able to get money so that they don't have to commit crimes to get their food and their medicine that they need. And it's a pilot program that I feel would be great here in Gainesville, Florida. And I know it's an unsolicited program, but something that I'd like to bring before the commissioners here to allot some money for so that we can have our homeless covered and that they'd be able to have equal opportunity to be able to get funds. I mean, cash rules everything around me in the 70s, but now technology does. And so it's one of those things where we have to step up and look to other places like London, England, and say, hey, if it works there, it can work here. And it's a very simple thing. You have either Venmo, Cash App, Square, whatever it might be, and then they're able to get some funds and go on with their day without harassment or bothering people. You can see from a mile away, oh, this person needs some help. If all I have to do is scan it with my cell phone, I may be way more willing to give them help. And I just like to say assalamu alaikum and peace. And God bless to everybody in this world that we may have peace, which is positive energy activates constant elevation. Not protons, electrons always cause explosions.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan.
Jim Conish, followed by Isabella de la Huerta, and then Jacqueline Betts.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I have no animosity toward anybody up there. You all have difficult jobs. As you know, Mr. Mayor, when we speak, it's cordial and respectful. And the same goes for me and the city attorney. Our charter has been changed, and the GRU-GM no longer is within the administration of the city. It's in the GM is now a charter officer. The city attorney has ignored and continues to ignore the clear mandate that the authority must be free from the direction and control of the city commission, proclaiming himself as the attorney for the city, therefore the attorney for the authority. He doesn't bother to observe that any conflict between Article 7 and his charter provision is resolved in favor of the charter. So he has no legal basis to claim that he is the attorney for the authority. Moreover, he's licensed by the Florida Bar, and he's prohibited from having conflicts of interest in his legal representation, and he's blowing that off too. And let me just go over some of the bad news that came out last night. The authority wants the $250,000 back that GRU paid for a bogus knee/Ackerman lawsuit, just completely excoriated by Judge Dempsey. They're discussing having no general fund transfer, government services contribution. They discussed 31 touch points between GRU and the city, and now many are no longer of any value or applicability to GRU anymore. They discussed whether the Auditor General's mandated accurate cost allocations in the service level agreement have been implemented. Of course, they haven't. They discussed the ongoing financial waste and abuse that's led to your being asked to resign along with the general manager. You have completely failed to effectuate an orderly transition of control of GRU to the authority, and that was all overseen and promoted by the city attorney. And the GRU general manager lowered the fuel adjustment charge, which is fine, but he has no authority to do that. So we have an ongoing legal insurrection taking place. And I would ask, so that I don't have to file a bar complaint, which I don't want to do, I would ask the city attorney to refrain from any representation. They don't want him there, but he's actually telling them any attorney they would hire would be just a consultant under his thumb, and that's preposterous. That's absolutely preposterous. And if you keep doing this, what they're going to do is they're going to make the authority a separate unit of government so they can sue you to kingdom come. And the next step would be to transfer ownership of GRU to the authority so that when they dissolve you, GRU would remain standing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Conish.
Isabella de la Huerta, followed by Jacqueline Betts, and then followed by Aviva Asher.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I am here to speak on behalf of an anonymous Gainesville resident. As the Jewish daughter of an Israeli and the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, I am deeply ashamed and horrified at the genocidal actions Israel is taking against Palestine. For decades, the occupation of Palestinian land has resulted in horrific and unjustified violence towards an innocent people. My grandmother, who fled Nazi occupation and violence, ended up in Israel, establishing a family and a life she had been previously robbed of. The hypocrisy of this robbing others of their lives is not lost on either of us. When talking to her over the years, she has expressed her horror at people using her trauma to inflict the same violence on others. In the recent weeks, this violence has escalated to a grotesque degree. The genocide of Palestinians needs to end. Calling for a ceasefire is not condoning the actions of Hamas. It is condemning the actions of Israel, killing 13,000 innocent civilians, and seeing that number rise every day. Calling for a ceasefire is not anti-Semitic. It is empathetic. It is a statement that we are better than those who sought to exterminate our ancestors. Never again means never again for anyone. I urge you to join your citizens in calling for a ceasefire because this is not a war, it is a genocide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Betts, followed by Aviva Asher, and then Marina Smerling.
Welcome, good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I was taking my litter out to the road to put in the recycling bin today, and my little cat food cans go in a little bin, and I thought, what the hell's the use? We have just dropped 32,000 tons of bombs on Palestine. And this little tin can going in this recycling bin isn't going to make a hell of a lot of difference unless we get everybody to stand up and say, not in my name. I love this city, and this city needs to stand up and say, ceasefire. You know, the USA is number one in exporting weapons, number one in producing bombs, number one in using non-renewable fossil fuels. And as a retired uncontrolled hazardous waste site inspector for the US EPA, the US military is number one in creating uncontrolled hazardous waste sites that have contaminated our world. We need a ceasefire. 11,451 dead, mostly bombs made in the USA, 32,000 tons of explosives fired by Israel since October 7th. There's got to be a better way. Let's just not have it in our name. Let's have the city of Gainesville, my city, the city we love, say not in our name. Love you all.
Thank you.
Aviva Asher, followed by Marina Smerling, and then Richard McMaster.
Welcome. Can we turn, there you go.
Hello, my name is Aviva Asher. I'm a Jewish mother, farmer, and small business owner in Gainesville, and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I was raised by observant Jewish parents in a large Jewish community in Philadelphia. My parents were born on the heels of the Holocaust, and my father always related his age to the state of Israel. My great-grandparents escaped the pogroms in Russia, Poland, and Ukraine, and my uncle fought as a partisan against the Nazis. As a child, I feared that I could be forced into ghettos by a sophisticated military power aiming for our annihilation, while others stood by or even cheered. These were my fears even in the comfortable Philadelphia neighborhood in which I was raised. And while this is a reverberation of collective generational trauma, it is this experience, among many others, that has definitely aligned my moral compass on the side of the oppressed. I know that it is challenging for many to cut through the Western media that largely dehistoricizes and decontextualizes this conflict while dehumanizing Palestinians. And it is particularly confusing for many to weigh in when Jewish identity has been instrumentalized to further Western hegemonic agenda in the Middle East. And by design, any critical questioning of Israel's actions is met with allegations of anti-Semitism. As Anna Baltzer, American author and activist, wrote, Palestinians, of course, do not care what religion their occupiers are. Like all occupied people, they will resist whoever is occupying them. My mother's cousin Mark in the Belgian resistance did not stab a German soldier because he was Christian. The very idea is ludicrous. We need a basic analysis of power and history to understand that Hamas attacks on Israeli civilians, while egregious, had nothing to do with those Israelis' religion and everything to do with occupation and settler colonialism. As we speak, 11,240 Palestinians have been killed and over 4,500 children. There is no justification in international law for targeting civilians or holding civilian hostages. That was true when Hamas attacked Israel, and we must apply the same standard to the Israeli military as it subjects a captive population in Gaza to a massive attack by land, air, and sea. They are targeting hospitals, using white phosphorus, and forcing 1.1 million people to flee south, while bombing both the designated evacuation routes and the southern Gaza Strip. The Israeli government is threatening to commit genocide against Palestinians and denying their humanity. I've seen how a generation of Israelis trained in the Israeli military have come to see Palestinians as less than human. The unthinkable becomes acceptable when we deny people their humanity. I know that there is no military solution to the horrors of the past month. I am joining 80% of Americans that believe there needs to be a ceasefire. I am joining Representative Cori Bush and 23 other Democratic representatives in calling for a ceasefire, de-escalation, and humanitarian aid to Gaza. I am joining with the UN Security Council in demanding a ceasefire. When the federal government...
Wrap up, please.
Okay. When the federal government fails to speak on behalf of the people, we look to our local municipal governments to speak for the people in hopes that this will have a snowball effect. I hope we will join today with cities like Toronto, Providence, Rhode Island, and Carrboro, North Carolina, and others in passing a ceasefire resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marina Smerling, followed by Richard McMaster and Minal Murshid.
Welcome.
Hi. Oh my goodness, this is nerve-wracking. Hi, commissioners. Hi, Mayor Ward. Thank you for your listening today. My name is Marina Smerling. I'm a marriage and family therapist. I'm a long-time trainer in something called nonviolent communication, a form of conflict resolution. And most importantly, I speak today, I'm going to cry, as a Jew and as a mom to the light of my world, to a 3-year-old girl. I want to add my voice today to the thousands of other Jews in the diaspora saying to Israel, not in our name, never again, ceasefire now. I'm going to speak to 3 reasons why I believe the city here should adopt a resolution in support of a ceasefire. And number 1 is the simple bottom line, which you've heard plenty about today, and that's just the sanctity of human life. I know you care about the stories that you're hearing. I know if I saw you in Publix, you'd be carrying the same stories inside of you that I'm hearing today. As a mom, I can't even begin to fathom the grief of the hundreds of moms in Israel's border communities who lost a family member dear to them on the 7th. And as a mom, I can't even begin to fathom the grief of thousands of mothers in Gaza who have lost their children since the 7th. Number 2, as a Jew in our city, I want to say that I feel less safe, like many of my friends and acquaintances here, as a result of Israel's actions, not more safe. We know that the only way to peace in Israel-Palestine, oh my goodness gracious, the only way to peace in Israel-Palestine is through attending to the needs of the Palestinian people, ending the occupation, ensuring the dignity of basic human rights, the right to vote, my goodness gracious, giving them something to live for, not against, giving them something to hope for, not against. And this is the international community's responsibility. And number 3, I want to speak to the essentialness of relationship building as the path to peace, certainly not war. 10 years ago, I assisted a nonviolent communication training in the West Bank for 100 Palestinians and Israelis, and we broke bread together for 10 days. We slept side by side. We shared our stories, and it is so evidently clear the vast majority of Palestinians want peace. They just want to live their lives, and this is the support that they need. Why Gainesville? Why the heck are we here? Because, of course, you're our representatives, but furthermore, because this is Gainesville's legacy, the legacy of building relationships. I know that in 1997, Gainesville established a sister city project with Qalqilia in the West Bank, and there were, oh, goodness gracious, so much I want to say. I want Gainesville to stand for its legacy of relationship building, standing for the way of peace, standing for life, standing for our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Richard McMaster, followed by Minal Murshid, and then Melanie Barr.
Welcome, Mr. McMaster. It's good to see you.
I represent Gainesville's Interfaith Alliance for Immigrant Justice and are welcoming Gainesville to Alachua County. And I was going to say that I understand that the City Commission is not concerned with national policy, that you're here to work with what we need here within the city. But at the same time, when we find the Congress killing the legislation that had earlier provided funding for victims of domestic violence, and that Pleasant Paths here in Gainesville depended on that federal appropriation, and that consequently they turn around and they have no problem giving vast amounts to pay for armaments for destruction in Gaza. Now, we have had many times this afternoon mentions of the nearly 5,000 children who have died in Gaza from the bombings. And perhaps in the course of all that, maybe 20, 30, 40 actual Hamas fighters might have been killed. But 5,000 children. And I think if we were to come out of this room and see that a hit-and-run driver had struck a child, regardless of a black child, a white child, a brown child, whatever ethnicity or religion, in front of Holy Trinity, I'm sure we wouldn't just walk away. And I don't think we can walk away from what's going on there. There is a passage that you may well know in the Hebrew prophet Ezekiel, where he has a vision of the Lord telling him that I will take away their hearts of stone and I will give them hearts of flesh. And that has to be our prayer for America, that, dear God, take away our hearts of stone and give us hearts of flesh. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Minal Murshid, and then our last speaker, Melanie Barr.
Hello, I'm Manal. So, growing up, something that my dad was always so proud of was that him and my mom are Americans by choice. See, so many people in this room are Americans by chance. You happen to be born in this country that sings about freedom from sea to shining sea. I am also an American by chance. I happen to be born in this country to parents who chose to come here and become citizens. But my parents are honestly the true patriots of this country because they're Americans by choice. So I grew up in this country, seeing firsthand what it means to choose to be an American, to have a voice and to be able to speak up for all those who are oppressed around the world. And I was raised surrounded by and marveling at the beauty of the Palestinian diaspora, who make up some of my closest friends, practically my family. I grew up surrounded in the beauty and the laughter and the warmth of Palestinian families who are also American by choice and not by chance. But now our tax dollars, my parents' tax dollars, are being spent to drop bombs on innocent men, women, and children. This is not their choice. The annihilation of people, any one of them who could have just as easily been the ones that I've come to love so dearly if chance had worked out differently, this is not their choice. The slaughter of innocents is not their choice. Everyone around the world has a right to live in freedom and safety. The women, children, and men of Palestine, of Gaza, deserve freedom and safety. That is something that, as an American, we should all be able to understand. I urge you all to call for a ceasefire. Do not lose sight of what it truly means to be an American. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker, Melanie Barr.
Welcome, Ms. Barr.
Well, that's a tough act to follow, but I'm going to talk about the Thelma Bolton Center today. So I do have some new information. If you read through all the comments that were done at the Thomas Center on October 17th, you can see that the majority requested the preservation of the building. And one person said that was built for World War II soldiers, and they're all deceased, they don't matter. However, I'm going to show you an obituary. This 103-year-old man died November 1st, and his daughters put on the first paragraph of his obituary that he was a soldier who met his wife at the Thelma Bolton Center. So it does matter. Then you said that you were voting for partial restoration, which is what the Preservation Board requested. But the partial restoration says the south and west walls of the auditorium are to be preserved and the remainder of the facility is to be demolished, because some people said the Preservation Board is the experts and that's what they wanted. They actually didn't want that. They actually wanted the auditorium to be restored. Of course, I'm for preservation, so I want the entire building to be restored. And you can see here that the auditorium is a little bit smaller because they've added the stage in the back, or not, they've enlarged the stage and added a green room. This is the present wing. You have all this space here. Part of the architect's insert is obliterating it to a degree. But you do see all this space that they have for activities. Right now there's some offices here that were added during the 1999-2000 renovation, which can be removed. And then you have some little rooms here. However, the new wing is gigantic. It starts here at the edge of the back of the auditorium where they've added onto, and it takes up all this space. But in reality, it's not adding that many rooms for activities. You have a janitor's room, you have bathrooms, you have storage, you have a lobby. So in reality, all you've got is this amount of room for activities. And yet, I'm going to say we have the same amount of room, maybe slightly smaller. And the wing is the most significant part of the building because every photo that was taken showed the wing. The very first photo shows the wing in 1943, July of 1943. The next City of Gainesville recreation program shows the wing. The postcard shows the wing. The back of the building is a postcard. You see these three photos. It's always showing the wing. Here's the wing again. I literally could never find a photo that showed the auditorium directly. The wing is the most significant part. Here's the barbecue that's 80 years old that will be demolished because of the large new wing that you're proposing to do. I know the roof is falling down, it has some problems. This roof is
Ms.
in worse
Barr, I'm going to
condition.
ask you to wrap up, please. Here.
So I just wanted you to realize the new wing that engulfs this community gardens. As you can see here, the red line goes through the center of the community
Ms.
gardens.
Barr, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please. Thank you.
And so the new wing does not add that much space for activities.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for your participation this afternoon. I'll lead with but before I recognize the attorney who has had his light on since before we started. I missed that, or did you not need to? Okay, never mind. So we traditionally, and I'm not inclined to break tradition because then we'll be doing it all the time, is traditionally we don't add resolutions at the last minute. There are other avenues to follow. I would hope that we would not be interested in any sort of resolution at our next meeting. So our next meeting isn't for 3 weeks. And Lord, I hope we're done in less time than that. There are other avenues to follow. We have from time to time, in lieu of a resolution, it is certainly possible for the commission to direct me as mayor to send a letter on our behalf in lieu of a resolution. That is certainly a possibility. I do feel obliged to say also, I hear you. I absolutely hear you. I believe, as Gandhi told us, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. That's real. There are people who feel as passionately who are not here today. I don't want us to get into at one meeting we have one group, at the next meeting we have another group. This should not be about that. This is about human life. This is about peace, and I don't have a problem with sending a letter saying, please stop shooting each other. I'll put that out there. We do have a couple of lights ready, and we'll come back around. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you for everyone coming out, and thank you for the emails. This is, a couple weeks ago, I mentioned in a meeting that our very large Jewish community in Gainesville had been up on campus, gathered, and we have a very large Jewish community at UF. It is, in fact, I believe it is the largest concentration of Jewish students in the United States at any university that isn't a specific Jewish university. We have a very, very diverse community with UF and in the community. Our sister cities are not just Kalkiria in the West Bank, but Kfar Saba immediately across the border in Israel. Of course, where most of this violence that we've seen, both massacre and military response was not in the West Bank along that border, it was on a different border. But just as easily, it seems like some of our sister communities could have been in the crosshairs of this violence. I'm sure our sister cities have still felt this, but they weren't on that Gaza border in southern Israel, in the Gaza Strip. I want people to know that, of course, this has weighed on us. 5 days after, at least on me, 5 days after the massacre across the border in Israel, St. Petersburg passed a resolution, seemingly kind of blindly, just openly standing with Israel. And I thought, oh, this sounds crazy. How can we, without knowing what Israel wants to do, how could a city commission in the state of Florida, kind of just stand for Israel, stand with Israel, without knowing? Since that time, we've heard people in the Israeli government talk about nuclear weapons in Gaza. So I was terrified that was the ask, was this generic stand with Israel. And that was October 12th that St. Pete passed a resolution. And I was terrified of that idea because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what the response is going to be. Ceasefire seemed like a very strong request. But then just yesterday, the UN Security Council passed a resolution for extended humanitarian pauses and corridors throughout the Gaza Strip. It did not say the word ceasefire. In fact, Russia voted against it or they abstained because it didn't say ceasefire. United States and United Kingdom abstained from that vote because it did not condemn Hamas. The same day that St. Pete passed their resolution, City Commission started receiving dozens and dozens and dozens of emails talking about the apartheid of Palestinians within Israel and Palestine, calling for, in essence, boycott or sanctions or whatever might happen through peaceful measures. And I'm going to say very clearly how disappointed I was in the 75 of those emails that I got 5 days after the massacre, that none of them mentioned Hamas, none of them mentioned the children of Israel that were killed, none of them mentioned that what had happened, at least the most immediate thing. It did focus on the long historical harms, and it talked about apartheid, and I believe what we see is apartheid. But I was so disappointed in our community. And I don't know where all these emails came from because it didn't say where they're from. It just says, this is a Gainesville issue, talk about it. A lot of them were for Gainesville. Some of them probably spread out across the state. I was really scared that people wouldn't talk about the children of Israel as well. Today we've heard a little more of that, and I'm very glad that we acknowledge, that people in our community acknowledge, because clearly what happened on October 7th was horrendous, and it's a massacre and immoral and against probably every single person's value system. And I want to say, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I mentioned that this is predated by, like I said, like 125 years, 150 years of experience. But I hear you. Gaza is a majority of people under 18, children, when a 17-year-old here gets hit by a car, we say our children are dying in the streets. Hamas is a group that has been in power since 2006 in an election where they didn't win a majority of the vote. They won 45% of the vote. In Israel, they would have had to form a coalition with Fatah, but instead, Hamas got all the, they got all the power. This is a situation kind of like unlike any. So it's hard for us to sit here. I hear you. The idea of a humanitarian pause is something that seemingly the world is now behind, that the U.S. government is not standing exactly against right now, and I think there's a real window. So I appreciate this, and I do think it is time to call for that humanitarian pause and to remind that asking 1 million Gazans in the north of Gaza to flee south is no different than the Nakba. It is no different, except this even more at gunpoint. So I just wanted to say those things because I feel those things. It is unfortunate that we don't have a week time to work through a resolution. Our next meeting is not till December 7th because of a holiday break. I pray and I hope that there's no violence by that time and that the resolution will be different. What we're asking for is a peace process at that point. I just want to offer that and say that because that's what I've been thinking about all the way since October 12th. When it seemed like the gut reaction was to without a lot of plan, stand behind Israel, and I was terrified of that there. And so we find ourselves in a different place, the world finds itself in a different place, and ending this military action, I think rightly is the best thing for Israel, for Israelis, and for Jews across the world. Here, we talked about safety. I do think what is happening right now, it does not help. But I just wanted to offer that as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Commissioner Willits, I'm glad that you've been watching the politics of this, probably more so than I have. I have not been following sort of the back and forth between the United Nations or where things are. I have been following the impact that this has had on the ground and the photos, the stories that have come out of it. I know I got teary-eyed at a number of the stories that I've heard here today, and I recognize some of the folks that are in the audience here today because you have kids about my same age, and I think it hits all of us a little bit harder when you see an image of a 3, 4, 5-year-old that has been harmed both during that initial attack from Hamas and then all of the horrible photos coming out of Palestine. I don't know how you could see this from afar without it just breaking your heart. True of everyone, but I think like I said, I disproportionately see a lot of folks in the audience that I recognize from the playgrounds and from daycare and places like that. Mr. Mayor, I've not gone through this before, and I don't recall us ever doing an international, a resolution or a letter on anything international.
We have.
We have? Yes. I'm happy to kind of figure things out. I don't want to, because I said I don't know the politics well as I know sort of the human tragedy of this whole thing across the board. I don't know where we're putting our foot in or where we're not. I guess we could either kind of. I guess I can hand it off to Commissioner Sacco if you have some ideas on how to move forward with this. But we need peace there. We need these things to stop. It feels like we went through a number of years that the wars just keep going on. I can't recall a time like the Russian invasion of Ukraine or these and the Palestinian invasion of Israel and then vice versa. It feels like in many ways we're stepping backwards as a world, and we need to find. And I don't know how Gainesville, Florida, can be helpful in any of this, but if we can be in any way, I think it's important. But I'll hand this off to my fellow commissioners to figure out what the proper way forward is in terms of logistics and how we can make this work. Anyway, thank you,
Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak today with your own accounts, your friends' accounts, your family's accounts, because I know it's not easy to speak out. So about 9 years ago, I was alerted to the fact that I had been put on a watch list called Canary Mission because I had spoken out, because I was a member of SJP and I had spoken out against the last bombing of Gaza and the last time children were being murdered. And that had me put on a watch list as an anti-Semite because I said we shouldn't bomb children. So I know that it is hard to publicly denounce something, knowing your future, your family will just be put on a list that is heavily funded so that it comes up at the very top of Google if you don't have anything else to your name. For better or worse, I have a lot of things to my name that will come up on Google before that. So I'll be the first to admit that I've hesitated to speak because I have a small baby at home and I have a family. And I've already had enough crazy people show up at my house threatening me about other things, let alone this. But I have previously sponsored resolutions about my own homeland, demanding humanitarian action and humanitarian treatment of people, because at the end of the day, people are people, for my own homeland. And so we have had non-binding resolutions in support of people, in support of peace, of just humanitarian resolution to conflict. But I also have been here a little too long, so I know that from a logistics point, a resolution cannot happen today, and as the mayor said, our next meeting is December 7th, and there are mechanics to jump through. But the mayor has said that he is willing to pen a letter. I am willing to move that the city commission authorize the mayor to write a letter requesting humanitarian treatment of all and a ceasefire. I will leave the rest to you if you are fine, and I will make that a motion.
A motion and a second, and I will write that letter if this passes. It'll go out tomorrow to the president, to our representative in Congress, and our representatives in the United States Senate. I'm mindful that, as Commissioner Eastman pointed out, there are wars around the world. Human life in Sudan, human life in Ukraine, human life in Palestine, Israel, or here in Gainesville all have value. I'm again mindful that groups of folks gather with a voice, and then another group of folks gather with another voice often. But I would hope, despite my experience, that we all value human life and that peace should be an objective, and that a ceasefire would be palatable, I would hope. And I'm happy to be directed to do that. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank you, Commissioner Sacco, for kind of giving us some guidance on what might have, happened in the past. And to all you all have spoken, there's clear passion, and I think your passion relates to the manner in which you care for others. So I really do appreciate that. Kind of as I think I heard Commissioner Eastman talk about, what do we do and how do we make a difference in the landscape? And I do think we make a difference, and the way that we make a difference in the worldwide landscape is what we do and how we treat each other locally. So when we have good protocol here that says we're not discriminating, that we're not allowing people to mistreat each other, that we're not having people that they can't agree to disagree merely because they have different backgrounds or ethnicities or race or gender or orientation, that's where we set our stand. Because when you do that locally, you are putting Gainesville on the face of the map in the way that we feel the worldwide landscape should look. And I feel like that's where we set our goals as a local elected official. And I feel like that's where, I choose to make my concentration efforts, because I feel like that's where we can make the most difference as a group. So I very much appreciate the group that comes forward, and doing those things actually tells us the manner in which, I think Mr. McMaster alluded to this, the way in which we feel others should treat each other no matter where it's at, whether it's Iran, Iraq, Russia, Ukraine, Palestine, and Israel. We make our stand right here. And the efforts that we do as city elected officials say that everybody matters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Thank you all for the respectful manner in which you approached this today. It's hard. It's certainly easier for all of us in this room than it is for people who are being bombed, wherever they are in the world. But it's still hard to come up and do this. So thank you very much for that. All right, we have a motion on the floor to direct me to send a letter to the Biden administration asking for a ceasefire and positive humanitarian treatment of all. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. We're going to take 9 minutes. We'll be back at 2:30. Accordingly, we are at order.
All right, Mr. Mayor, our first business discussion item for the afternoon is 2023-1115 Community Land Trust Update. With the recommendation, the City Commission hear the presentation from Bright Community Trust and take any actions deemed appropriate.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew Burson, Chief Operating Officer for the city. And I am pleased to introduce Frank Wells again to you. Frank is the president of Bright Community Trust. As you recall, Bright was selected as the city's community land trust, and Frank's here to provide an update and a little bit of background on the trust model, and then kind of give you what we've been working on for the past several months.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Wells.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see you again, commissioners, Madam Manager, citizens. It's wonderful to be back in Gainesville again. As Andrew said, I'm Frank Wells, President and Chief Impact Officer of Bright Community Trust. I was asked by your staff to talk a little bit about what a community land trust is, so I'll do that before I get on to the update of what we've been up to for the last year since you ratified our contract. First, I want to just start out by saying that at Bright Community Trust, we work on housing and community issues in a whole lot of different ways, but all with the goal of getting everybody into a home that they love in a good neighborhood that's close to a good school. It's not too far from work. It's surrounded by the community amenities that we all appreciate, right? It has access to a grocery store and a doctor's office and a park, and it's at a price that fits comfortably in their budget. That looks different for our neighbors at different income levels and different life stages. What we're focused on here in the city of Gainesville is community land trust, single-family home ownership opportunities around the state. Bright does a whole lot of other kinds of housing and community work as well. So here we are in our north central region, but we work in Tampa Bay and Central Florida and down in the Southwest Florida region as well. Let me dive in and tell you a little bit about community land trusts and how we got started. This guy is Anthony Jones. Anthony actually was born in the city of Gainesville. He started his career at Alachua County a number of decades ago, but for most of his career worked for Pinellas County, ultimately as the Director of Housing and Community Development for Pinellas County. Anthony told me years ago when he was a young guy just starting his career in Pinellas, he was put in charge of the county's investment in an affordable housing project that the county was investing dollars in to keep apartments keep apartments affordable for its neighbors. And he was very excited. The county's going to invest a substantial sum in this. We're going to get dozens and dozens of good affordable rental units that are going to stay affordable for 15 years. And he said, you know, as a young guy, 15 years seems like forever. And then you spend a few more years or a few more decades in the chair and you realize, wow, 15 years goes by in a flash when you're running a city government, a county government department. And so it was that 15 years later, Anthony was the Director of Housing and Community Development for the county, and the phone in their office rang, and it was somebody calling to say, I just got home from work and there's a notice on my door that my lease is up the end of the month and my rent is going from $700 to $1,200. I can't afford that. I thought this was an affordable apartment. Where are my kids and I supposed to go? And then there was another call, and then there was another call and another call. When they pulled the file and looked at it, Anthony realized, wow, these are the apartments that I worked on 15 years ago when 15 years seemed like forever, and now here we are in the course of one guy's career at the county. These apartments have expired out of affordability, and now we got to find a place for 100 families to move to, and another developer is knocking on the door and saying, if you'll just give us a few $1 million, we'll be able to build another 100 apartments to provide housing and replace these units. And when they inventoried their investment, what they found is over half the dollars the county was spending on affordable housing in any given year was going to replace units expiring out of affordability, not to generate net new units. And he said, hang on a second, this is not good stewardship of public dollars, right? We have few enough dollars to go around. We got to do a better job of stretching these dollars. What's a better way to be doing this? They looked around the country and found this community land trust model, and with great effectiveness implemented it in Pinellas County. This says, let's take public dollars and invest them in acquiring real estate, put it in a nonprofit trust, and use a ground lease instrument that'll keep it permanently affordable. I'll get into this in a second. So they created Bright Community Trust back in 2008, originally to serve Pinellas County and then municipalities around the county. Then we started expanding across Tampa Bay and throughout the rest of the state over the intervening years. So what is a community land trust? The key here is that we're using real estate to anchor permanently some kind of a community purpose. That's often housing, can be used for other things as well. What we're doing here is balancing the public's need for accomplishing public purposes, having affordable home ownership opportunities in this case, against the value that appreciation of that real estate asset can bring. So the resident, in the case of a home ownership land trust, owns the building, but the community, via a nonprofit, permanently owns the land. We hold a 99-year ground lease that stipulates the permanent affordability of this home. And so then a one-time public investment goes into acquiring the land and subsidizing the purchase of that home to make it available way below market price. But we invest it one time and we tie that subsidy into the land so that the home remains a permanent stepping stone from rental into market rate fee simple home ownership. And in return for being able to buy a home way below market price, the family that gets that opportunity says, we're going to forego some of the appreciation so that this purchase was affordable for us, but it's also affordable for the next family coming up behind us and the next one and the next one without having to put additional subsidy dollars into it. So then that first family gets to pay it forward. They got a stepping stone out of the rental market into home ownership. They accrue some appreciation, and they obviously are paying down a mortgage during this time. So if a family stays in a home for, say, 10 years, they've typically accumulated $60,000 or $70,000 worth of equity in that home. That's a pretty substantial amount. That's a great down payment on their first home out in the open market. But we don't have to put additional dollars into subsidizing the next family that buys that home, and the next one behind that, and the next one behind that. So your investment in establishing a community land trust here is seeding not just a first generation of homeowners, but for the entire lifespan of these homes, 99 years we hope, we're seeding permanent stepping stones into home ownership. We like a lot of things about the community land trust because it's a great alternative for families that otherwise would be stuck renting. We give more people the opportunity for home ownership. We find that it is particularly effective in communities of color who have been left out of the home ownership market. Elsewhere in the state, we have a big home ownership equity initiative working on closing the gap for home ownership for our Black and Hispanic families, and so a great tool in that toolbox. We're maximizing the value, the stewardship of those public sector dollars. We also know that home ownership equates with stronger neighborhoods, better educational outcomes for homeowner families, better work outcomes for homeowner families, and of course creating jobs in the neighborhood. Largely, we're talking about single-family home ownership here to get started. Elsewhere in the state, Bright also operates about 15 multifamily complexes where we're stewarding those apartments to keep them permanently affordable. That's 500 and something units now, another 91 under construction now in Orlando. We're pretty excited about those. But this could also be used as a tool for preserving affordable access to community retail space in neighborhoods where big chains are encroaching. Could also anchor a community arts center or something like that. We've seen this as a great tool for promoting small business and other community needs outside of this area, but thought I'd mention it as part of this presentation. So again, an income-constrained household that would otherwise always be renting gets an opportunity to buy a home and generate some equity, but we do it in a way that subsequent buyers also get a chance to become homeowners without having to put additional subsidy in, protecting that public sector subsidy, and we're mitigating some of the effects of gentrification then. Also probably worth mentioning that during the last housing crisis, we had very little negative effect in lending with community land trusts, mortgagees, with home buyers, because they go through a careful process of making sure they're not buying too much home. They're not getting into a predatory mortgage. And so they're well qualified to buy the house they're getting. They had a much lower default rate, 4.5% for foreclosure rate in the market at the height, 0.5% for community land trust mortgagees during the last housing crisis. So a quick update on what we've been up to here. We've identified our first 5 lots with the city. You all have provided funding for a total of 10 homes initially. 4 of those lots have been transferred after clearing the titles. That was a pretty lengthy process. One of them still has a bit of a messy title, and we're working on that with the city. We conducted an RFP for a builder and selected Habitat for Humanity of Alachua. We're very excited about that partnership. We know that they do great work in the community, have deep relationships here, and are very excited to be working with Habitat on this. We have designs for those 4 lots. The first permit application is in at this point, and so underway with the permitting department here already. So we expect to be breaking ground probably early next year with the holidays right upon us here. So look forward to inviting you all to come out and grab a shovel with us and turn some dirt. It'll be very exciting to see that first home breaking ground very soon. We are also at work on the next 5 lots, that second allocation from you all. We're looking at that escheated lands list, the surplus lands list. I'd love to introduce our CFO, Renee Welch, who spent the whole morning tromping around with the folks from Habitat, looking at all the lots on the surplus lands list to identify a short list. So we'll be in touch with the city staff about that soon. I just wanted to point out also that it's been great to be involved here in the city. I'm a graduate of Leadership Gainesville Class 48, and then served as a dean for Class 49 that graduated in May. So while I'm not from here, trying hard to get plugged in here and really understand the Gainesville experience. Thank you so much for your time today. It's great to see you all, and we're very excited about getting to work here with the city of Gainesville.
Very good. Thank you. And we do have a couple of lights for some questions here. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm really excited to finally see this up on the board and with dollars attached to it, because I think it's been about 6-7 years since we started talking about CLTs here in Gainesville, and so it's, 15 years is nothing, 7 years is, you eventually get there. It eventually comes to fruition. And I'm glad that you mentioned the value, that kind of the 60 to 70,000. Is that net that the families move on with upon the sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That is a bit of cash. Okay. And as far as you mentioned a couple of slides back, that it is an especially good way for Black and Hispanic families to really get into home ownership and start building that generational wealth. So in my experience in a former life of going out into the community, it is often those who most need help who least know how to find it.
Sure.
And who have the least kind of knowledge of institutional ways and programs operating, because they just don't know. They're busy surviving, not seeking out programs. How do you target, or do you target for these specific communities, or do you look at the demographics of wherever you're in to kind of pinpoint those needy communities that may not traditionally be in the know or have the connections to know, oh, this program's coming online, get your name in?
Yeah, this is a great question. So we have to be cautious, of course, because we have to comply with the Fair Housing Act, that we're not selling a home only to a certain group of people, whether that's race and ethnicity, whether that's religion, gender or sexual preference, whatever that looks like. On the other hand, we know that if all we do is come into neighborhoods, build homes, and put a for sale sign in the yard, the people who are mortgage ready to buy that home are probably not the renters who live next door, right? We need to be out in the neighborhoods working with people to try to get them on that path toward home ownership. And that's a long-term goal, right? It's pretty rare that we find somebody who's currently renting who just never thought about becoming a homeowner, but makes a great salary, has great credit, no debt, can walk into a bank and get a mortgage tomorrow. Much more common that our families in the neighborhoods where we're building need some time to fix up the credit, pay down some credit cards, pay off a car loan, get ready for a mortgage. And so we want to work with organizations here like NHTC that do a great job of getting people ready for home ownership. We're actually meeting with them again this afternoon. We've been meeting with them for several years now as preparation for this day to talk about how do we get people into a pipeline moving toward home ownership. And we got to get the word out in the neighborhood, so would welcome other suggestions about where we can reach out. As part of Leadership Gainesville and the time I've spent here the last couple of years, we've met with a number of congregations locally, nonprofit organizations, speak at a Rotary Club, spoke at a city event in Bo Diddley Plaza as part of the city's work on affordable housing. So happy for any opportunity to come talk about these homes and how to get people on that path toward home ownership.
That's part of the, I guess that's the answer I wanted to hear. You're making those connections. We have a wealth of active participants in this city. If you don't know how to get to people, they will certainly have plenty in a pipeline to point you to, and that they are helping in one form or another. I guess as far as, I don't recall seeing it in the presentation, as far as first 5, we're working on the next 5, how many do we envision total out of this 1 million? 10?
10 is our total for now. We're hoping to be able to recycle some of the funds. We're hoping that we keep seeing robust funding from the state legislature coming into SHIP, the federal home dollars, so that by the time we get done with the 10, the city has some more vacant lots. We can find some other sources of dollars and continue right on with the program, because we would love to see this scaling up, and continue adding 10 a year for the next decade or more would be a great outcome.
That is ambitious. I hope we get to it. I sit on the SHIP board, so I've seen things and I've seen numbers. But okay, that works, and I do hope I don't even know what the right word would be. The moving forward of those funds upon sales into another couple properties to kind of combine it with state funds would be good. So I have hope for that. And if nothing else, this will be a proof of concept, which we've had for a couple of other housing initiatives around here to kind of show that we can do it. So I look forward to it. If you give me a shovel, I will be there.
Great.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. And thank you for going over the community land trust model. I've always found it very interesting, just the ability to sort of merge the public need with also sort of the private growing inequity. It's always this kind of hard balance of, kind of permanently subsidize almost rental units with, or just helping people with down payment assistance. And I sort of like how this model sort of balances out both of those needs in a way and makes it a little more self-sustaining. And so it's always nice to go back over it. My questions are more related to the homes that the 4 lots that you have completed, that you have the titles transferred. Is there a location? What kind of homes are you guys, like square footage? Like what kind of design are you guys looking at for those?
Sure. So the 4 lots came from the city probably 15 months ago at this point, provided us with a list of surplus properties that were available that could potentially be transferred. We identified that first 5 lots as a let's get started here. They're primarily in Pleasant Street and Porter's neighborhoods. Each of the homes is on a pretty traditional single-family lot. They're roughly 5,500 square foot lots, a very typical size for our in-town neighborhoods here. The homes will typically be about 1,300 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths with a garage. Our experience in working elsewhere in the state has been a lot of people will say they don't really need a garage, and then what they really mean is we're not going to park the car in the garage, but we love having the extra storage. So we've found it to be a really attractive amenity for our families. Some people do actually park a car in the garage, but
yeah. So and is there anything obviously continuing funding, potentially changing around how we do our home and CDBG type work? would be helpful in terms of ongoing sustainable funding. But is there any other policies that you guys have seen in terms of building kind of these affordable single-family homes that we should be looking at as a commission?
The first 10 homes that we're building are going to be sold to income-qualified low-income families, meaning they're below the 80% area median income threshold. We do, in other parts of the state, sometimes build for that next income bracket up, moderate income up to 120% area median income. While there is certainly a big gap for homeownership opportunities for low-income families, there's also a significant gap in that moderate income bracket, and those need less subsidy, as you can imagine. So we have found it to be pretty productive sometimes to do a mixed income neighborhood. We've done a couple of townhome projects. We're at work on our third townhome project that'll have a mix of market rate units and low income, all home ownership townhomes. The amount of, there's a profit to be made selling market rate units. We're a nonprofit, right? So we're not paying shareholders. We're reinvesting those profit dollars in the mission to cut the amount of subsidy needed by the low income units. So I think there's a conversation to be had about your interest in working on home ownership beyond just explicitly the low income level. I'd propose that as one way to think about the long-term sustainability of running a land trust here. I know that the most acute need is in this low income bracket, but given what Commissioner Sacco was saying, right, we know that we have relatively scarce dollars coming down from the state legislature over the next few years, probably for housing. Maybe we should be thinking about how we could do some mixed income work in a way that we could use the profits on the market rate or moderate income pieces to subsidize those lower income home ownership opportunities without the need for as many dollars from the city to fund that. I would also say we'd love to talk about affordable rental opportunities. I've met with a couple of you individually to talk about that, but it's one thing that Bright does elsewhere in the state, and to the extent there's a need for affordable rentals, certainly also a challenge here in the city. We're very interested in working with you all, with other developer partners potentially, on affordable rental opportunities when that's appropriate.
Right. And then sort of beyond just the kind of the scope that we have there, I saw you speak at the Rotary Club more about sort of broader city policies that may have an impact on the ability to build more affordable homes and more of the type of thing that you're talking about. Is there anything that you've seen, not necessarily for Gainesville, but just broadly that other cities have done that have been able to help kind of smaller infill builders such as you guys selves to?
Sure. It is always a challenge for us. One of the biggest costs of building a house is the land that it sits on. Even if you're essentially giving us the land for free, those are dollars that could otherwise be used for something else. The ability to build more than one unit on a lot would be pretty helpful. In some communities, we're able to build a duplex on one single family lot. In some cases, both of those are sold. In some cases, we see a family buy one side and rent the other side out, and that income helps the family make their mortgage payment. The use of things like accessory dwelling units, I know the city has had some challenges, some back and forth with how we think about zoning and density, but the idea of exploring, are there appropriate ways that we could allow for accessory dwelling units? Every accessory dwelling unit is one more household that we're figuring out a way to accommodate without having to find another piece of land to put it on. So there are certainly some policies like that will be helpful. And then I'll also mention the Live Local Act, probably at a larger scale, but that lets us look at commercial or industrial zoned parcels and turn them into multifamily residential. So there may be some opportunities to identify some larger commercial land or industrial parcels that could be used for the purpose of affordable housing. The Live Local Act currently requires a 40% set aside of units at moderate income, 120% AMI threshold. So that could be pretty attractive, and in some cases, we might identify a parcel where that rezoning opportunity means we don't have to put additional subsidy in there because we can get enough density on the parcel. We may be able to do some affordable rentals on a parcel like that. That would be a pretty attractive project. So certainly something that would be worth looking into, and we're happy to work with your staff on identifying where there might be some opportunities like that.
Are you guys having trouble finding the next 5 lots from the escheated lands list? Like, is that coming along? Do you think that there will be you'll have options and opportunities for that?
So I was just chatting with Renee on the break because she's just spent the last 4 hours tromping around looking at them. It sounds like we've identified maybe a next 7. Given our experience with picking 5 and finding out that all of them had some title issues, 4 of them were able to resolve quickly. 1 of them we're still working on. We decided we'd do better to give you a list of 7, and so we have some alternatives rather than getting stuck on we gave you 5 and we can't get all 5 transferred. There are certainly a lot of lots on that list that have other kinds of challenges, may have a large oak tree or something like that that our city practice doesn't let us take down. That requires building around. Sometimes those lots can become more challenging to build on, more expensive to build on than what we really want to invest. Some with wetlands issues where we might want to think about preserving that, and if it's the place in a neighborhood where all the other lots kind of drain, we're probably not doing anybody a favor to build on it, either for that potential homeowner or for the neighbors. So you should think about that. And we did spot a couple that are like tot lots or dog parks. And so I'm not sure if your intention is that those are temporarily community amenities, but then they might become homes, or if those have found their way on the list kind of by mistake. So I want to clarify that, but we did at least identify a first 7 to move forward on for round 2. So I think we're good there.
And you mentioned, you said 5,500 square feet is a fairly typical lot size, which is, I got just put in my calculator, 0.126 acres. I might look for Andrew. Can you build, is 0.126 acres allowable in our residential single family 4? I know that's a very in the weeds question, but I'm teeing it up here. We're discussing single family home lot dimensions, and we're speaking about that as a commission here coming up shortly. And so just to point out to my fellow commissioners, 5,500 square feet, you may be able to allow that in our least restrictive residential single family zone in RSF 4, which is like 3% of the residential single family zones. But in order to get to the level of affordability that they're building for the community land trust, the 0.28 acres, for instance, minimum that we have within our most residential single family 1, which is our most common single family designation. I mean, I would imagine that would be very difficult to kind of build a home on that would be at that affordable level. Of course, I guess we're giving you the land, so it would be that would be helpful.
I will say, one thing to tag on to what you're saying. We would love to be looking for opportunities to build in every commission district, in every part of the city, where somebody's job is, where their kids might go to school. Of course, is affected by the neighborhoods that we're building in, and there are opportunities, there are desirable characteristics about every part of the city. An awful lot of our escheated lands lists are concentrated in 2 or 3 neighborhoods, so at some point it might also make sense to have a conversation about looking for lots that the city doesn't own, but to acquire elsewhere in the city to give people opportunities to live in all the neighborhoods in the city in a land trust home. That's definitely more challenging, right? Free land is a great place to start with the economics of affordable home ownership opportunities, but it's certainly not the only way to do it.
Right. But just to be a little less opaque, what you're saying is that we have a lot of excess land in sort of our more low income or historically African American communities, which also happen to have some of the least restrictive zoning requirements and the where you can build on smaller lots, which ends up being where, I mean, you both mentioned both Pleasant Street and Porter's here. As
Yeah.
probably one of the few places where you can get that 5,500 square foot lot, and we have excess properties that are within there.
Yeah, and just for context, that's the case in every city that we're working in. It is by far most common that we're receiving lots in lower income neighborhoods, most of which are historic communities of color. And we really need to be thinking about how we broaden our reach around the entire city.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Wells, how is the, Bright Community's been around for 15 years, and we are now back at the mortgage interest rate of about 15 years ago. So I wanted to ask a little about how this model has fared in the new mortgage rate environment, about finding people who will be able to buy. How much are you able to work on the NHDC does a lot, and they end up getting the mortgage rate down through whatever magic. But how is it in this model?
Our homeowners are getting mortgages from largely community banks. We maintain a list of banks that do community land trust mortgages and provide that to our potential home buyers. As a HUD certified housing counseling agency, we're prohibited from steering anybody, so we can't say Bank ABC is your go-to, tell them Frank sent you. We give them a list, and happy to work with them with any banker that they find that has an appropriate product. All that to say, though, most banks have some kind of a CRA lending requirement, Community Reinvestment Act, where they are required to reinvest in communities from which they're taking deposits. If we think back 50, 60, 70 years, we saw banks taking deposits from every neighborhood, but only making loans in some neighborhoods. The Community Reinvestment Act is intended to counteract that and make sure that banks reinvest in every neighborhood where they take deposits from. And so we often see banks have low to moderate income, first-time home buyer mortgage products that are specifically intended to help people get that first loan. They can be 2 or 3 points below what we're seeing in the market, depending on the bank. We're also seeing, just over the last 2 or 3 years, with the big spike in housing prices, we've seen more and more banks with $5,000, $10,000, $12,000 or $13,000 even of down payment assistance, closing cost assistance, on top of what people are able to qualify for from any city or county or state program. So there are some things counteracting that, but it has certainly affected affordability. When people were able to get a loan at 4.75 and now it's 7.75, that's a big hit to affordability for people. The one bit of good news about this is that we've largely seen housing prices plateau, and that at least is a little bit helpful.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And just, you mentioned 80% AMI, which in Alachua County for a family of 2 is $55,520. I now learned to keep it laminated and on hand at all times to remember who we're talking about. How do land trusts or your program in particular handle some buyers who might be, in essence, upwardly mobile, where they might be at, they might be at 70% AMI now, but really they're on a path for 120, 150% AMI?
So we income qualify them at purchase. We say income qualifying, but we do actually look at their assets also. So we don't want somebody who is showing $25,000 a year of income but has $2 million in the bank, right? They don't need our help. But for somebody who is maybe early in a career, this is a great opportunity. Come buy a first home, build up some equity. If you only stay 4 or 5 years, you'll still have built up $20,000 perhaps of equity toward your next purchase. Take a good credit history, good mortgage repayment history, $20,000 of down payment and go buy something in the open market when your income has gone from $55,000 to $85,000. Hallelujah, that's a great success story. So we're excited about those opportunities. We don't re-qualify people, so nobody's in jeopardy of losing their home if they succeed. We actually hope that this is working the other way around to drive people's success, because one thing we know about home ownership is you've largely fixed that housing cost now, right? You get a mortgage for 30 years. My principal and interest payment is going to be the same for the next 30 years. Indexed for inflation, it's actually coming down. My property taxes only go up 3% a year since I've got to be a homesteaded homeowner to be in a community land trust home. Insurance, quite a factor. We're hoping our state legislature does something effective about that this session. But the homeowner's housing cost is significantly lower and going to go up a lot less than a renter's housing cost is. So over the course of those 4 or 5 years, I'm not renting an apartment and trying to just make more at my job to keep up with paying more rent to the landlord. Now I've fixed that housing cost, so I've got more and more to put away toward getting into a bigger home out in the open market. And then we'll return that home to the next home buyer and provide them a step up as well.
Well, you hit my next question was about whether the insurance was affecting, because I thought home ownership would allow me to have a kind of fixed payment per month in between both taxes, fire assessment, and insurance. It has not been at all, and I'm not beating inflation either. So I wondered, is that a kind of a threat to the model as well? When how's it working?
It is definitely a challenge, especially for our low-income home buyers. It's a great success story when somebody's early in their career and is able to buy one of our homes and work and increase their income. That's great. For a lot of folks, they're in a lower wage job that they've been in for a long time and that they're going to continue to be in for a long time. So a 2 or 3% increase in wages is great, but that's about all they might see in a really good year. That doesn't even keep up with inflation these days, much less with rising insurance costs. So we do see sometimes people in challenging circumstances. We are sometimes able to intervene and help people talk directly with the bank about refinancing, restructuring a loan. With interest rates where they are these days, that might not be such an attractive alternative. But I don't have a perfect answer for what to do in the event insurance costs keep going up like they have been going up. The only thing I can say is your landlord for sure is passing on their insurance costs to the renters, for sure. So everybody's housing costs is exacerbated by this.
Do y'all stay
insurance.
you stay involved enough that on the other end of this mortgage interest, you could potentially help people refinance at a lower rate later? Do y'all stick around long enough with your owners that 5 years from now, if rates back down to 3.5% or 4%, help someone get back down there?
So one part of our owning the land and you own the house is you're sending us a monthly ground lease payment. You don't usually send it every month. It's such a small amount, 20 or 25 bucks. A lot of our homeowners send it quarterly or even annually. We do know, though, that we start to worry when we don't see that payment for a quarter or two. That probably means trouble, and we are going to touch base with those homeowners. So we do have an ongoing relationship. We don't call every other week and say we're going to stop by for coffee and check up on you, but we do encourage them to reach out, and we maintain relationships with our banker partners, so we're able to help people contact the right people in a lot of cases. We've built 120 some odd single family homes over the years, and I think we've only had one case where a homeowner had a divorce, and the one income person who was left just couldn't keep up with the payments and couldn't figure out any way to maintain the home, and even then they were able to turn over the keys, a deed in lieu of foreclosure, so didn't go all the way through the foreclosure process, but by and large we've been able to help people stay in their homes when that's the right choice for them.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ellis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So do we have any public comment on this? Okay. Any other questions up here? I don't see anything. Mr. Wells, thank you so much. Lots of good information here. I appreciate the opportunity for us to all be reminded. And thank you for making yourself available. And nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Look forward to seeing you soon with a shovel.
Yes. So that gets us through item number 1 on the afternoon agenda.
We're getting through it, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, yes.
All right, moving on to item number 2, 2023-1087, appointments to the City Plan Board and Historic Preservation Board. With the recommendation, the City Commission discuss the appointments to the City Plan Board and the Historic Preservation Board and take appropriate action. Mr. Mayor, for clarification, Mr. Blount had spoken earlier. His application was actually to the Development Review Board, which will be coming up later. So,
gotcha.
And then there's a Scrivener's error on the ballot for City Plan Board. There are 3 full-term openings.
Okay. Let's address the Plan Board first. If you're here, as I see 3 of you are, at least to apply for the City Plan Board, please come on up and introduce yourselves and say something about it. 4 of you, okay. Welcome.
Hello, commissioners and Mr. Mayor. I am Michael Granto. It's been a pleasure to meet you. Probably seen a lot of you at various advisory board meetings, but I'm a student here at UF. I'm an Alachua County resident, born and raised in High Springs, right outside Gainesville. I went and got my undergraduate at Santa Fe College, dual enrolled, and now I'm at UF. Just got my bachelor's in sustainability studies over the spring. Now I'm starting in my master's of urban and regional planning here at UF still. And yeah, so I was really interested once I learned about that the advisory boards were a thing and their function. Just really interested in serving, and hopefully I can provide some insights and, I don't know, be a positive mutual experience for both me and the board. In terms of planning experience, I work with Thousand Friends of Florida, and I work under Haley Bush and Vivian Young. And then I also do work with the Student Planning Association at UF, as well as with the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. I interned there under Lauren Yater. And finally, I work with the City of Gainesville under Dan Zhu, the Chief Climate Officer. She is another internship supervisor, and I'm helping her in the Department of Sustainable Development right now. So it's been a pleasure to meet you, and thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks for applying. Welcome, Mr. Ackerman.
I'm Bob Ackerman. I'm currently chair of the City Plan Board. I'm really here to support the applications of my 2 colleagues, Stephanie Sutton and Nick Hill. You may recall or not, about 10 years ago, when I was chair then too, the city had an ad hoc committee that lasted for a year to examine development regulations, which I was a member of. At that time, the main thing that came out of that as far as the plan board went was a desire for the board to be more professional. And the recommendations that we made at that time were to eliminate term limits in order to capture more of the learning curve, which is quite steep for the City Plan Board as well as the DRB, and allow some of those people to continue to contribute. And the other thing is we added a little bit of a budget, which we'd never had before, which allowed the City Plan Board members and the DRB members to attend Florida Planning Association conferences and also to be a member of the APA. Also very, very useful for expanding knowledge about things like that. So I'm here basically for that. I'd be happy if you reappointed me. I have been on the board a long time, and 15 years. I've completed my 5th term, and I'll let the others speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Sutton.
Good afternoon, mayors and commissioners. I'm Stephanie Sutton. I have also been on the plan board for a long time with Bob. I have really enjoyed my time on the plan board. I realized not too long ago that I have spent the majority of my life now in Gainesville. Since I've been on the board, I have had 2 children. I've encouraged my parents to move to Gainesville, and so I sort of have a different perspective. My perspective has changed over my years on the board, and I think that all of that experience in town is valuable. I have an engineering degree and an MBA from the university. I work in the development space, so I work with code and comp plans every day. I would also advocate for my 2 fellow plan board members to continue. Bob just has a wealth of experience in history. I think he and I both being able to reference things that have come before us in the past, the process going to the transect zones, the different possibilities that we've talked about for changing single-family zoning is still very relevant today, and so we have that historical knowledge. Also, the fact that we're in the midst of the comprehensive plan practice. We're in the middle of that process, and that's really what Nick specializes in, so he's very familiar with comp plans and their requirements and what other cities around the state are doing. I think he has a unique perspective on that. So I hope that you will continue to appoint me to the plan board. I've really enjoyed my time there and hope to continue. And I also advocate for Mr. Ackerman and Mr. Hill to continue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Hill. I'm a practicing community planner throughout the state, a UEP alumni, and a proud resident of Gainesville, Florida. Over the past several months, I've had the honor of serving on the City Plan Board. As your staff can attest, it's a responsibility I take very seriously. I've never missed a meeting, nor have ever showed up late, or failed to sufficiently prepare to hear an item on the agenda. Today, I'm asking to be reappointed to the Plan Board so that I may continue to leverage my planning experience and passion to best serve our community. Although that is all I would like to say today on my behalf, I would like to spend a few moments talking about the other Plan Board members up for reappointment, beginning with our chair. Mr. Ackerman is, by all accounts, a tremendous leader to the board and the city at large. In my time on the board, the chair has consistently shown decency and grace towards all applicants and members of the community, even when they didn't always return the favor. He has also served the board as an invaluable resource of institutional knowledge, something that is highly advantageous to the city and the community as it continues to grow and change shape in the years ahead. His vice chair, Stephanie Sutton, is also up for reappointment. Although it's not easy for me to admit my adoration for someone who is technically a competitor in my field, I do feel compelled to say that Ms. Sutton is one of the most talented Plan Board members I have ever come across in my professional life. Not only does Ms. Sutton possess a wealth of practical development experience, a highly desirable trait of a Plan Board member, she has also demonstrated the enviable ability to evaluate each case on its own merit and clearly articulate her well-informed analysis and decision-making processes. I urge the Commission to consider their reappointments to the Plan Board as well as my own. I think I speak for all of us when I say we appreciate this opportunity to serve the Gainesville community, and we look forward to the work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Okay, we all have ballots in front of us, and I'll remind you that there are 3 terms expiring, 3 terms available, and they expire 11/1 of 26. So does anybody have any comment on that, or is there any public comment on the Plan Board?
I don't have anyone signed up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you, Mr. Granto, for your application here. Sometimes politics. I don't know if this would be politics for the appointment. Sometimes politics is about timing, and it stinks that we happen to have 3 of the most experienced folks that that we have on the city plan board who are reapplying. This is one board I try to watch every meeting for. I try to show up if I can, and I have always appreciated the 3 people that are reapplying. I know I can always call them up and ask, what is the history of the transects? Why is this part zoned and not that portion zoned? Between Bob and Stephanie Sutton, I mean, they just have this wealth of experience in this, and I like watching it. I don't always agree with everything everyone says, which is what I like the most about it, because I'd say that between 3 of them, and I'll go with the 2 that have been there the longest, it always forces me to think about things a little bit differently. Stephanie Sutton comes with an engineering background, which is very different than land use. Kind of thinks about things differently. Bob's had a long line of experience, and so I'm very excited to reappoint them, and I hope, Mr. Granta, you continue to stay engaged. I think you happen to, at least for my vote, I can't speak for my fellow members, but yeah, it picked a bad card on this one. We just have a vast wealth of experience, and this is a very important board that we continue to have that professional outlook on. So thank you guys for reappointing, and I'm hopefully you'll get reappointed on here, and I'm excited to have you guys continue advising us in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I agree completely, Mr. Granto. I think you represent a great application. The experience that the existing board members bring is extremely valuable to me, even though we have disagreed a lot in the past year and a half. I appreciate what you bring forth, and I learn from your experience consistently. So thank you all 4 for applying, and Mr. Granto, I hope that you will continue to apply and remain engaged, because I think you bring something valuable as well. So, anyone else? Okay. Yeah,
It was 5 votes for Mr. Eckerman, Mr. Hill, and Ms. Sutton.
Okay, congratulations, and I do hope that you will stay engaged, and as one of our interns, I absolutely hope that. So thank you. All right, congratulations to 3 of you. You're welcome to all hang out for the rest of the meeting. I mean, it's going to be engaging. No, it's all right. This is our meeting. Yeah. Okay, do we have applicants here for the positions available on the Historic Preservation Board? Come on up. Okay. There is 1 full term available for the Historic Preservation Board, and it seems like both of our applicants are here. Welcome.
Hi. My name's Anthony Ackerell. I've lived in Gainesville since 1990, 33 years, and I've been fortunate the entire time to live just within 5 blocks of here in the Duck Pond, first as a renter tenant and then mostly as a homeowner. During that time, as you all know, we've seen tremendous changes visually in Gainesville, mostly not for the better by most people's agreement, except because they're not protected by any laws or bylaws or what the city can say over what a developer wants to build. That is not true in the historic districts, because we have the Historic Preservation Board to oversee these things and help to preserve the integrity, as you know, of the structures of in the historic district. I feel very strongly about the nature of what the board provides for the city, a service in helping us preserve what little we have left of how Gainesville was founded visually. And I'm a passionate student of architecture, though not professionally, and particularly the eras of which Gainesville seems to encompass from in the historic district, late 19th century into the 20th century. I've done a lot of work professionally and privately on renovation and restorations of historic homes. I'm very interested in the process and the details and nuances of what you can and can't do. I enjoy preserving the integrity of my own home, keeping it looking like what it was originally. And I have been a member of a lot of the meetings, Historic Preservation Board, just as a participant, not a professional capacity, just for my own edification, interest, and sometimes entertainment. I enjoy the nuances of what is covered. I like diving down into the details of the things that they're preserving. So I would be honored to be serving on that board as a citizen capacity. I feel passionately about how our city is becoming visually, and what little say there is available for a person to do. I'd like to have one voice in that matter, and I would be pleased and honored to serve on that board.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm not speaking too loud for you.
It's all good.
Okay. What I say now will probably be redundant to those of you that have read my resume. And I gave you a pretty elaborate one, so you know how I've really spent my life around restoration and historic properties. I'm a third-generation carpenter from Wareham, Massachusetts, a town that's 15 miles from Plymouth. It was incorporated in the 1600s. My father was a union carpenter, as well as my grandfather. And when he wasn't working on union projects, he was restoring properties, mostly in our town from the 1800s, because where I lived, we were surrounded by older properties that weren't changed a lot. The people respected the way things had been built, and they tried to remain that way. My father actually worked on what was the oldest continually operated tavern in the United States. It had been there since the mid-1600s until it burnt down in the around 1985. And I would sit there watching him put up beams in this old building that completely resembled the ones that were existing. I've worked carpentry nights and weekends or full-time, and the only 4 years I took off from swinging a hammer was when I was in the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, and I finished my education here at the University of Florida. I married my wife there in 1971, and she grew up in Keystone Heights. She used to drive through the Duck Pond area after her mother would take her to dances at the Thelma Bolton Center when she was a preteen. And when her mother would bring the girls back to Keystone Heights, they would drive up Northeast Boulevard and go through the Duck Pond, and my wife dreamed of living there when she was a preteen. And 50 years later, we were able to buy a home here. I have lived in very large fancy houses. I also spent 2 years out in Hawaii living in a coffee shack with no windows, screens, walls between us and the outside. While I was in Hawaii, I worked on a monastery, restoring it in Kauai. I worked on the restoration of a World War II movie theater that had been built for the soldiers there. When my wife inherited property in Alabama, we discovered that the upstairs of that property was a hospital that had been in continuous operation but shut down right after World War II. And when we went to the upstairs, we found that this hospital could be opened if not for the coating of dust on it and the lack of cooling and electricity. Every room in that hospital had equipment in it that was pre-war equipment. And instead of tearing it all out, we spent a little over a year restoring it and worked with a newly formed medical society to form a museum up there. And I took, at the time we were living in Marco Island, Florida, and once a month I would drive from Marco Island up to Foley, Alabama to restore that, and eventually sold it to the museum board, and that's in existence today. I have lived in the Duck Pond area for 17 years now. I spent 2.5 years restoring our house, working with the historical board in doing so. I am skilled in every aspect of carpentry, and every detail you see on these old homes are details that if I haven't done, I know exactly how to do them. I am really good at finding compromises, finding alternatives, I have been a general contractor in Florida since 1978. I have built over 100 homes in Marco Island. I've built condominiums for 10 years, and for the last 25 years, I was doing restoration work in every type of home or condo you can imagine, including the home owned by Governor Rick Scott down on the beach in Naples, and even worked for Judge Judy at times. My background in Gainesville goes back to studying with some of the better professors at the University of Florida, and I also worked as a bartender at Dub's for a while. And some of you may remember Dub's, or at least you've heard about it. I would very much like to work with the historical board. I feel like I have a lot of knowledge in the industry and what it takes to do things properly and be sensitive not only to the needs of the history of the area, but also to the needs of the people who are coming before it and asking for opinions or asking for assistance. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Outside of that, I'll sit back down.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can staff just remind me who on our Historic Preservation Board currently fills the required architect and then the 5 other shall, when possible, appointee positions?
Yes, so we have Jay Reeves as an architect and also Bill Warner.
Okay. And then we have history, Vivian Filer, clearly.
Yes.
Is there one?
And I don't really have them laid out beyond the architects and the history person.
I will trust some communication from commissioners if they remember. Real estate and real property appraisal or finance? Is someone?
Michelle Hazen. Okay.
And Bill Warner.
And Bill, yeah, that makes sense. Urban planning and or law. Can't, no. Engineering and or building construction.
I think that's what she.
That's the department she works in, but not.
Mr. Persons, maybe.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, thank you. We do not currently have a filled contractor spot on the, and I think that's in your backup in terms of the, there's a spreadsheet I think that was added, which has some of the sort of required positions. We're currently lacking a contractor.
Thank you for reminding me. I did not. Well, I saw one. Yeah, okay, never mind. I did see that. Got it.
Sure.
And then landscape architecture. Do we have anyone for that currently? Okay. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, is while we complete ballots on this, is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Okay. All right. Pass this down. Thank you both for applying. I appreciate it, and I hope that whoever is not chosen will continue to be involved and apply further. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the 2 applicants, these are 2 really good applications. And so while I have no way, we'll find out here momentarily who was selected. Realize that we have over 20 boards. And when we find somebody who has some interest and passion in serving in the city, that normally doesn't just lend itself to one particular area of the city. It's want to do something good in the city. So once we find out the selection, I would just hope that would not dissuade whoever the other person is, and that you all would consider, look at those other boards we have, because we need qualified applicants like both of you all.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Book. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have 5 votes for Mr. Wilson.
Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Ackrell. I hope that you will continue to be engaged. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2023-118, Chapter 15 Noise Ordinance with the recommendation the City Commission direct staff on next steps to update the noise ordinance.
Okay, I know the commissioner who had requested that we look into this is unable to be here. And by the way, Commissioner Chestnut is representing us at the National League of Cities meeting this week. So, she's and I believe Commissioner Duncan Walker is under the weather. So we know where everybody is. But do we have a staff presentation or discussion on this, or shall I just try to, Madam Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a presentation. I know that both Chief Scott and Andrew are steeped in some information. This came up at a sunshine meeting that was held. Commissioner Book had actually identified several items that would actually supplement our efforts relative to gun violence. This was one of them. We have a noise ordinance. This is basically giving direction to staff to maybe look for some ways to amend that, bringing in an audiologist to address some of the issues that we have relative to noise in the downtown area. Andrew, you or Chief Scott may want to add to that. This is really giving direction to staff to continue to work on amending the existing noise ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And I was at that sunshine meeting as well, and this was one of a variety of issues that we asked to be brought forward. And, Chief Scott.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, this is the result of the meeting. We had some discussion about the decibels and the age of the ordinance. The fact that the belief that it needs to be reviewed is not fitting some of the things that we need to try to enhance. There's some conflict right now. So the thought was that we would contract, I think that was the suggestion, that we would contract with some sound lab or audiologist that could review this ordinance, look at it, see if it pertains to, if the standards are still there, or up to date, best practices, and if not, make some recommendations for modifications.
All right, thank you, Chief Scott. My understanding from the Attorney's Office is that this current ordinance has stood up in court already and is defensible. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's been challenged in the past in the field and withheld challenges, and has served as an effective tool from our perspective, at least. From the law enforcement perspective, that's for them to say.
Okay, all right, thank you. While I wait some lights here, do we have any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay.
I didn't know you had to sign up for that.
Well,
Mr. Ackerell.
Come on up. Welcome back.
Thank you. My name's Anthony Ackerell. I only saw the listing about this being discussed when I came here to the meeting, and I noticed that the word decibel was in there. And I've always felt that the noise ordinances should go by distance rather than decibel. How do you prove decibel? You need whatever metering you have to determine that. Police officers don't typically carry those around. And I feel that it's far more sensible, reasonable, practical to say 100 feet, 50 feet, 200 feet, whatever that measurement is. Police officers are really good with numbers and measurements. They can tell you what 100 feet is. I would really encourage, if that is being discussed, that it has to be enforceable by a violation of decibels. It's really impractical to enforce that, and far more reasonable, I think, to go by distance. And especially with these cars, with the sound systems, that I can hear my windows rattling in my house 5 blocks away with the window shut, or some of the larger events that we have downtown with all the outdoor concerts. It seems unreasonable that 7, 8, 9 blocks away, I'm hearing the actual lyrics of music being played at an outdoor concert, which is happening more and more often downtown. So I really would encourage any revisions to include measurement rather than decibels. And thank you for having such a dedication to this new ordinance, because it's a serious quality of life issue for a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Lyons.
Welcome, Mr. Lyons.
Hi, thank you for the second time today, and if there's a sign behind me, would you please let me know? I support the commission looking at it if it needs to. The ordinance, as I read it, certainly could be utilized for various enforcement issues that I see downtown. If the police feel otherwise, then I certainly encourage them and the city to work together, along with folks like us, to see where disagreements may be to help tighten that up. There's many things in here, without going through it, that I think could be utilized by the police to assist all users of the downtown. And so my only request is that it doesn't go to a consultant and then comes back right to the commission, but there's some discussion between owners of buildings downtown, not just business owners, but owners of buildings downtown to see how this could apply to not just certain situations, but as the city continues to grow and these are likely to become more and more evident, more and more issues down the road. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of thinking out loud as it relates to this ordinance and how it came about. At that special meeting, I think we had some discussion by both the private building represented by Mr. Lyons, and then by some of the business owners, just south there, and that led to some broader discussion related to noise ordinance and how it can be effective, and if it needs some revision, or if it's working quite properly as it currently exists, and is not challengeable, as the city attorney it kind of relates to. And then I think I can be corrected here, but Commissioner Chestnut actually said, let's take a look. For this particular meeting, it was, let's take a look and see if there's anything that might, I see some head shaking, so that's helpful. If there's anything that might be, always, what's the best practices, what's the trends, how are other municipalities working out? That's always a good thing to do. Am I understanding, Madam Manager, I know we're looking for some direction here. Are we looking for a interest in having a consultant take a look at this, or was that just merely something that was a suggestion?
It was a suggestion that came out of the discussion by Commissioner Chestnut.
Yes, ma'am.
That may be a way for us to better judge the effectiveness of what is currently in the noise ordinance, that a noise expert, audiologist was what was mentioned, may be considered to help with that. And that's where it came from. So we were asked to take a look at the ordinance for further effectiveness beyond what it currently is because of some conflict in the downtown area with noise. So again, that's why we brought it here. It came out of a sunshine meeting, which obviously, no action. We brought it to the commission to see if in fact there was consensus for us to move forward with, looking into.
Sometimes merely looking at the ordinances and where we're at currently as it relates to enforcement and their abilities to be effective just allows us to say we're where we should be at that particular moment. I can't speak for our colleague, but I did wonder, Mr. City Attorney, is there anything that we know of from a trends or best practices or perspective that either makes the ordinance more effective or is just something of where those particular types of municipalities are going, or if you have any knowledge about that, that would be helpful.
Mr. Attorney.
Honestly, nothing in particular, Mr. Mayor, and obviously the chief might have some. I can tell you that in the past, probably 10 years or so ago, I spent a great deal of time defending and prosecuting actually the noise ordinance violations from downtown. As a practice then, we would rely generally on the plainly audible standard, prohibition of noise that's plainly audible greater than 200 feet. It wasn't an easy tool for code enforcement and police to measure and to then warn and ultimately cite with escalating sanctions against property owners and managers and noise producers. So that was the trend then. That's when we faced challenges. I'm not aware of any changes that have jeopardized that. There have been changes in law regarding vehicles, and I think we've amended our ordinance to consider those as well. But that's the experience that we've had in our office.
Is right, Chief.
And that was part of what I was going to speak to, is that the plainly audible component is something that has been challenged and been litigated, and that there would have been adjustments for that. But if you remember some of the discussion that we had, it dealt with, we established 200 feet as a measuring point, and whether or not that is still something that's effective or that's something that is the best practices now. So that's been part of one of the things I think they wanted to have looked at is, are we using the right metrics as far as distance, measuring tools as far as decibels and the whole level, plainly audible, is that something that's applicable as well? So that was, I think, the general thought is let's have someone look at it and see, is it still in play? Is it the best practices today? And that's the essence of what I picked up from the conversation.
Okay, so if I'm understanding right, so this is a very complex ordinance. It is, and it has both distance and statistical metrics also that allow us to figure out. So it has various different areas, and I don't hear any overriding aspects that we need to change. And we know that currently it's completely defensible. And if anybody disagreed, especially from a staff perspective, I would want to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I was going to kind of reiterate as I was looking through the noise ordinance that plainly audible is a portion of there. It's good to know. And you say I couldn't hear you well there. You said that was or was not easily defensible within court.
It has been defended successfully.
Yeah.
And
easily, you said it was it was easy to enforce and easy to move.
no, I guess my intent was that it appeared to be a method that was readily available to law enforcement and/or code enforcement, and it without the need for the more complex equipment. When you start talking about decibel levels, you're required to show calibration and the ability to use the equipment, and it does get more technical and more difficult in many ways. Plainly audible deals with the problems that people are having. And it's easy enough, as the gentleman said, for an officer to know 200 feet from the property line. Are you able to ascertain what the lyrics are? Are you able to ascertain what the words are? Is it something that is plainly audible as defined in the ordinance? And then issue the warnings followed by citations if necessary.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I want to find solutions to issues of kind of neighborliness within that area. I know that particular business has had noise questions going back to when it was the Hardback Cafe in the 90s, and it turned up right as the Hippodrome was going down, and there's it's an outdoor venue, and I recognize that it's different. That now there's the hotel there. The problem is you get across the board with any kind of these noise ordinances is that it kind of pits various things together. I mean, as you mentioned, we have these great concerts that go on in downtown. They are certainly audible more than 200 feet away, and it really makes the downtown kind of the entertainment center of the city, which has really been, I think, kind of the made it why people enjoy being down there so much. But also, people need to be able to feel comfortable within their homes. They need to be able to, be able to sleep at night, and so it's I don't mind having the consultant through. We can certainly have staff look at it, but I would almost rather just figure out the one acute situation or try to find solutions there instead of kind of across the board things for one issue that is coming up. It's because you do end up kind of touching on various things that could have impacts far beyond just the ordinance that you are changing. I'm happy to hear from the other folks on the dais, but it makes me nervous to start going down the road that we start without kind of looking at it more holistically. I have constituents that complain a lot about the same noises that Mr. Krill talked about. If there's a way to do that while still ensuring that we are able to not tamp down on the arts and on people being able to enjoy themselves outside, but this does get into sort of a balancing act that gets a little more complicated. We're also not the only city that does noise ordinances. It's one of the biggest things that every city deals with. So I know there are other ordinances that we could look at probably through our typical policy process. I don't know if it requires a sort of in-depth consultant to look at it. I'm sure you might look at Ocala. It might be 60 decibels instead of 70 decibels. Might be 150 versus 200. You can take a look at all those things. I don't know if this is necessarily the direction of just paying for an outside consultant when it seems like a fairly straightforward thing that we could figure out. Even Mr. Lyons said, hire the consultant if you want, but let's have a community conversation about this as well, because it seems to me like that's probably where we're going to get to the best outcomes on this. But happy to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say about it and how we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we talking? So this is just to direct staff to continue on that path, but a budgetary impact is something that would be brought back to us in the future. Though that budgetary impact would be coming in the future, I personally would feel a little more comfortable if all 7 commissioners were here, definitely when we vote on something like that, in a year where our budget is tight, there's less available money, unless we find a potential new source or grant. I would love that. You know, get on a grant from, I don't know, National Hearing Foundation or somebody, you know. That would be great. But so I feel a little more comfortable if we, particularly once we get to a vote on that has a budgetary impact, that everyone is here for that. Currently, this is a question for I think for the chief. Do all our GPD officers have to meet a minimum natural or aided hearing standards so that they can tell what is audible 200 feet away?
Yeah, machine.
Questions I really don't know.
When we're initially hired, there's a hearing exam that they go through to make sure that we can hear as well as the sight test. It's the regular standard for that's acceptable, and that's something that's handled by health services.
Okay, and also code, because some of this is could be handled by GPD, but some of this also handled by code enforcement. Yes. So does code enforcement? Thank you, Chief. Does code enforcement also have? Do all of our code officers have a minimum kind of hearing standard?
I don't think so, but I am saying that. I would yield to Andrew, and he's shaking his head, so he can put that in the record. But I don't think so.
When we talk about relying on a city staff person's definition of audible, I just want to have some reassurance that.
And no, and generally code enforcement does not get involved in noise complaints. It's typically handled by GPD. We don't have any noise meters in code enforcement.
Well, I think I was talking about human noise meters.
Yes, but we don't have the same hearing tests as the GPD officers.
All right. So it's kind of in code, but it really noise complaints quickly are handed off to GPD. Okay, that's kind of what I need to know. I understand Commissioner Eastman's concern that perhaps this is like a one-time or one geographic issue, but I think increasingly it's still going to be. This is an issue that is all across the city, perhaps not from like live music everywhere, but or music from cars, motorcycles, personal music devices that nowadays you can just. I mean, a phone is amazingly loud nowadays, and I think it's only going to get worse. Scooters that have open scooters that have full sound systems. And I know that state laws changed a little bit. I'm interested in learning more about noise detector, stationary noise detector, noise cameras, about how we can better identify the people who make living in a city kind of miserable through noise. So I don't know that it's a one-time issue. I think this is a longer conversation. Perhaps this conversation just needs to continue. I'm fine delaying any kind of action on this until other commissioners are here who particularly are on public safety and where we talk about this. I think it is a public safety and health issue. So I'm prepared to table this and come back to it, or postpone it and come back to it. But particularly once we get to budgetary impact, then it's a decision we all need to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hear you, but as someone who is on public safety, I can tell you this has never been a topic on our list from when we started. I think, as we said earlier, our next meeting is the 7th, and then that's it. I think we have one more.
We have a special meeting.
Yeah, so we won't really get, sorry, thank you. We won't really get that next opportunity. Staff will not get ample time if we just wait until then to give the same direction we're probably going to give now of, hey, look for some research, find out some stuff and bring it back, which I think is the baseline of what we're asking today of, yes, permission to go research, not anything further. So I'm fine giving that direction today because it's going to be the same conversation in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, wherever we put it on that agenda. And I think at this rate, the 7th is getting a little packed. So I'm perfectly fine to make that motion after public. We had public comment. Yeah, perfect.
Let me put some ideas out there.
Sure, but I'm fine moving forward with just giving staff the direction and permission to go ahead just to start looking at what we have, because there's, I think we often trip ourselves and staff by wanting everything very clear cut and perfect before we let them start even researching, and we can do many things simultaneously without committing to any one. So, staff is capable, very capable. So I'm good moving forward, but the mayor had ideas and/or suggestions.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. I'll come back to you in a second for a motion. What we have an acute issue downtown at Southeast Second Place. We have ongoing complaints, concerns from constituents that we all experience. We all know loud cars. I mean, that's a thing that everyone experiences positively or negatively. And further, and I don't know if this is a noise ordinance issue or not, but it has become hard to have a conversation near University Avenue and a number of other streets without somebody's extremely loud motorcycle, or whatever the proper term for it at this point is. Some are scooters, I think, but they're just rigged in a strange way. Vehicles that are making their own noise. They're not music, they're just making their own noise at a very loud level. I don't know if that's a noise ordinance issue or something else, but those are, I think, probably the three things that bring us forward here to where we are. So if we could perhaps ask staff and give them some room to come back with some kind of roadmap, not absolute solutions, but a roadmap, perhaps at the January 11th general policy meeting, that gives a little bit of space, but doesn't require specific answers. Now, in the meantime, that leaves the acute issue downtown unsolved. But I would ask that some of the things we consider are not necessarily enforcement issues, but how we might be able to support a solution to that particular issue. And I don't know what that is exactly. I've heard conversations about some additional structures that other communities use. I've heard people talk about having seen this solved in Austin. I don't know if it actually got solved, but I know it was addressed. Primarily what I'm looking for is something for us to be able, something tangible to be able to talk about and work with, and some kind of roadmap at the January 11th meeting. That gives us a little bit of space, it's a couple months, and it gives us all time to think about, including staff, avenues that we might want to get solved, if that makes sense. It's hard to, I understand what the questions and concerns are. I also have a hard time figuring out exactly how we're supposed to address those things, because I don't think it's specifically about the noise ordinance. I think it's what we called it, but I don't know that the noise ordinance is the tool for this particular problem. Commissioner Sacco, can you put something like that in motion, or do you not want to?
I mean, that's fine, just percolating. Sure, so I move staff to a roadmap, as in, what options are we gonna take to communicate with the community, the businesses, people, problems, GPD?
Yes.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay.
GPD and other staff. I mean, I don't want, I prefer to just say staff.
Well, we found out code doesn't handle it, so GPD. Code is great, I love code.
Well, codes might handle some of the downtown issues.
We'll leave it to staff. But I move that staff come back with a roadmap for the January 11th meeting with potential options and ideally a cost, if they can come up with it, for what is possible. But just some options on how we can address the issue of noise, not necessarily the noise ordinance.
Right.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Eastman.
I'm fine with having staff come back to us. I wonder if we have, because the holiday parade's in early December, and then January 11th, it's top of mind of that. you're getting off of Christmas and then into the new year, and then you have what, 7-8 days to come up with something. I know that we got something. Obviously we're gonna have something on that GPC meeting. I just wonder if that's if we think that's a lot to ask of staff after this difficult of a year, if they maybe can take a breath before. Some will be on there. I don't know. Is this asking a lot of staff right after the holidays?
Cool.
Is all I'm asking.
25th.
Is that, you comfortable with that? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any, we do. Commissioner Book?
No, mine was just to indicate that I'm not in favor of a consultant in this, so I appreciate that the motion simply says, hey, if there was cost to be incurred or thought, then we would hear about those before. I think it sounds like most of the research has been done and we're pretty solid on the ordinance, so if there's some other tweaks or something that may deal with specific situational things that we've talked about, that would be beneficial. So thank you.
Very good. All right, I see no further lights. All in favor?
Is the
Yes.
seconder okay
Yes.
with the modification? Okay.
All- 25th, yes. Yeah. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, we're starting to make up a little time.
2023-1138, agreement between the City of Gainesville, the Alachua County Sheriff, and Alachua County for a combined communication center, with the recommendation the City Commission approve the request to enter into the interlocal agreement with the Alachua County Sheriff, Alachua County, and authorize the mayor to execute the interlocal agreement and any other required documents subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Mr. Mayor, this item, we've actually not had a contract in place for a little over a year. The police department, the fire department, this is a critical service for them and for the community, period, in terms of communicating, dispatching, and so this is budgeted. This has been the subject of discussion of meetings with the county and the sheriff's office and the city and the fire department for over a year. And so, as you heard this morning in the ARPA report, we utilized the ARPA funds, the 4 million out of the 10 million. This was the revenue replacement item that we utilized to pay this bill for last year. But it is budgeted for the current year, and we need to, I would recommend that we approve this.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Willis.
Madam Manager, this was from ARPA, $4 million of it at least. The rest of it's budgeted from?
That was last fiscal year. That was fiscal year 23. So it's budgeted in the general fund for 24, which is the current year.
And how long does this agreement go for? Is it just?
Until, I'm sorry. This agreement is in place, I guess, until other amendments come about. The amendment that we have now, I think, was associated with maybe the formula. Chief Scott, I know you have just a little bit more background. But I don't think there is a termination on the agreement per se, unless
That's
there's some
correct.
amendments that come up.
It has no termination date on it. We can terminate it through a clause, but there is no expiration date.
So the agreement doesn't, but then obviously budgeting every year?
The funding is an annual funding formula, and we get that information, or we get the number actually from the sheriff's office and incorporate it into our budget on an annual basis.
And should we not want to pay the amount they tell us, do we still have to because the agreement is in place?
Well, the payment was pending, even though we owed it, and we actually ended up paying it. That was a part of the debate on the city side. When Chief Jones was the police chief, we had some debate about the accuracy of what we were being charged, and so there was some delay. But we've paid, we're current. We have to budget it annually. We may debate it, but ultimately we have to pay.
Right.
It may be a compromised amount, but we have to pay on an annual basis.
And we had any trouble with not having a current agreement?
We have not. We've piggybacked on the old one without the amendments. This is amended. We're all in agreement. I think the mayor attended a couple of those meetings when Chairwoman, not Prizia, but Wheeler was the chair. She was in several of those meetings, but we're all aligned at this point with the sheriff's office.
All right, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That was part of the reason why we had, there was no agreement, because we weren't in agreement with what the billing mechanism was going to be. And we worked that out and to our satisfaction, and we feel comfortable that it's a fair and equitable billing process now.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I know that from a public standpoint, this may seem like a big item, but it has had a tremendous amount of discussion around it already. It's an absolute necessity for public safety. There's no way around that. And it's budgeted. And it's not an unexpected expense, right, Madam Manager? This is along the lines of what we thought. It's not affecting any of the funds that we already have not, additional funds that we have not encumbered. So with that, I move that we support the recommendation for 2023-1138 and enter into the interlocal agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this?
I have no public comment.
Very good. Seeing no further lights, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
All right, we are on to our resolutions for the afternoon. Resolution for grant agreement for the University Avenue Complete Streets Project. And the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution and authorize the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and any other necessary documents on or behalf of the city with the Florida Department of Transportation for State Road 26, University Avenue Complete Streets Project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
To Mayor Commissioner Jesus Gomez with the Department of Transportation. This is basically to accept $1.5 million from the Florida DOT, and it's for design of the University Avenue project. This is going to be in addition to the $8 million that we got from Federal Highway Administration. So this project continue to move.
Very good. Very good. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. In addition, $8 million in addition to R2, and now we have 1.5.
Yes.
What is the, I'm asking because of the line, city will be responsible for any cost or staff time above this amount in the event FDOT is unable to provide additional funding. So what is the projected total cost?
The total cost for the entire segment of the project is about $42 million.
And I know we broke it down into phases.
Yes.
So what is that first segment?
Well, that phase, we're gonna come back to the city commission for you to decide what segment you want that. But it's we're gonna have the complete design in phases, and then I guess we're gonna need your feedback to see where you want to spend basically the $8 million on construction.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that approach instead of starting something and then finding out halfway, oh, we've run out of money. So thank you for that. Do you know when we'll have that kind of design pick the distance?
Early next year.
Okay.
Right now is
That is
they're doing
specific
the
enough.
finalizing the traffic study. There's looking at some key intersections. DOT have comments back and forth, so still in the design process.
Okay. But in the meantime, we have some money. Cool. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is this funding, Commissioner Sacco says we have some money, but this 1.5, we have to front it and then we'll be reimbursed. So does this 1.5 come out of just in general fund balance until we receive the 1.5 from FDOT?
It does not come out of the fund balance. We float it as we do most of the money that goes into transportation waiting on reimbursement. It doesn't come from the fund balance. It just comes from the general fund.
So as long as we get it this year, it all.
That's correct.
In a year, it all balances out.
Correct.
That's kind of what I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this?
We do not have any public comment.
All right. Commissioner Sacco?
I move staff recommendation to approve resolution 2023-1076.
Second.
B, I guess.
We have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendations on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Please, we do need to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
That's okay. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent.
All right. We move on to 2023-1077, resolution for the 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5310 grant applications. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt a resolution required in support of the Regional Transit System application for a Florida Department of Transportation 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5310 grant for free fare for seniors and for capital assistance to purchase a replacement van, and to authorize the city manager or designee to execute related public transportation grant agreements with the Florida Department of Transportation, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, this is a DOT grant that we apply every year. This is for elderly and disabled services. And on this one, we have funding for the 65-plus program that we have in some vehicles, the vans for paratransit services.
Okay, very good. Is there any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion or ask questions? Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation on 2023-1077. And go ahead and call the roll. Let's see for the lights.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut absent. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 5-0 with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent.
All right. Item 2023-1079, resolution for 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5311, grant applications. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt a resolution required in support of the Regional Transit System application for Florida Department of Transportation 49 U.S. Code, Chapter 53, Section 5311, grant for assistance with costs for demand response for rural area transportation service, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute related public transportation grant agreements with the Florida Department of Transportation, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, this is also an application we do every year for DOT, and it's for service outside the urbanized area. So the county commission provides the match for these grants. It's a 50-50 match, and they provide those local funds.
Very good. Is there any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And Commissioner Book, was that, or did you have a question?
It's just a comment. If it was not for yourself, Director, and whichever staff under the city manager's office that have dealt with transportation RTS over the last several years, we'd be behind by millions of dollars, because the amount, this is an area that we do extremely well. The funding streams that we've gotten in the transit sector is unbelievable, so I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you for that. These are 3 examples that we've talked about today, but there's many throughout the city of Gainesville. So to the extent that there's other staff members that have worked towards these grants on an annual basis or even a multi-year, we need to let them know how important that's been for our city's sustainability.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, thank you so much, Commissioner Book, for recognizing that. The woman that works for our transportation department that has been responsible for the application on our behalf of many of these grants has been with this city for how many years?
35 years.
35 years, and she's close to reaching the end of her career. She was recognized at the last awards program, and so the accolade is warranted.
Yes. It's interesting. Last election cycle on the campaign trail, there was someone who came to several of the forums and was chiding us for not being involved in seeking grants at the city of Gainesville. I'm like, but we do. We couldn't run many of these programs if we didn't have an active and very successful grant-seeking operation.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask if Mr. Gomez could put her name in the record, please?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, Margie Allen, and she has been great, and we're gonna miss her a lot. So we think we have a really good replacement, and she's been training that person, right now.
Very good. Ms.
She
Allen, if
started
you're
as
watching, thank
in
you.
the city parks department. I think she said she was in charge of the first parade for some reason. So, so you work on that. And since then, she's been, excellent, getting funding for the city.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Just a quick question. Are we allowed to deny retirement?
I don't think so. I don't think it works that way.
Fine.
Okay, thank you again, Ms. Allen, if you're watching, and let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 5-0 with Commissioners Duncan Walker and Chestnut absent. Thank
right.
you, Mr. Gomez.
We are on to our ordinances for first reading. 2023-827, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close a certain public right-of-way generally located in the portion of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street abutting tax parcels 14557000000 and 12994000000 and 129700000 as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jason Simmons, Department of Sustainable Development. This petition is related to Ordinance 2022-678, which was the PD amendment for the Alachua County Courthouse Complex that was adopted back in September. This involves the vacation of the last remaining pieces of right-of-way that are within that development area. So on the right-hand side, you see a view from Main Street looking west down Southwest 3rd Avenue. Here in the middle, you see looking at this segment here, looking, I guess, south down Southwest 1st Street. And the bottom shot shows a view looking east down Southwest 3rd Avenue. So this is a request to vacate this right-of-way as shown in the shaded area. It's part of this whole Alachua County Courts Complex. You have South Main Street on the east. You have Southwest 4th Avenue to the south. You have Southwest 2nd Street on the west and Southwest 2nd Avenue up top here on the north. The size of the area to be vacated is about 0.58 acres in size. This whole property has PD zoning, which again just had some of the conditions amended recently, and an urban core land use. And so the request is to vacate the right-of-way of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street within the court complex as shown. Now, the original PD ordinance that brought PD to this property was adopted back in 2001, and it regulates the development of the Alachua County Courts Complex that includes all the various court functions like the criminal courts, the civil courts, court services such as the Public Defender's Office, State Attorney's Office, the court reporter, et cetera, et cetera. As part of that original ordinance, this is a slide from the 2001 layout plan and map. Now back then, you see this is the currently open area of Southwest 1st Street, but back then, as part of that PD, they did do a street vacation of this portion of Southwest 1st Street, which of course now includes part of the courthouse as well as the Public Defender's Office and just some of the recent development within that property. That was part of phase 1 of the courthouse development. This map also shows that Third Avenue and the remaining portion of Southwest First Street would need to have a right-of-way vacation as part of Phase 4 of the development of this property. And so the amendment that came in was to update the conditions to more match the existing transect zoning in the area. And, but again, this street vacation for these two segments is still part of the plans for the area. So the staff recommendations and how we review street vacations is based on the review criteria stated in section 30-3.41, which concerns right-of-way vacations in the Land Development Code, and also policy 10.2.1 of the transportation mobility element of the comprehensive plan. So we look at each one of these items and see how the proposed street vacation would be impacted. So under whether the public benefits from the use of the subject right-of-way as part of the city street system, the requested areas of the right-of-way vacation are planning to be part of the redevelopment area for the future development that will be proposed ultimately for the site. The original ordinance addressed the phasing of development on the site and the timing of the vacation of right-of-way that will be needed for the future development. Also, another related ordinance back in 2001 vacated a portion of Southwest First Street and was approved in 2001. Whether the proposed action is consistent with the comprehensive plan, it is consistent with the future land use element policy 1.2.1, which states that the city may vacate street right-of-way only if it does not prevent reasonable connection for existing and future public transit, pedestrian, and non-motorized and motorized vehicle trips. Although the two right-of-way segments currently provide access to surface parking lots, they don't provide access to transit. The existing transit stop on Main Street will be unaffected by the street vacation. The proposed, the PD amendment that was adopted in September includes a condition that the vacated portions of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street will remain open for pedestrian and bicycle use prior to development or construction, and that part of any development plan approval that comes forward would include construction of a walkway that will connect Southwest 2nd Street to South Main Street. So that's already been adopted in the PD amendment. So that would maintain some sort of public connection in that area. As number C, the proposal meets the block size requirements. D, this proposal would not deny any access to private property. As far as the proposed action upon public safety, access to the courthouse complex will still be available for fire, police, garbage collection, and other essential services from the surrounding public streets. F, the effect of the proposed action upon the safety of pedestrians and vehicular traffic. The proposed street vacation is not expected to have a negative impact on pedestrian safety and vehicular traffic. Again, the PD amendment has that condition that the vacated portions will remain open for pedestrian and bike use prior to development, and has the condition about the construction of the walkway. Vacating the right-of-way segments and replacing them with an overall development plan, which relies on the established streets for connectivity, will minimize any impacts to traffic safety. The proposed action upon the provision of municipal services, including emergency service and waste removal, all of those services will continue to be collected as it is now. Solid waste collection will remain as it's currently operating with access to the courthouse complex off of Southwest 2nd Street. 8 concerns the necessity to relocate utilities, both public and private. A stormwater pipe has been identified underneath Southwest 3rd Avenue. Any change to the item and its level of service will need to be completed by the developer upon redevelopment of the site. GRU has indicated that there are existing utilities in the right-of-way to be relocated. The applicants will be responsible for the relocation of those utilities, and the ordinance to vacate the right-of-way, which you currently have the draft, has a provision that provides an easement over the vacated area for the public utilities. And finally, I, the effect of the proposed action on the design and character of the area. The street vacation will enable the redevelopment of the surface parking lots that abut Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street. The PD amendment includes language that adds urban design and urban form language from the Land Development Code that is compatible with the urban core land use category, and compliance will be required when a future redevelopment proposal is submitted for review. The proposed area for street vacation did not particularly contribute to the character of the neighborhood, so redevelopment of this area will improve the design and character of the area. The other set of criteria we have to look at is from the comprehensive plan, policy 10.2.1 of the transportation mobility element. We look at, will the loss of the street foreclose reasonably foreseeable future bicycle and pedestrian use? There are no bike lanes within those 2 segments. There are sidewalks along both sides of the 2 rights-of-way. But again, we have that condition in the PD amendment that the vacated portions of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street will remain open for pedestrian and bike use prior to development or construction. And again, any development plan approval must include construction of a walkway that will connect Southwest 2nd Street to South Main Street. The loss of the right-of-way segments will not foreclose any non-motorized access to adjacent land uses or transit stops. There are no transit stops within the Alachua County Courts Complex itself. The existing stop on South Main will not be impacted. A C is not applicable in terms of adjacent to transect zone properties specifically, because the area around these rights-of-way are zone PD to specifically address courthouse uses and regulations for the Alachua County court system. And D, whether there's a reasonably foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor for the area. Again, the conditions will mandate that some sort of walkway will be required as part of any development plan in the area. And thus the right-of-way vacation will not see the elimination of a transportation corridor for bicyclists or pedestrians. This is just a view from the PD amendment that was recently adopted that shows all the different conditions. And one of the things it did spotlight was the fact that in these later phases, these segments would need to be vacated. So again, the proposed PD amendment includes a condition that the vacated portions of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest 1st Street will remain open for pedestrian and bicycle use prior to development or construction. And part of any development plan will include construction of a walkway from Southwest 2nd Street to South Main Street. And GRU has indicated that there are existing utilities in the right-of-way to be relocated. The applicants will be responsible for the relocation of any utilities, public and private, and the ordinance to vacate the right-of-way has a provision in there providing an easement over the vacated area for public utilities. With all of these things in mind, staff recommends approval of petition LD 23-82 and also ordinance 2023-827. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. The petitioners or the agents for the applicants are also here, and they have a presentation if you so desire to view it.
Commissioners, do you have questions, Mr. Simmons, or should we give the opportunity first to the applicants? Okay. All right. The applicants' representatives want to make a... Welcome, Mr. Swager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager with EDA Consultants. I did put together a very brief presentation, but it really repeated the criteria for approval and the maps that Jason had very thoroughly gone over with you. I'd be happy to go over any of those if you'd like. I would just like to make a couple comments. I learned a long time ago not to get in the way of people who might be hungry and dinner, so I'll try not to talk much. Look, this is a really important step in this project. The county is moving forward with a major capital improvements project, starting construction in 2025 for the new civil courthouse, the energy center, and parking garage. It's going to transform that entire block and also free up some key properties in the downtown area, which we talked about here a couple months ago in September. This probably looks very familiar to you. This is the implementation of a condition that was in the PD that said that we shall apply for a right-of-way vacation for that remaining small piece of property right-of-way. And so that's what we're doing. This is sort of the next logical step in the process. There's obviously many applications and things that we go through. The next thing you will see are actual development plan applications coming to the city, which will be exciting. That's going to be happening all through 2024. Your staff has reviewed all the criteria for right-of-way vacation. They believe we meet all the criteria. We believe so as well. Your plan board reviewed it and recommended approval as well. Just to reiterate, the block, the entire county complex block still meets the urban transect standards for the block perimeter length, so we're not creating a much larger block than what everyone else has to do. And also there is a condition that the bike ped accessibility and route has to stay open pre-construction in those right-of-way areas, and then after construction as part of the project, there has to be an urban walkway connecting Main Street to 2nd Street for bike and ped access, and we talked about that last time. I just wanted to reiterate that this is going to allow the block to be redeveloped. It's going to maintain bike ped interconnectivity and route options. It will just be removing a small street segment. If you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few lights. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. My question, it's for staff, I think, would know the answer. It doesn't have bearing on my decision because staff vetted it. It's fine. Was 3rd Avenue recently repaved? And by recently, I mean like the last 5 years, because I think based solely on photos, it looks much newer than everything surrounding. So I think I'm just a little miffed if we had spent money.
I think it just doesn't get used.
Oh, well, that would keep it newer.
I believe it was refurbished when the previous courthouse project was built, which is now, gosh, 17, 18 years ago, amazingly.
Amazing what roads look like if you don't use them. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't get a lot of traffic, so it...
That's a good answer. I just didn't want to approve demolishing something we had just spent money on it, especially roads, but never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oddly enough, I gave some traffic to that road. That is my most popular parking spot to get to downtown before having joined the commission and being willing to go north of University. I live in Southwest, and so it was always my favorite spot. I'm giving up for sure, by far, my favorite parking spot for downtown. But so just so I'm clear, when we talk about some sort of an urban walkway, we don't mean on 4th Avenue. We mean somewhere in the middle of the block, somewhere close to current 3rd Avenue.
Correct. The way it's written is that it doesn't have to be exactly where the Third Avenue right-of-way is today, but it needs to be somewhere mid-block and provide that connection. It may have to meander just a little bit, to work
Right.
around the design, but it would be somewhere in the center of the block.
Okay. That is definitely one of my biggest concerns.
Sure.
I still think this is a very large block. I think this is us working well with the county. I think this is us really doing the county a favor in this sense, though we want to keep them downtown, so they are doing us a favor as well. We're scratching each other's backs on this. Block is too big for my liking, but with a good urban walkway, I think that really helps achieve some. That Third doesn't get a lot of street, vehicular traffic. It is parking, but that kind of connectivity will remain, and I'm very glad that our concerns and our city plan has been followed in this, so that we still have that. So thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Schrager. Thank you, Mr. Baer.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually, one more question. What are we approving? Because up there it said LD and 2023-827, but my backup only says staff recommendation of LD 23. So just what are we?
LD 23-82 SVA.
That's just the one.
So that's the petition, but it comes out as ordinance 2023-827. Is that just the
I think there's
process
just one
here?
ordinance, right?
I believe the ordinance number is the 2023-827. So I guess if
So what
you're
is
voting
the-
to approve the ordinance on first reading, you're approving 2023-827, which is the e-scribe number for the.
It's letter D in the back.
Okay.
Tell them to go to the staff rec.
Yeah, please go to the staff rec side so I
Because
can.
there are discrepancies in the slides.
Right.
But do you have a recommendation for this line?
Well, yeah, I need my presentation.
Oh, that's right.
You're gonna switch.
So it's the petition with the ordinance that goes with it.
So that's how where it goes with it. But in our printed, it doesn't say anything about LD. Sometimes they are in some places in our agenda. That's why I just wonder. I don't see that LD. That's why I just questioned, because I don't see it in my agenda that that's what we're approving. Yeah, one of our backup, it shows that. So I'm just confused about the process. Well, are we approving,
The ordinance approves the
the
application.
ordinance approves the application? But sometimes we vote just straight up on the application, right? Okay.
Some mistakes.
All right, just I see things printed a different way in different places, so I asked the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you. For the applicant, I understand and don't really have much of a problem with Southwest First Street. I mean, it's a fairly short, there's not a lot of throughput there anyway. Southwest Third Avenue is, I'm looking at that urban walkway that you're putting, and at least the photo that you have in your backup, it looks like there's fairly large setbacks that are from, that portion there.
Yes.
Why not just leave the road right of way as it is and then ask us to vacate Southwest First and kind of keep at least that connectivity through? Or is that right of way significantly different? It looks roughly the size of a road, maybe a little bit of a change.
Mr. Mayor, I would say, that is an urban walkway that was approved several years ago for one of the projects in the city. It's a minimum 10-foot wide paved path, has to have shade trees on each side. So that's the requirement that would be in the PD. But we certainly feel that we need the right-of-way vacated for Third Avenue because the civil courthouse will most likely be in the southeast portion of the block, and it would really just go right through where the existing Third Avenue is today. So more likely, the urban walkway will just be a little bit further north, which will actually be more right through the center, bisecting east and west through the block.
Okay.
We think it's really important for.
And then the parking would be to the north. There's a parking garage associated with this.
There's a parking garage proposed, so we are eliminating service parking and we're replacing with a parking garage.
And then, I mean, and those are the only practical questions. I mean, I will say that this is the largest block that we will have in downtown. The other two super blocks being across the street here and where we're sitting. And I don't love the idea of combining these blocks together in this way, but it's, I mean, it makes sense, and you're going to need a certain amount of space. We have tiny little blocks here designed for horse and buggy within downtown, but related to the some of the questions with the our comp plan. I mean, one of which was that it would for public right of way abutting any property located within the U4 and U9 transect. The loss. I'm probably reading the wrong one. It requires a mixed use for if you're abutting U4 through U9.
Right.
I guess this is kind of a similar to DT zoning, and it is a PD. Is that why you're able to
technically that criteria does not apply here because there's no U4, U9. It's PD zoning, and it's also very similar to DT.
Mm-hmm. And I guess DT is not within that within this for some reason.
Correct.
And then we have called within another portion of our comp plan that we try to call for small street blocks, which is would of course expand out. We mentioned kind of the portion of the comp plan that allows for vacating of right of way, but I mean I do worry about this is going to be a very large block going from north to south, and this cut through certainly helps with that. But I don't know, it makes me nervous. I don't know if it's ideal, but I think it's I get that there's a long history here of the county threatening to move the courthouse in the 90s, and then us keeping it here, and then us voting for it. This was bonded, right?
Yes.
During that same time period. And, it is nice to have those government buildings that are down here. So I'll be in approval of it, but I don't love creating the largest super block in our downtown and voting here today, but I think I like the cut through here. I think that would look nice so long as it's larger and inviting, sort of like this. Sometimes you'll see these cut throughs and they're sort of dark and the buildings are up there and it feels like private property in a way that at least the photo that you have here doesn't. This feels sort of like it is public right of way, which makes people feel more comfortable going through in a way they wouldn't if it just was a tiny little alley. I know that's probably not. I guess it's a 10-foot minimum. It may not have those kind of setbacks on it, but I guess
you got to have 10-foot minimum pavement. Then you have the street trees, so you end up being it's more like 30 feet. Yeah, okay. So it's like a corridor, which is a bicycle advocate. I'm sure you'd appreciate that could be considered a block edge if done the right way.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure Mr. Persons is listening and will appreciate that when this comes through development review.
All right. That's it. That's all I have this one. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there
very
any
much.
public comments on this?
There are not.
Okay. Does anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Sacco.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
There's a motion second. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes 5-0 with Commissioners Duncan Walker and Chestnut absent. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, commission comment?
Any commission comment for the afternoon? We'll have another opportunity in a little while. All right, we are in recess until 5:30. Ourselves assembled. Welcome to the evening session of the Gainesville City Commission meeting. And we are lucky to have with us this evening to lead the pledge some trainees and officers from Gainesville Police Department. So if y'all would come on up here in front and lead the pledge for us.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we're going to have y'all introduced here, so don't go far.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Officer Bailey with the Gainesville Police Department. I'm a field training and evaluation program coordinator. So I work with the rookies, the trainees, our police trainees. To my left over here, we have Officer Kuzeski, Connor Kuzeski. This is Officer Taryn Roberts. This is not a trainee. This is actually a police officer here. She's already well out of training. We have on her right is Officer Brittany McKay. And then we have Officer Brandon Vidal. And then on the other side of him to the right, we have Officer Janak Farner. They are about 6 weeks into their FTO, 7 weeks into their FTO training, the hardest part of the training that our new police trainees go through. Very stressful, very difficult. But they are probably a year or more now into their training. They had 6 months in the police academy. They had another mini academy that we ran for them. So at this point, they've already been through a lot of training, but they still have a few tough months to go, two tough months to go. And then they'll be ready to hit the road and operate on the road, to be solo.
Very good. We're so pleased to have you all with us this evening and to have you with the city and with the department. And we look forward to attending your retirement ceremony from the GPD sometime in the future. So very, very glad to have you all with us. And thanks for coming out this evening.
I'm sorry, sir?
Who are the experienced operators here? Who are they?
The experienced ones? Well, we start with the chief.
He's relatively
He's
new to the
most experienced
operation.
here. We got a few over there, but this is our officer Velasquez. Pavis Velasquez is an officer. You've been for 4 years? 3? Okay, fine. And she is here because she received Officer of the Quarter. I believe, is that right? Or was it more? No, I'm sorry. What was it? Of the month. I'm sorry. Of the month. Correct. Yeah, for a call that she was on. I was not on that call, so I'm probably not the person to speak about it. But it was a very serious call. It involved a couple of homicides, and she caught the suspect within minutes, from what I understand. So
I remember reading the description of that and being just so impressed. So thank you for your work on that. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can. The meeting, I think we had a meeting just days after that, and I made sure to, so the public would know that we had officers that ran towards danger. And so thank you for your response to keep the community safe on University Avenue. I was not surprised at all when I saw that you were Officer of the Month for July, and I'm very glad you were able to come here so we can see you, because it was something in our community that I think I will never forget being a commissioner. So thank you for your service, all of you and all of you as into the future, but particularly thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for being here. Have a great evening.
It's quite fun.
Thank you all.
Thank you. That's twice now. Madam Clerk.
All right. We typically would have early public comment, but we don't have anyone here. So
Yeah, we don't appear to have
any public here.
Mr. Ackerman,
Oh,
we need to speak
yeah,
to us.
Mr. Ackerman.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, we're moving on to resolutions for the evening. 2023-1069, seventh budget amendment to the fiscal year 23 general government financial and operating plan budget, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this is the seventh and final budget amendment for fiscal year 23. This was presented to Finance Committee and moved to the full board for review and approval.
Very good.
If there are questions, Mr. Varvel is here with the budget manager.
I'll see the lights. Does anyone have questions? I know that two of you have already been through this, so. Very good. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a small thing in here, but I wanted to comment because it, the $20,000 in the city, I believe it's the city clerk line, and that represents something, not that we had to expend further this 2023 year. It really came from FY 2022, and only because of the very careful attention of our interim city clerk was it located, dealt with, and we got to pay it in FY 23. It's really from FY 22, and so anytime some of these that we didn't have really good explanations, if it's fire rescue units truing up, or if it's new grants that come in, we understand how that gets spent. And it's an opportunity for show my appreciation to the interim city clerk for catching stuff in the past, and someone has to bring it forward eventually, even if it looks a little weird in our budget. But thank you for doing that. I think that's the only thing I really wanted to comment on besides the seventh and finishing up, we think, final FY 2023 budget amendment.
Yes,
Madam Manager?
has to be completed because by state statutes, by November 30, we have to be done with all actions relative to fiscal 23.
That'll be the last one because I'm not coming back until December evidently. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Varvel, I didn't want to provide or deprive you of the opportunity to speak on this if you'd like to, but okay. All right, is there any public comment?
I have no public comment.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I move we adopt the proposed resolution 2023-1069, seventh budget amendment.
Second.
We have a motion and second to adopt the Finance Committee's recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
I need a roll call.
Oh, it's roll call, okay, yes.
Commissioner Chestnut's absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 5-0 with Duncan Walker and Chestnut absent.
All right, next we have our business discussion item is 2023-598 Advisory Board and Committee Reports. The recommendation, the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed necessary.
Once again, this is an opportunity that we asked for all our advisory boards to make reports back to the City Commission. So we understand as a commission what it is that all of our advisory boards do. We have a pretty good idea of what the plan board does because we interact with you pretty regularly. But we don't interact all that often with some of the other boards. But I find it very helpful to hear from the advisory boards themselves what they see their mission and purpose as, so that we can all understand each other better. Welcome, Mr. Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, City Commissioners. There is a report in your backup which basically outlines, particularly in the back page, just gives a table of what we've done last year. The mission of the board is obvious. We're the local planning agency under Florida Statute 163. Sorry. I want to compliment you, by the way, on how well the loop works for hearing impaired out here. Doesn't work all that great up there, but it works really good out here. Anyway, under Florida Statute 163, we're the local planning agency. Now, to some extent, we're pretty much normal compared to other municipalities in the state. Very small municipalities have a tendency to have the commission also be the local planning agency. You could delegate more power to the city plan board if you wish to relieve yourself of some more work. Currently, the only thing we're the final authority on is special use permits. You could, delegate anything else you wanted and be the Board of Appeal for that. But right now, I think you like to have your hands in it. Our mission pretty much is we're responsible for originating and comprehensive plan amendments, overseeing the comprehensive plan, making sure that it is current. And in fact, right this minute, that's one of the things we're doing right now is updating the comprehensive plan. We're probably about halfway through. And then, of course, the other thing is you have to then go through the land development code and make sure, which is the implementing part of the land use plan, and make sure that everything agrees. It almost never always agrees, as we find out on a regular basis. We also get reports periodically from city staff, and city staff acts as the plan board staff on areas that are having friction or not working effectively, and then we tend to try to come up with a fix for that. We're also doing some more long-term things. As you know, last year we worked about a year and a half on the exclusionary zoning issue. And we've also been simultaneously working on inclusionary zoning, which has been sent to the commission. We've now passed on to you. And the main thing that we were working on that we considered very important is that there be some method installed for implementing how that would work. And we have, in fact, come up with that. And Mr. Persons has been kind enough to make sure that we have city staff that will be able to keep track with that. I think the most important thing is that and I think we generally feel this way, is that we're relatively in congruence with what the city commission wants. We're not exactly, as you've discovered, we're not exactly a rubber stamp. We have our own requirements and our own obligations, and that is specifically, we don't make the ordinances. We don't. What we do is we implement the ones that have been approved by the city commission. So, in a sense, all we can do is implement what is on the books right now. Now, that said, one of the key things about the plan board does, because we're a fully built-out city. Part of the issue is that we're doing a lot of infill. There's a lot of very old plats, old subdivisions. Frequently, they don't match very well with the current, particularly the LDRs, setbacks and things like that. And we pretty much agree as a board that part of what we do is try to sand off the edges where they're not supposed, where we're defeating what our goals and policies are. So we look to the land use goals and policies and make sure that when we send a project to you, even if it doesn't meet the LDRs perfectly, there's a reason for that, and hopefully it's explained, which is that it meets goals and policies, but for a variety of reasons needs to squeeze in one way or the other. I think that's an important part. I think it's important that the city have a mechanism that allows that to do. Obviously, you all have the opportunity to say we don't want to do that. Lastly, I think some years ago, as I explained earlier, we made a proposal to the commission which was adopted. One was to eliminate term limits, and I think that's worked out well. The plan board is currently a very qualified group of individuals, and they're highly motivated. We've got a couple of engineers, we've got some city planners. I'm a lawyer. I try not to be a lawyer, but I am anyway. And I think the city plan board is hard work, and there's a steep learning curve, and you have to do a lot of work to be prepared every meeting. And fortunately, I think right now, we have got a group that is able to do that, and I really appreciate my own reappointment as well as Vice Chair Sutton and Member Hill. The other thing that we have lost is we originally had a budget, not a large budget, but we had a little budget that allowed city plan board members to be a member of the APA, which meant we got their communications and their magazine, and also allowed us to go for at least part of the time to the Florida Planners Association meeting. In some fashion that I have lost sight of, that has kind of disappeared. And so I would request that the board, the city commission, consult with our liaison and see what's happened to those funds and if we could reestablish them. I think it's very, very valuable to be able to meet other planners and those, normally that meeting, Ms. Sutton and I went in September over to Jacksonville. They're normally 4 or 5 days. We normally would go for 1 day or maybe 2 days at most. But it's not wine and song. It's just really it's meetings with presentations. So with that, that's pretty much the state of the plan board. I'm available for questions or comments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Does anybody want to weigh in or ask questions? Mr. Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. So I think previous discussions, not with you necessarily, but with other members of the board, one, and I've addressed this with the city manager briefly already, one of the concerns was staffing, in addition to the budget, where, and I'm glad you included the chart of all the stuff y'all do. There's a lot, and I know it's not just you guys, there's a staff person also attached to that. And that staff person has other duties as well. The suggestion that was made was having a dedicated staff person, like that plan board, petitions, all of these things, that is their job. That is a job and a half in and of itself. And I think the manager said, like, she'd look into it, but we're not quite anywhere there. But is that something that you agree with? It's from other members that I heard.
Well,
that.
My experience has been Dean Mims was excellent as a liaison, and he seemed to be able to do it. We've never really done as well since then because I think we've got shorter staffed for a while.
How many years ago was that?
Pardon me?
How many years ago was that? Been here 15.
Five.
Okay.
Yeah, when at some point, the planning staff had a lot of empty spots. And I don't recall one of the many budget crises we go through periodically. And Mr. Persons can likely explain that. But we've become much more of an afterthought for our board liaison, who is obviously busy doing lots of other things.
And that's not a dig at Mr.
It is not.
He is wonderful. Overworked.
Actually, I would say our relationships with city staff are excellent. They're very responsive to things that we request, and we request a lot of stuff. And part of that, if we had somebody with a little more time, the plan board is actually designated as we have the right to originate petitions and changes to the land use and changes to the comprehensive plan. And we got kind of active about it some years ago. We initially, on our own, proposed the first ADU ordinance. And unfortunately, it got packaged in with a bunch of other stuff, and the whole thing went down the tubes, but now it's back. So I do think that there's a number of things that, if nothing else, we would have the opportunity to get a report on whether some of this stuff is feasible. Some of it is we would like to know more information on, more data information, which we don't have. We would really like to know how many ADUs, and they can tell us that, but how many lots are available to do that? We have a whole list of things that we would really prefer to be able to get more
So more
data.
research.
It's just research, yes.
That's kind of the feel I got from the other members of, we would like to do more, we would like to be faster, we would like to be more efficient.
Yep.
You are volunteers and staff is limited.
Well, and we are volunteers, and most of us, not including me, but most of us have, full-time jobs doing something else and families and things like that. And so, and I'm just, I guess I could do stuff. The last thing that I would say, I don't know what you do with this. I've tried for many years to set up a speakers bureau for the city to be able to regularly interact with neighborhood associations, various groups. And the reason for that is that right now when people get a notice that there's an action, a petition pending, usually they've got 10 days to respond. And that 10 days, they have to organize whoever they want to organize, and they also have to figure out the system. And so it's relatively obscure. Most people go about their life without ever being involved in how that happens. It would be, I think, very useful if we had the ability to, without having a petition pending, be able to have a group of people that could go to a neighborhood association, just explain how the system works. And I actually had that happen to me inadvertently. Last year, John Reiskin has a group that he has speakers for over at the Senior Center.
So I think Mr. Persons had mentioned a Citizens Academy or Citizenship Academy to me prior. But
I think this would be more dedicated to explaining what do you do when you get this notice or you see a sign. How do you find out what's going on? How do you find out what is going to happen? Find out who the plan board is and why they're there, so that they know the progression and about the time that they have it. I think that's just basic information. I honestly think we did huge outreach for when we did the form-based code. We had meeting after meeting, both here formally and also informally. We went out and we had neighborhood meetings. We had landowner type meetings, like commercial landowners, all kinds of people, so they could find out what the effect of a form-based code would be. I will tell you, we did that for almost a year and a half. And at the beginning, we were here until 2 o'clock in the morning with a jammed chamber while people yacked and yacked and yacked about the catastrophes that was coming. And that outreach, by the time we transmitted it to the commission, we had nobody attend at all. So there is some usefulness for that. I feel like on exclusionary zoning, we lost the messaging on that by having it become the abolition of single-family zoning, which is in fact untrue. And I wish we had been able to do more outreach on that over a longer period of time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ackerman. I think what you said has some real value to it. If planning is weird, Andrew has explained it to us a million times. A lot of people come here, pass things, and leave, and still don't quite know it all that great. But you're right. I think if folks understood a little bit more about land use and planning, it might not be so horrifying when you get the little postcard or when you see something on Nextdoor or when your neighbor knocks on your door with a petition. It would be less terrifying. We'd have fewer angry people in this building.
Well, I think that's true. I think people would come better equipped to ask questions and find out what it is. One of the things that I wish we would say more often to everybody, most of the stuff we do, form-based code, inclusionary zoning, all those, this is all very incremental. Nothing is going to happen tomorrow. When we did form-based code and we talked about a 12-story building in the DT district, people were absolutely convinced the day it passed there would be 12-story buildings surrounding them. They haven't built any, mostly. They're over here. And the buildings you see along University Avenue around the university, along 13th Street, those have been approved for 20 years. Not the buildings, but the ability to build those buildings. It takes a long time. And particularly with working on affordable housing, the only levers we have are incremental, they're small, but we have to do all of those in order to begin to make an impact. And that's why, again, I wish we were better at messaging.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, with that, I know it is snowball's chance in the underworld, but if after my colleagues speak, just the recommendation to see about at least those kind of informal academies, just to, or even a video, if it's easier to just kind of have it out there, some kind of educational component, kind of like Mr. Persons, this is a cake, this is frosting, here's how we do land use and zoning. Some component to really have readily available to pass out, so.
Well, and if you had a video and could send one person who could then answer questions, I mean, that's, because you will be surprised. When I was at the senior center, I was with Kim Tanzer.
Okay.
And they had no questions for Ms. Tanzer. They were all for me. So I just thought that was an interesting and showed a great appetite for more information.
I believe you. So yeah, that will just be my one request. I don't know if it needs a motion or if staff can just hear it to try to figure out some logistics, but yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ackerman, for all your service over the years. And I particularly hear the idea that in the past, the funding has helped to send to conferences. So I'm interested in that to fully support the City Plan Board because we have longtime members who serve. There's a whole lot on your plate, and you really do serve an important function. As mentioned in your report, that you're the first face and the first set of ears sometimes for kind of the average neighbor who gets involved in one of these issues of zoning or, special use. And so I really appreciate that. I'm also interested in ways we can help educate our neighbors, and whether that's through the City Plan Board, if that helps somehow. Like I always remembering the idea of a Citizens Academy. I don't like the term Citizens Academy. I want something else there. Neighbors Academy. How that may focus on police and fire, but this is important too. An important part of it, or even how the chamber does Leadership Gainesville. Understanding this process, I think, is very important. I think sometimes probably people in the business community learn the process because they're on the proactive side on it as opposed to the reactive side often. So I fully support that idea, how it works. That's probably kind of a long-term strategy, but I welcome any other ideas about that so that when people come to you, they come with some knowledge and they're really working through the process as opposed to needing to be immediately calmed down about something. We get it too. Someone, this is...
We all get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It represents something that I think is a failure on our part to explain what's going on.
Yeah. So we all answer it. You answer it. Thank you. We calm people down, let them know process. Sometimes they leave that conversation calm but disturbed because they realize how much bureaucracy is there and it can be confusing. But thank you for your time, and thank you to your entire board for their service. And yes, we reappointed three of y'all. Y'all were the buzzsaw against a much younger applicant. Just no way through that buzzsaw. Thank y'all for your service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let me add one more thing. Part of the comprehensive plan update is to simplify its organization as well as to put it into more readable English, so that right now you have to hire CHW if you have something important for them to figure out how it. That may always be true, particularly on big projects, but it would be nice if, and we're attempting to get this into a much more approachable English so that the average neighbor will be able to read it and have a pretty good idea what's going on.
Mr. Ackerman, thank you for mentioning that part. That's the thing that gets lost in all the discussions about the comp plan update, is that there really has been, since we started the conversation, a real desire from a lot of us working on it to make it something that you don't have to hire a land use lawyer or a group of planners to walk you through. Not that most people are gonna need to use the comp plan on a regular basis, but they should be able to read it and make heads or tails of it.
They should.
And it's only fair to try to do that.
It's the goals and policies of the city, and people are shocked to discover that the fundamental goal and policy is a walking new urbanist model that we adopted for 20, 25 years. And so they tend to be surprised about that, and if they could read it, they would find out that's what it is. It also might mean they organize and say, we want to have, suburbs out to Lake City. I hope that's not true, but you never know.
All right, well, thank you very much for being here and for answering questions and for the conversation. And thanks to our planning staff as well for supporting the plan board. I know that you all have an excellent relationship with these wonderful neighbor volunteers and with staff, and it seems to work really well. So.
And thank you for reappointing all of our folks. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Yeah. And I think the ideas of creating a speakers bureau and that sort of thing, I know that conversation continues, and we try to move it forward. I don't think there's a need for a motion on it unless you really want to make one.
No, I was just looking for, conscious of budget and staff limitations, the most efficient way to have it demystified for the general public. I like new faces, and I think they'd want to be involved if it was easier to decipher.
Yeah. Agreed. Madam Clerk, so is it 6 or 6:30 that we
I think
have
it's 6:30.
6:30, okay. We're gonna, if you all don't mind, we'll do a little agenda management and move commission comment up to now, and then we'll see where we go. The land use and zoning change ahead of us is, can't be heard until 6:30 because that's what it was advertised for. The attorney thinks it's 6:30, the clerk thinks it's 6:30, so in an abundance of caution, let's make it 6:30.
It was advertised for, I think, anytime after 10 today, but the cards that went out to neighbors said 6:30, so that's the fair thing to do, 6:30.
We'll do commission comment and maybe take a little walk, and then we'll see what happens. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I came across an article in AARP, don't ask how, but I came across an article on senior citizen tax programs, because I know keeping folks housed and the continuity of housing and aging in place is really important to us, as well as everything is more expensive. And I know we've been looking for ways to offset some of that burden. So I came across a program that a couple of cities have implemented where they have seniors volunteer, whether it be at local museums, schools, as greeters, as docents, as park volunteers, what have you. And that volunteer work results into, in some cases, a cap, in some cases not, a property tax write-off for the institution. And it's a couple $100s, but when you're on a fixed budget as a senior, that makes a difference. With the added benefit of getting our seniors continued engaged in the community and not isolated, which is a recurrent issue. So I have asked our policy research person, Morgan Spicer, to kind of look more into it, but I wanted you all to be aware of it. I think a good example is, and this is no reason why I picked it, Saco, Maine has a very good model, but it will be coming forward later, obviously in the new year. But what, it's a great town. It's a lovely town.
Fan of Saco, Maine.
My mother grew up in Central Maine.
It is a beautiful town, greatly named. But I think if folks want to, we won't see it until the new year, but if folks want to look into it, there are maybe 2 places that do it. I don't think there's anything that outright prohibits it, but it is a creative concept with not much impact to the municipality, but huge impact to the neighbors themselves. So if you want to start looking into it, I am quite interested in seeing if we're allowed to.
Very good. All right, thank you. So I will remind you, since Commissioner Chestnut is not with us this evening, that we do have the holiday parade coming up on December 2nd. And my understanding is that, including some in-kind donations, the total donations are up over $80,000, which I think covers us pretty well. We're getting the word out. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Staff is working very, very hard to bring this through as our first attempt back at it after decades. We leave the Blood Center parking lot at 6th Street and University Avenue at noon on December 2nd and travel east to the School Board Administration Building at 7th Street and University Avenue. I understand as of yesterday or today, the University of Florida Marching Band will be a part of it, as well as several high school bands. This is for real, y'all. This is no slap together parade. It is quite the going to be quite the performance. Following the parade at 3 o'clock, I think 3 to 5, we'll be at the Bo Diddley Plaza with a dance party for the younger set through 5 o'clock, and then at 5:30 we'll gather at the Thomas Center for the holiday tree lighting. And I think people are going to have a really great time with it. My family's looking forward to it. I hope yours is as well. Any other public or commission comment? Yes, sir.
Since we're talking about events, I think our Cultural Affairs Department would like for me to mention the amazing amount of work that's gone into the Downtown Festival and Art Show that's going on this weekend. It's, I mean, every year it's a really amazing show, or you could just go through, look at, see some of the best artists from really the whole Southeast in the United States of America. This year, they have Hooray for the Riff Raff playing, which is really great indie artists from New Orleans that I will be out of town for, unfortunately, but I would recommend anyone who is who has any free time this weekend, get out there. It's really great to really great event to experience, and our cultural affairs staff has done a really tremendous job getting it up and going. It's a huge lift, and so everyone should get out and enjoy themselves. It's going to be a beautiful weekend.
Right, it's an opportunity to pick up some holiday gifts while you're out at the art show as well. And the weather looks nice. It's not like it's been all week. The weekend looks to be relatively dry and in the mid 70s. So it'll be a great weekend for the Downtown Art Festival, and I hope to see you all out there. I'll be there most of Saturday, and I look forward to seeing everyone. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, we are going to put ourselves in recess until 6:30 when we will come back and consider a land use and zoning item.
Mr. Attorney, I think we're starting.
For the end of the evening session, and apologies for having to take a break there, but since we had sent out postcards for 6:30, we want to make sure we button everything up and do it right.
Absolutely.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2023-826, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 0.16 acres of property generally located at 1222 Northwest 16th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from single family to mixed-use office residential, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Welcome, Ms. McMullen.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Brittany McMullen, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. I am here to present the privately initiated land use and rezoning request for the property at 1222 Northwest 16th Avenue. As you heard, the property is about 0.16 acres in size. Both the land use and zoning requests will be covered in this one presentation. So this first slide here compares the current and proposed land use for the property. The property in question is located north of Northwest 16th Avenue. It's at the rear of the property that actually fronts 16th Avenue. So the entirety of the property, I believe, is about 0.36 acres, but just the portion in question is at the back here, about 0.16. So currently it is zoned and has the land use designation for a single family. That's the map on the left here. On the right, this map shows the proposed land use, which is MOR, which stands for mixed use office / residential. So this land use allows for a variety of uses. It is similar to the office land use. It allows for office, residential, multifamily, things along those lines. So this next slide shows the existing and proposed zoning districts. Pretty much mirrors the land use maps that you just saw. The existing zoning being RSF1 and the proposed zoning being U4, which is an urban transect zone, and it's sort of the equivalent of the more standard office zoning district. But it's the transect zone version. So all of the properties that you see there in blue along 16th Avenue are currently zoned U4. The road that you see going north-south here is 13th Street. The properties along that roadway are also transect zones, U6 mostly at that corner there, and that's typical of what we see at intersections is the higher intensity zoning districts. And then typically they will kind of step down, especially in transect zones. That's kind of the way that transect zones are set up, are to step down in intensity as you kind of get away from that major intersection there. So the properties that you see in blue on the north and south of 16th Avenue are zoned U4 currently. The back of the property in question is what's being requested for that as well. So this is the front of the property that's located on 16th Avenue, currently being used as an office for an insurance company. The portion of the property that's requested for the change is at the rear of the site. So that's what you see here in this image. This is an image just showing the aerial version of that with the insurance building at the front there facing 16th, and then the back portion of the property in question.
Commissioner Eastman, did you have a question now? Or can I wait? Okay, all right.
So this map provides a bit of a wider perspective of the area, just to evaluate the request's compatibility with the surrounding land uses. So as shown on the map, U4 is a relevant zoning district for this request since it is consistent with the neighboring properties. Like I said, it's comparable to the office zoning district, which it commonly acts as a buffer between higher intensity and lower intensity uses, such as single-family zoning districts. The applicant's site in particular is adjacent to some higher intensity districts, as I mentioned, such as U6 along that 13th and 16th intersection. So staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that they are consistent with the language and intent of the city's land development code and comprehensive plan. The entirety of that analysis is located in the staff report in your backup. Here you can see on the bottom of this slide 2 excerpts from the comprehensive plan, Objective 4.2 and Policy 4.2.1. These relate to the city's commitment to separating high-intensity land uses from low-intensity land uses, which can work to protect the character and livability of residential and low-intensity areas. So this suggests a framework where different land uses such as commercial, industrial, office, and residential are managed in a way that minimizes the negative impacts from the various uses. Both the City Plan Board and staff recommend approval of these 2 requests, and that concludes the presentation. I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is here as well and would like to add some information.
So let's go ahead and hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from commissioners. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I'm Mike Cotton. This is my wife, Debbie. We have a life estate on this property. We own 2 houses. Can I walk over to the map?
Let's use the pointer so that so we keep you on audio, and use that one right over there.
This is my office.
So, Mr. Cotton, if you would point toward that wall so we can see it. Yeah. That's all right. Thank you.
That's my office right there. It's been there. I bought it in 1985. And I had to go through the plan board process. It was about a year process, a lot of money. And before I could find out if I could convert it from residence to an office. It was approved. I've been there for 37 years. The back lot I purchased in 1994, I believe, when the lady who was next to me, the widow next to me, made it possible for me to get that approval because I had to share a drive with her. And she introduced me to the lady in the back. And when that lady died, her family approached me to buy it, and I bought it. I've had it as a rental house for 30 years. The next property, I was also approached when she died by her son, and I purchased it. And I did not want to go through the cost of converting a residence to an office. It's expensive and time-consuming, and the rent from an office is not much different than a home. So it has been a residence for 30 years that I have rented. When I bought this property in the back, it was a bamboo jungle, and homeless people lived in there. I cleaned it out, and I have mowed that yard. It's been separately fenced right there for all these years. And I have mowed it and kept the lawn for all that time. There's no homeless people there now. It's open. The thing that started this whole deal is my son is trying to buy a starter home. And so if I was trying to develop it, I'm an insurance agent. I am not a developer. If I was trying to develop this, I would not subdivide that lot right there. I'm doing this because I wanted to sell the property to my son, and I want to have access to that back portion. I'm asking for a consistent zoning on this parcel. It's already been reconfigured. I went through the plan department. I did everything according to the book. I did not try to do anything in secret. I got the approval from Juan Castillo. He talked with all the people in his office, the different departments, and they said they don't see anything wrong with this. It's consistent with their plan, but the city commission makes the final decision. So I've invested the money for the petition, and so I am doing this to sell the property to my son. This house also, the family of the widow who died there approached me about 30 years ago, and I bought it also. And I have maintained those as residences. I've been a good neighbor. I think it's improved. I also want to mention that my office is an insurance agency. 90% of our business is done over the phone and on the computer. We only average 4 or 5 cars a day and that come into our office, and we're very low effect on the traffic flow because 16th Avenue is backed up. And all I'll say is this: if some developer comes and offers me a bunch of money to develop this, I don't know how much you can develop with a lot that small. And also you got a traffic issue, so I don't know how they could do that. So I have no plans to sell. I do not have a buyer in pocket where I'm trying to present something that's not true. I plan to stay in that office as long as I live. And I'm not planning to retire. I like what I do. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner, Ms. McMullen, did you have anything to follow up on there? Or?
No.
Okay,
I'm
all right.
here for questions.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. I appreciate you explaining what you were trying to do here. I was surprised to see a change in U4 zoning, because if you're going to go through this whole process, U4 zoning is a very, very low intensity zoning. If I could, Ms. Mullen, can you, because we kind of have this interesting L shape here. You have U6 here and then U4 there. What is the difference between those two transects off the top of your head? Like, how do they differ?
Sure. So I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I could definitely go and look them up. But there are more commercial uses allowed within U6. The density requirements are greater. The height requirements are greater in U6 versus U4.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that's unique to U4 as compared to U6 is in terms of uses, it does allow for offices and things like that. It does not allow for restaurants by right, so that would require a special use permit in the U4 district, whereas I believe in U6 it would just be allowed by right. But there's a difference in, it's really the difference in density and height. So it sort of steps down.
Because U4, essentially it's a 3-story, which is the same as single family, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
U4 has always been sort of I have U4 right across the street from my single family home and 2 down. There's and I think that's fairly common for these kind of near downtown neighborhoods, right?
I think it
because
is, yeah.
because they're designed as sort of a buffer, if I remember from the city plan board.
Right.
Right. Like you can't have retail in there, for instance. So if you're a retail business looking to open up in any of those buildings there, that's not possible. I wrote down, you can't have a farmer's market, a health service, funeral home. You can do all that stuff in U6 there. So I was more just confused as to why. I mean, this is a big process to go through. And you kind of explained, unless you do want to speak more to that point? Or?
No, but it was just I want consistent zoning. I'm not trying to develop it. I don't have an interest in that.
So I think you answered pretty much all of my questions about it. And I'll let my fellow commissioners ask any questions they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willets.
Sir. Brittany, why is this listed as 1222 Northwest 16th Ave when that back parcel is really on 12th Street? Is it just because it's closest or it's access to the road on 16th Ave?
So that back portion of the parcel is no longer part of that property that's facing 12th.
So it is no longer part of it currently?
Right, yeah.
That parcel
I
is
think
already
it
been-
originally was part of that parcel,
Okay.
but those 2 parcels have been reconfigured.
Perfect. That's what I needed to kind of understand. Right. And so changing the land use and the zoning to be similar to the property, to the parcel to the south of it.
And it is all one parcel now, I believe. I think this map doesn't show it as one parcel because it's really just highlighting the area of the zoning in particular. I believe it's all one parcel now, though. This
Okay.
might show it here. Like, I think these are the property boundaries.
Okay. I see. Okay. And it's consistent. it meets all of the requirements of the, so far, you know, as far as we know, it meets, or the opinion is that it meets our comp plan, both our city plan board and staff. That's where we're at on it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McMullen? Sorry.
No problem.
Never turn away. So outside of a PD, is it possible to have multiple land use and zoning in the same parcel?
It is. We do
Okay.
see it sometimes.
Do we like that?
It's not preferable. I mean, I do think the reason why it's like this is because that portion of the lot was previously part of that single-family lot. But it does make things not as consistent for sure. And there are different uses allowed on single-family versus U4 or other types of things. So.
No, yeah, just
Yeah.
looking at it upsets me because Mr. Parsons was shaking his head in the back. We don't like that. And I just hadn't seen it outside of a PD before because there are very specific plans for what to do there. So in something that just kind of follows our code, it is, as you said, preferable to not do that. Skill set I have not mastered. Acres to actual relevant size of things. How much, you know, I guess we would know the parcel by feet. How, like, what's the area we're talking about? Because it looks small.
I think, I'm not going to be able to do the math off the top of my head, but there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So it's around like 7,000 square feet, I think. Okay.
So that's a CVS, this chamber, a Publix. Well, no, it's not a CVS because it's much bigger. There's one across. So it's
Yeah.
It's Walgreens.
Well, the Walgreens is much bigger.
Yeah.
So smaller than the Walgreens on that corner, like half the size. Unless I got the wrong corner.
Yeah, so like Andrew was just saying, a typical Dollar General is around 10,000 square feet.
Okay, so smaller than the Dollar General just up the road. So very small portion that we're talking about, but it is otherwise consistent with everything else. And if it is one parcel, I agree. It should probably all be the same zoning. And for us to, so the options are, the way I see it, there are 3 options. And 2 are not great. One is we approve and make it all one uniform land use and zoning. Get it all together. 2, do nothing, and we have a single parcel with different uses that is not great for either. Or we downsize the original part, and that is a taking, and we get sued. So that it's all uniform. That's the 3rd option I see, and that's a terrible one, which doesn't help anyone. So I think the best one is the one that you and staff have presented here. Yeah, it's kind of a. And when we went over our requirements and our processes, realistically, I always get these mixed up. Which one's quasi-judicial?
The zoning is the
So it's the one that's
quasi-judicial.
coming up.
Right.
But that's it. We don't really have a choice in that one if it meets all the requirements. We are obligated, more or less, to go with what is required of
I'll
us.
defer to the city attorney to answer that.
I think it's still your decision to determine if it meets all of the criteria. You're saying that if you were to conclude that it meets all the criteria, does that demand your decision? Well, yes, but you do have to make sure there's competent substantial evidence as to all the criteria.
And with staff staff as the subject matter expert saying it meets all the criteria, that's pretty strong evidence.
Yes, and then you'll see if you have any sort of evidence contrary or not. That will come to the next item.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I don't see any other lights. Let me say, I've been looking at Google Maps and other commercially available things. They don't think that this exists at all. They think that horizontal block goes all the way to Walgreens. And when you Google 1222 Northwest 16th Avenue, of course, that is this.
My guess would be because when the parcel lines were changed, several different maps need to be updated. That would just be my guess. I think it was recently changed.
It's just interesting to me how the common perception of it works. But the address for the structure and the address for the property in question are both 1222 Northwest 16th Avenue.
The property in question doesn't have any structures on it. It's vacant, but it's part of the property with the address of 1222 Northwest 16th, yes.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, I don't see any other lights here, so let's go to public comment.
We have Charles Mary, followed by Lisa Mary.
Welcome, Mr. Mary.
Well, excuse me, I'm terrible at public speaking. Actually, my first time.
Take your time with it. We're just a bunch of folks you run into at the Walgreens.
I figured, and that's how I'm approaching it. And I'll start with a little background. I've lived here basically my whole life. I'm from Micanopy. I grew up in the forest out there, and when I got out of the service, I came to town simply because of the moniker of Tree City. That this was Tree City to me, and it was small, it was comfortable. My children were raised here. I have every intent of growing old in my home. I've lived in the same home. If I could show you, I think that's the right button. The top one? There we go, okay. Where are we at here? That's my house right there. And there's a dead end right here at this road. And I'll start off by saying that I have a very dubious outlook on city planning because of my time here. Since I've lived here, Tree City has become no more Tree City. Everybody's chopping down trees as far as they can go. North of me on 13th Street, there used to be a church that had a dozen 300-year-old oak trees. They cut them all down to put in a car wash, when there's a car wash a mile south of me and a car wash a mile north of me. So when things like that are done, I start to question, and that bothers me. The other thing is this neighborhood over here and the one next to it, in the time that I've lived here, I lived on 6th Street, right on 19th Avenue, just opposite where I'm living now, and on 13th Street, off of 13th Street. And all the properties in this neighborhood, everybody's cut down all the trees, torn down the single homes that were living on those properties, and put in quads and sixplexes. That entire neighborhood is now all gone. North of me, the entire neighborhood is now all Lux apartments. And that what used to be the Cadillac dealership on the corner here is now multiple restaurants. There's a Dollar General just north of it. So I will dispute what the young lady was saying about comprehensive plan objective 4.2 and 4.21 simply by saying what they have done is they put in one of those land use things that I didn't get a chance to come down here and speak, but I found out later that somebody had said there have been multiple accidents, so they put in a crosswalk and blocked me from going south when I pull out. I now, only way out of my home is to go north and go through a light, which rarely ever works, and which is always congested because of all the apartments and all the businesses. So essentially the city has planned to lock me in to that little area right there. I've dealt with it, I'm okay with that. But watching the city shrink smaller and smaller and smaller, all this thought of affordable housing by destroying family homes and putting up quads and things like that has been disturbing me for some time. And the gentleman that spoke before we got up here, before this whole thing started, mentioning that 20-story buildings or 12-story buildings that were approved 20 years ago, if I had known that, I never would have moved here. Never would have came here. Because Gainesville has grown so fast and so congested in the time that I've lived here, it's disturbing. And that little piece of property represents a buffer between my home and 13th Street and 16th Avenue. It is just that. It is purely a buffer. And it doesn't impact anybody's ability to build a home there. It doesn't impact anybody's ability to do anything there. But if you zone it that way, my entire objection to this, and no offense to Mr. Cotton, is purely that I'm probably going to live longer than you. No offense. But in the next 50 years, if somebody buys that and develops it, we were looking at the city plans, and it allows up to 24 people if it's over an acre in there, or multiple units? 20? Okay. So having 20 people instead of 3 families coming in and out of there, I don't see how that's sustainable at all. And it does not fit 4.2 and 4.21, because I've been crushed in this little corner in here, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So by eventually letting some developer, after Mr. Cotton dies or after Mr. Cotton's son sells it, to somebody that puts up a 20-unit high-rise in there, I'm going to do everything humanly possible to stop that from occurring, whether it's 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, if I go another 50.
So I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up. You're quite a bit over, but that's okay. I hear you.
I apologize. And I brought all this up, and I got way off of the script, because this is very powerful to me. And listening to the gentleman talk before about how the city is already set to wipe out single-family homes and put in quads and high-rises. Ugh, horrendous, just horrendous. But that's my piece. I would prefer this not to.
I understand, but let me try to folks don't often believe it. I understand what you're saying, but the city is not trying to build quadruplexes everywhere. We're not going to make people take down their homes. We're not.
I get that. And people are selling them, and it's the buyers. It's the people that buy them that do that. And that's the part that bothers me. For somebody that wants to grow old and live here, and I know my neighbors want to grow old and live here, to have this possibly congested any further is enough to make me come down here and publicly speak, because I see this happening. There's crenellated woodpeckers that live all in the forest in there. Those are rare. We're big bird people. So the forest that's in there, the trees that are in there, I can't see them taking down any more trees and putting up any more high rises in that.
I understand. The likelihood of high rises going in here is minimal. When we talked about, or earlier we talked about high rises that had been possible for 20 years. That's not on 60th Avenue. I mean, that just isn't what is zoned there, right?
The two-story building is more than
Okay. Well, right now it could be a 3-story. So, I mean, and has always been the case. At any rate. So, let's go to the next person. And I am going to ask that we try to keep within the 3-minute limit that we're supposed to have. So, thanks.
We have Lisa Mary, followed by James McFarlane.
Welcome, Ms. Mary.
Thank you, Mayor Ward, City Commissioners. I appreciate the time to be able to speak. I don't have anything scripted. I'm going to speak from my heart because it's important to me. I live with Wes, and it's...
Would you put the microphone up closer to you?
Sorry.
We can hear you, but the folks at home may not be.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. And bottom line is, we don't want this to happen. We want that buffer. We are seeing our neighborhood residential area become smaller and smaller. One of my neighbors actually shared with me a zoning map, and we are basically an island in the middle of urbanization. We have U6, U4, U2, U3, everything like that around us, and our residential area is becoming less and less. It's being chipped away, and we don't want that. I actually talked to my neighbors, and they agree, and we have 22 signatures. My neighbors here and many around us who do not want this to happen because of the possibility of units. And again, I don't know what Mr. Cotton's going to do. I don't know what the future holds, but hanging on to what little we have is important to us. So please consider that when you're making your decision. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
We have James McFarlane, followed by Clea Loriot. Yeah, you can give me the petition.
Welcome, Mr. McFarlane.
I sent it. Oh, you did? I did.
All right, Joe McFarlane, some of you know me. Let's see, I've lived in this neighborhood longer than most of y'all been around. And that includes everything from some houses across from Gainesville High School on over into the neighborhood. You have had a letter that's very clear in some of the requirements that I think were misrepresented in meeting the goals to actually do this. One being the neighborhood And as we change zonings within Gainesville, it's pretty critical to get a consensus from the property owners in that area. Now, everything is confusing because, one, it was presented with two things jumped together, which I wish it had been separated, but it wasn't. And it has been changed. We're talking about 6 months. The property, as Mr. Ward, you identified, was that piece of property as one unit. That was unclear in everything that I had done with the city and trying to check on it. The maps have not been corrected any of this time in verifying it, as well as the property line with the Hetrick's property and a house that sits on that line adjacent to where you're changing zoning to business. So something is wrong in the property lines in that area. So those are some reasons, and the list I gave, I don't really have time in 3 minutes to go through. But I want you to realize it is a yellow section up there of single-family residents. Some of them have been there for many, 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 many years. It is a diverse community and neighborhood, which would be ideal for all parts of Gainesville to be. It has very close, within 200 yards, low-income housing. It has duplexes within this loop of the Lake Mead area. It has single-family lots that are very large and very small. The catch is, nationally, the game that's been played of we'll change this piece of property to that one, now we'll change that, and it'll be real easy for a board to say, it's only a little piece, let's go ahead and change the zoning to U4. I've gone through so many zoning meetings with this property that I'm living on over the past 50 years, it's crazy. You need to be the board that protects us. We're not a homeowner association. We're not a deed-restricted area. So these small little pockets of single-family residents are essential value to the city of Gainesville that I think we need to keep. We can't fall for the thing of somebody that owns 4 lots, taking and putting in a little change to this one, selling that and calling it his son's is what it's going to be, and taking a section of it to change, because that historically in law is what happens in whittling away at it. I think we need to keep, and I hope that you will see the need to keep the single-family resident block that's in this neighborhood, single-family resident, and not start whittling out little chunks when someone owns a big part and needs that property for non-business regardless, because he has enough 3 sections that are U4 already. The U4 is a buffer. We need single-family residents, and we need low-income residents, and those small houses along 16th are ideal for that. So we are losing in a couple of ways that I'd like you to kind of focus on. Please do not approve this. It's kind of an underhanded thing, I'm afraid. And I think we need to stop and look at property lines and maps before any decision would be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
Clea Lorialt, followed by Mike Hetrick.
Hello.
Welcome.
I am not a member of this neighborhood, but I was a teacher at Gainesville High School for 10 years, and many of my best friends live off of 12th Terrace, and in that area. So I feel committed to speak here today. One of the major problems that I see with this is traffic. The high school kids that are coming out of GHS are already in jeopardy, basically crossing 13th Street with all of that traffic that is caused by of that zoning there. And there was a crosswalk put in, which unfortunately blocked some of the neighbors in, but that was because cars weren't able to get in and out to pick the kids up. When the kids are coming home from school, they often cut through the back of Walgreens and Wells Fargo and come down 12th, which is named Bicycle Boulevard, because it is a pedestrian cut through. If this pedestrian cut through becomes zoned for 20-person housing or whatever it may grow to in 10 years, I feel like you're just jeopardizing that neighborhood feel of Gainesville High School. So that's basically my 2 cents in this, outside of being a longtime Gainesville resident and agreeing with what the gentleman before me said about whittling away at small single housing blocks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hetrick.
Welcome, Mr. Hetrick.
Hello, I'm Mike. My property is the one that is right along the edge of this, And I'm on the fence with the property and the owners, friends with Mike Cotton for a long time, and of course my neighbors. My problem with it is the same as these guys. I don't understand why, first, it even needs to be changed, because he's not really trying to develop the property, just looking to park some cars back there, which he's been doing for 30 years anyway. And I do remember when it was a bamboo jungle, I was there at that time. And secondly, I'm concerned that that block, once it is zoned for that, the only thing stopping it is his family property becoming the chunk that's, 2/3 the size of the Walgreens property that's there. So that's kind of the rub. That's turning that whole part into something developable. And he's expressed to me that that's not his concern or what he's trying to do, but it turns it into the possibility of the next guy being able to do that. So that turns our neighborhood into blocked in by development on those both sides. And it's already, like they've said, you can't get in and out of there even now. It's only going to get worse. And I'm not sure to do what he wants to do with the property that it even needs to be rezoned. Because none of us care that they use that as their business parking lot. I don't know that it needs to be rezoned in order to do that. You tell me if I'm wrong. It's just a place to put some cars. And then I would just park cars there and not tell anybody. It's just, that's me.
Okay.
But we'd rather not see it become a developable block right there at the front of our neighborhood where we can't get in and out, and all of a sudden, we already have a problem with the place next door that, God, there's a student place, there's 15 kids living in a single house right there. We call the police every time they have a party, nothing gets done. There's garbage, they defecate and urinate in our yards, and no one does anything. It's garbage. We don't want any more.
Thank you.
Last speaker.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor, so I think one of the reasons of why we have to pick one zoning for the whole parcel is, I think as I asked Ms. McMullen earlier, it's not kosher to have multiple zonings or uses attached to the same parcel. So by buying it and making it one parcel, we need to figure out one designation for the whole parcel. We do not really like having different types, and you don't know from one foot to the other what's allowed. So that's why we're here, because we need one use and one zoning.
We're already past that time. Sorry. Sorry.
To that end, Ms. McMullen or Andrew, one of you, the whole T-shape, what is the total acreage? It's 0.8? That seems off. Because it's 0.16 for the little top portion. 0.39. I'm getting different numbers.
It is the entire parcel. Looking for it on the map here. 0.39.
0.39. And U4 allows how many units per acre?
20.
20. So, but that's times the 0.39.
Right.
So I
That's if you had, it's about 7 units, I think.
max ever. And that's not including the setbacks or any tree restrictions, stormwater, like any of these other
Right.
restrictions we have. So absolute max it could be, more likely than not, it cannot be that. Because it's in the transit zone, right?
Right.
Which has further requirements about setbacks and how much space you have to leave.
Let me pause there for just a quick second. We're done with the public comment time. I'm sorry. That's,
If they're all together, the parcels are the same owner, doesn't that make a difference?
If he sells it as a whole thing, we have a much larger parcel.
That's the problem with this whole meeting.
okay, it can be a problem, but we're done with public comment time. I'm sorry. We've got lots of extra time already, and
I understand, but the reason we're
okay.
here is because he owns the whole.
Right, I hear you, but we're done with public comment time. Okay, you can believe that, but public comment time is over. I'm sorry. So, Commissioner Sarko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I was just trying to get to the point that the most intense use is actually not as intense as just simple math, because we do have other protections in our code and then Florida building code that would really severely limit what can go in there. I think it's part of what Commissioner Eastman's been trying to do with other parcels, where due to configuration of parcels, you're still grossly limited by what you can do. And I go back to my original point. I like consistency, so I don't want different uses and zonings attached to one parcel. However, it got to be one parcel. We're beyond that point. It is now one parcel. So that's my reasoning here. I want consistency in how we apply it. And we can't just ignore what goes on, because then that's deferential treatment to one property versus another, and how we enforce our rules. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarko. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. This is my district also. I use this bike boulevard here to get north and south. I feel like I recognize a lot of you guys just from riding through there a couple times a day. I hear what everyone's saying, and it's easy, and I sympathize with it. I mean, trying to preserve the tree canopy within our city is so important to the overall character of the city. Making sure that the neighborhoods, particularly, I mean, I live just down south and east of there a little bit, and I love these old kind of tree-lined neighborhoods. I live in Oakview. It's just south of you guys. And so I hear all of those sort of kind of big ideas. I'm also looking at sort of what it is exactly that we're voting on. What we're being asked, what I'm being asked for as someone deciding on this zoning change is from a longtime small business owner who owns fairly not very deep lot. I would be shocked. I don't know how you would be able to develop this lot at the size that it is, particularly with the setbacks from kind of from a larger road, the way that that would be required. I am with you guys. I don't quite understand. I mean, I think he just wants to clean stuff up, but this is, as I mentioned, a very big process to go through just to clean stuff up. But I also just don't see how 20 units per acre might sound like a lot, but when you have to put in parking and you have to put in, you have to do it on a lot size like this. U4 is all over our area down here. It's on First when you're coming down to City Hall. I have 1.5 acres of U4 in front of my house. They don't get developed because they're fairly low density, and they only allow office space really. And so it wouldn't make sense if you're looking at building a little restaurant. You can't do it there. If you want to put a little retail spot, you can't do it there. It's a zoning classification that is very, very low intensity, and I don't see how it could. It's 4, but like, I mean, 3. So U3 is what you have throughout most of Duck Pond. I live in U2, but all of us have single family homes that are in U2, at least in my neighborhood. I mean, it is a transect, but it is nothing like what you guys have to your west right there. U6 is actually a very high density apartment zoning. U4 is a very low density office only zoning. And so it's hard for me. I rode my bike past here. I understand it a little bit more once I actually rode my bike through there. And sorry, Mr. Cotton, kind of looked around your parcel a little bit. You would not know that these were two different things. I mean, you go back there, it's clearly grass in the back. It all is very clearly one parcel. I mean, I could see why you kind of want to clean this up, depending on if you're just going to pass the business along to your son or someone else. This feels relatively benign, and I understand the sort of larger questions related to trees and related to those things, stuff that we're debating up here constantly about how do we ensure those things that we love about Gainesville are retained. I just don't see how this particular vote is going to impact the neighborhood in that way, or impact things in that particular way. So I think I'm in favor of it just based on the evidence that we have before us, which is what we're supposed to be voting here on. Is the competent substantial evidence is how we would be voting. The competent substantial evidence to me shows that this is just kind of an extension of where it is behind, and it makes sense to sort of clean it up, and seems very, very low chance that anyone could really do anything with this parcel except make it kind of, you could tear down, you could put another office in there, but that's about it. It would be a very low density office. Would probably be the best use for it. Maybe a duplex or something in there, but nothing that large. So anyway, that's where I am with it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for city staff is parking for commercial use an acceptable use in single family land
No.
use?
No, it's not.
Have there been complaints about land use on the current property we're talking about? For like an incompatible current land use?
Complaints, like using it for parking? Not that I know of, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McMillan. So part of what I've heard is that people don't mind that it's being used for parking. The thing in my head is that parking for commercial use is not actually allowed on this land under our current land use. Does that sound correct? So I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble for what they've previously been using this property for, but.
So I don't know if the area in question is currently being used for parking, and applicant could probably speak to that, but I think it's this grassy area back here.
Right. There's a lot line somewhere in that picture.
Right. I don't know exactly where the lot line is.
Okay. Because if there's, and I know the long-term future land use of this property could change a little bit. Potentially with zoning change, you could put, whatever, you can put a little duplex on the back side of it. Put, in essence, an ADU in the back of it. But if it's that parking is, not really objectionable to the neighbors, parking for commercial use is not allowed under current land use, and that would absolutely be trying to kind of fix the situation. Though I know that Mr. Cotton has described that he doesn't have that much foot traffic nowadays. It makes perfect sense. A lot of that is, a lot of insurance agents literally don't have an office anymore. You meet in a coffee shop to do your face-to-face, and everything else is done digitally. And that's why I lean towards that the land use would be consistent to take it to mixed office residential, this MOR land use, which is not very dense at all. It really isn't. And I know that it's supposed to be used as a buffer land use, and that makes sense in this situation, buffering single family deeper into the neighborhood from a very busy 16th, a very busy street. It's just whether that buffer is a little deeper into the neighborhood, just east of there. One of those parcels is just that deep in the about 1100 block. It is that deep. I don't know how that got there at some point. On the right of each of those maps, there's a parcel that is a little deeper into the neighborhood. I don't know the situation. I don't know how everyone feels about that. So that's why I think that this land use, it is consistent. I still want to protect those those areas. I've also ridden through there. I used to live in Oakview for about 4 years, ridden on that bike boulevard. I love it because it not as much traffic on it because of what the city's done in the past to block off car traffic but allow pedestrian and bicycle traffic. But I think it is consistent with our comprehensive plan, and it makes sense on that parcel. As is, Mr. Cotton could take all 3 or 4 of those front parcels. He could do something different. He could build the world's skinniest apartment building there, which I don't think people want to live quite that close to 16th Street. So that's why I feel like nothing's nefarious about this. It's pretty simple, and it would be consistent land use. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I did the same thing. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice at the end of the night. I did the same thing that Commissioner Eastman did, and I drove around the neighborhood on the way to the meeting this morning. So I drove in and out in the back and behind the properties. And there is, clearly it's a constrained area by geography, no doubt about it. And yet you have business and office use on basically 2 sides, and that's not going to change. I would say for decision-making and the way I vote, where discretion allows me to vote in favor of community input, that's how I vote. And I think that the community input here is largely against this 0.16 parcel. But I don't think that discretion allows me that in this case. And the reason for that is that because we're talking about quasi-judicial on one of this rezoning in the land use, if we look and we determine that you've heard this term a couple of times, competence and substantial evidence leans toward that being in line with the comprehensive plan, I believe that removes my discretion. And so while I feel for you all, I actually don't believe I have the discretion to vote against this particular option, because I think it is in fact in line with the comprehensive plan for many of the reasons there. So I kind of have mixed emotions about that. We did get one other thing. We got an email that I was kind of reviewing while I was up here, and I think it was from you, Ms. Mary, and it talked about, for example, noise and traffic and 3 dumpsters within 30 feet of the property. And so what that made me think about was, is assuming that this 0.16 parcel becomes part of this larger 0.39 parcel, I would just ask Mr. Cotton, as the applicant, to be very, very mindful of the neighbors around, and whether it's single-family home, your son's home, or some other office use, that you really feel like that there's only perhaps one fence, is what it looked like to me, and a few bushes on one side, and you're very, very mindful of how that impedes upon your neighbors, and being very conscientious of the neighbors that border you in this geographically constrained area. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Seeing no other lights, it's a roll call. Well, we don't have a motion yet. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right, we'll move to roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 5-0 with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent. Before we move to the next item, the quasi-judicial portion of this, I'll remind everyone this is the first reading. There's still another reading of this before it becomes law. Another opportunity to come speak.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2023 quasi-judicial rezoning ordinance, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 0.16 acres of property generally located at 1222 Northwest 16th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential single family to urban 4, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Ms. McMullen.
Sure. So just briefly, again, Brittany McMullen, the same presentation applies to this application as well. I did want to put on the record the request. It is to rezone the property from RSF1 to U4. And staff did review the application for review criteria in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, and does find that it meets those review criteria, and recommends approval, as does the City Plan Board.
The applicant have anything to add? You don't have to, but it's...
I just want to tell you that I am a good neighbor. I am mindful of your situation. I'm not trying to harm anyone. I appreciate you allowing me to be where I'm at. I've been there 37 years. And you know, I don't know if you moved in when it was all bamboo with homeless people, but it's been a lawn there for all that time. And you live there.
I did move in when it was bamboo.
Okay, hey, one at a time. One at a time, please.
I was just replying to his query.
Okay, sorry.
I understand. So I'm going to ask for public comment in a moment, but we try to run a process that is, regardless of outcome, that is respectful to everybody. Everybody gets the same shots. So we get to 3 minutes up here. Sometimes we extend beyond that. But we don't do the cross shouting. We just don't do that, because before you know it, that'll be all it is down here, and we can't do that. So I appreciate your being willing to take part in it that way. Public comment.
Currently, we only have one person signed up for public comment, which is James McFarland.
Mr. McFarland.
Before I'll point out one or two things. We stuck two presentations together, and I think you became, as a board, totally confused. And now you're going to hear this on, we're now going to change it to U4. So if you've got the parcel and now you're going to change it to U4, what did you just do a minute ago? That should cross your mind and say, did we mess up? And in the next hearing of this, we can go further on that. So the U4 is kind of neat. And it is great if it is a large block, as Ms. Socha said. We shouldn't be doing a small thing. My property ought to be included in this, and all of this RS1 yellow portion that was on your map should all be a block now the same. We had a buffer, and it was not pointed out very clearly, I guess, that Mr. Cotton's property is one thing. He pulled the wool over the eyes in the planning meeting, and I think he's pulled the wool over their eyes and make you feel sorry for him. I'm old too and really wanted to stay in the house and make changes to it. But as we keep inching away at changing U4s, this and that and the other thing in our zoning and wiping out these small areas, it makes it hard for someone to improve property. I feel sorry for one neighbor because just in the past 2 years, they spent a fortune upgrading their home. Finally, it was settled after all of these zoning changes. Doing a small block change is crazy. And it would be okay, in my mind, if I looked at all the neighbors, had no problem, let's change this to U4 zoning from the zoning it was. But that's not the case. They are playing the legal game, and you're setting the precedents to continue following the legal game. Do you allow everybody to buy a little, or take the block of material, a big block, and he has an office here, so his home property that's RS1, he took a little chunk out of it today, and now you're going to change it to R4 or U4. And then next month he'll come back because, oh, I decided that property there was just too big, so I've taken that off, so now I want to include the next section into the U4 block. And as far as planning and what you do, I presented to Mr. Cotton a beautiful plan that you should look at that takes U4 and develops that piece of property very efficiently, leaving a buffer that's equivalent to what we would call the RS1 now. That buffer would allow you to build up to the property level with 3 stories and a beautiful complex that had housing and offices as we want in this community. But we're making a mistake if you change the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
This is our last speaker.
Okay, so no of the other connected affected parties, last chance tonight, but again, you'll have an opportunity when this comes back for second reading. Okay. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're now on the zoning issue of this. The previous ordinance was land use. I think we're all clear that the land use was changed we voted once on the land use change. The second part of this is the quasi-judicial zoning. This is where we talk about urban 4 as opposed to mixed use office residential. It seems to me the substantial evidence is that this lines up with our comprehensive plan. And particularly the part that speaks to me that this is consistent use. These uses are close together. It is adjoining uses or zoning. It is not something that is dramatically different, and that it's, at least in my mind, and I forget where, and I may have to go back to the city plan, an incremental slow change. This is a property that for decades has, the property, the south parcel, the property on the southern portion, decades of use, and I just don't see that this is some leap forward, though I do understand it does change it, and this parcel now is, changes probably the value of it, what can be done on it in the future, whether you do want to put something on the backside of it. But that kind of slow change in a neighborhood, as opposed to probably the Walgreens was probably quite a bit of a change when it happened. That's before my time. But this is the urbanization, which I don't think is a bad word, where a city of our size is headed as we choose not to sprawl into the hinterlands, but that we decide to make sure that people can still live close to the core of our city and to all the services and a high school across the street. I think this is well within what our city, our comprehensive plan calls for, and that's why I think we've seen the evidence that we need to approve this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, thank you again. I just, I think you kind of touched on it, but just for Mr. McFarland's, so I believe that what you're splitting this up, you said kind of the merging of the parcel together as opposed to the zoning. Is that what you were referring to? That, I think the merging of the parcel is done administratively. So I think Mr. Cotton could just, that is not what we voted on today. We voted on, there's a land use change and then a zoning change, which are kind of overlaid upon. So what we just did was the underlying land use, and now we're doing the zoning. The parcel was done long before we got here, I think relatively recently, I'm not sure when, but that does not come to us. And just to be clear, I mean, I understand why people are very protective of this neighborhood. It's a street, but it's this beautiful tree-lined neighborhood. When you go back there, it feels like you're sort of entering a totally different part of Gainesville. Like it's this little slice of heaven right behind a series of shops and things that are there. So you can walk right down to truck bikes right there, walk down to these various areas. So I get why people are interested in that. I tend to reject the idea just in general of sort of one vote is a slippery slope to other votes. I mean, I think that what this has always been in the long-term vision for all of this is that we're going to have we're going to have more intensive uses along our major roads like 13th. You're going to have smaller businesses along 16th. You're going to have smaller businesses along 6th in some of these areas. I think that, that there is no long-term plan to say that this little section here is going to somehow become quadruplexes or somehow going to become higher intensity homes or become businesses in some way. I think the way I see our vote tonight is just that there's a business owner who seems like he may or may not have been fully in compliance with how the land was being used in the past and wants to just get everything straight while he has the opportunity to do it. And I think, that's a lot of why we're here. This feels like very sort of down-to-earth thing as opposed to this sort of slippery slope in the long-term vision and planning for what's going to happen with your neighborhoods or the neighborhoods across Gainesville. I don't think this is a first step toward anything except, just a little bit of common sense for how a business has been used and how it should be continued to be used in the future. So I guess since I'm here, I'll make the motion to approve ordinance number 2023-825.
Second.
We have a motion second. Let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Buck? Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 5-0 with Commissioners Chestnut and Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk. Hold on, before we move on, I want to thank you all for being here and for being engaged. Again, there is another opportunity. Before this becomes law, we'll have a second reading of the ordinance. That will likely be December 7th, but it might not. I mean, it may be a little later than that. Certainly won't be before December 7th. And I heard a good description of a thing that I had not heard a good description for before, just a day or two ago. When we have lots of passion about change in a neighborhood and about potential, even change on a theoretical map, it isn't a concern about change so much as it is a concern about loss, about what some folks stand to lose in a vote like that. And that's a powerful way to understand it. And I hear you, and I hear what you're saying. In looking at the larger scope of it all, I don't think you're going to lose anything. I think that this cleans something up. It doesn't. It's not development. It's cleaning up some ownership rights that currently exist. But I hear you and I understand what you're saying, and you can take that for what it's worth. But thank you for being here and for being engaged.
We moved commission comments, so that concludes.
We'll give it another opportunity if people have anything to add.
Yep.
All right, thank you all very much, and we will see you after Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving, everybody.